Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, greetings to you all. On behalf of the Institute for Peace and Diplomacy, IPD, I would like to welcome you all to our first in-person symposium in Washington, D.C. to discuss the future of European security in light of the ongoing war in Ukraine. My name is Arta Moini, and I'm the Director of Research here at IPD. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan foreign policy think tank dedicated to promoting dialogue, diplomacy, prudent realism, and military restraint. As a realist outfit, we are committed to finding interest-based solutions to the many geopolitical challenges and crises that confront us today. The Ukraine war and its future is the most critical crisis facing the world at this time. It could be said to be a system-altering event, especially where the United States and Europe are concerned. More than a year into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Russo-Ukrainian war has become a war of attrition with no clear end in sight. While many outsiders worry that the conflict could spread or escalate, both combatant sides believe time to be on their side. This symposium, which is organized as part of a special IPD project on the future of European security and its architecture, is set around three general but interrelated themes that will be explored in three panels and two keynote sessions of the day. First, the diplomatic prospects or the lack thereof for ending the conflict and the long-term implications of any potential settlement for European security. This is the focus of the first panel that will be happening after these remarks. Second, deliberating the trajectory of Russia's relations with the Euro-Atlantic and especially the United States in a shifting international system. Given the complete breakdown of trust between Moscow and the Western capitals, is there a path to a renewed working relationship that could reconcile the inevitable competition with vital interests of all sides? This is the central question that will be examined in Professor Charles Kupchan's keynote and further debated in our second panel. Our third theme for today concerns the question of Europe's strategic autonomy, which made the headlines with French President Emmanuel Macron statements on China, whether Europe has the necessary material capacity, institutional discipline, military readiness, and perhaps most of all, the political will to set an independent security and political agenda. It's certainly a matter of debate. So is determining the correct US policy toward Europe in light of Ukraine. These dynamics, along with internal security competition among European states themselves, will also impact NATO's long-term cohesion and viability. They will be investigated in our second keynote session with Dr. Nick Gvozdev and discussed by our speakers in the third and final panel. As Dr. Zachary Peiken and I remarked in a white paper that was just published by IPD, and which I encourage all of you to read when you get a chance, the dual task of finding some way to engage with Russia in Europe and equipping European allies for a world in which limited American resources will be deployed across multiple theaters is long-term in nature. A more inclusive European security order will not emerge immediately from the ashes of the war in Ukraine, but farsightedness, statesmanship, and a willingness to challenge orthodoxy and entrenched structures, mindful of strategic empathy for all sides, will be necessary to set Europe on the right path. Before I invite Kelly Vallejos from Responsible Statecraft, who will moderate our first panel, to the stage, I would like to thank and acknowledge our sponsors and partners for this conference. Their invaluable support has allowed us to gather all of you here today for this wonderful occasion. We're especially thankful to our friends at Stand Together Trust, whose generous support made today's event possible. I am grateful to Reed Smith and Hugo Kirk in particular, who have always believed in the important work that IPD does and partnered with us on various projects. I also want to thank the Center for the Study of Statesmanship here at Catholic University, where I was also a fellow, and Dr. John Askinas, who helped us host this symposium in this great hall. Last but not least, I would like to thank my colleagues at IPD, especially our research fellow, Dr. Zachary Peiken, and our research associate, Jacob Bozen, who has communicated with many of you, who have worked tirelessly over 3 months, or the past 3 months really, to put together this program. A few quick programming notes. IPD is a platform for interest-based discussions that set aside grand moralism and focus on crafting policies that are tied to vital interests realistically and pragmatically understood. We are committed to a free and open exchange of ideas between experts who hold a diverse range of viewpoints. In fact, we pride ourselves in seeking out provocative and original thinkers who often disagree. Our distinguished speakers today reflect this ideological and political diversity. We encourage you to freely debate and vehemently disagree, but I ask both the participants and the members of the audience to please remain respectful to others and uphold decorum at all times. The detailed agenda for today's program has been provided for your convenience. A recording of each of today's sessions will be made available on our IPD's YouTube page later this week. I encourage you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, both to watch this program at your convenience and to be kept apprised of future programming. Also, please make sure to stay after 5:30 p.m. For a special cocktail and networking happy hour that we have organized that goes till around 7 o'clock. And now, please join me in welcoming Kelly Vallejos, the editorial director for Responsible Statecraft, who will introduce our esteemed panelists for the first session.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to invite my co-panelists up on the stage now. Figure out how to do this. Should I stay up here or just sit down with y'all? I think I'll do that.
You have a preference what you want us to sit?
No, whatever's comfortable for you. Okay, thank you. George has to leave a little early because he's debating Eval Dowder in Chicago, and so he has to make a plane at, 12:30? And then go right into a debate. So wish you all the luck. We know you're going to do well. Good morning, and thank you, everyone, and thank you, ARDA and IPD, for inviting me to participate in this important discussion and for all the work that IPD does over the year to inform the discussion on the war and its impacts on the greater global community. Our opening panel today addresses the critical issue in the war as we emerge from the winter offensive into what is expected to be a Ukrainian offensive or counteroffensive in the spring. We talk endlessly about the front line in Bakhmut and the state of the war turning into a war of attrition. But the bigger story here is that the United States has been sending a number of signals that it is fully committed to giving Ukraine what it needs, but that ultimately the war won't be won on the battlefield, but at the negotiating table. Unfortunately, there's little clarity on what needs to happen to get to that place, how, or even when. So here to talk about that today is a number of experts representing different backgrounds, key backgrounds in the military, intelligence, diplomacy, and academia. We're going to talk about whether negotiations are in the cards in the coming months or not, and why, and the dynamics that will lead us to that place. I'm going to introduce each one and then get right into the conversation with time at the end, about 11:30 for audience Q&A. I will start with Liana. Liana Fix is a fellow for Europe at the Council on Foreign Relations. She is an historian and political scientist with expertise in German and European foreign and security policy, European security, transatlantic relations, Russia, and Eastern Europe. She is also the author of the book, A New German Power, Germany's Role in European Russia Policy. Daniel Davis, right to my left, is a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Davis retired from the U.S. Army as a lieutenant colonel after 20 years of active service. He was deployed into combat zones 4 times in his career, beginning with Operation Desert Storm in 1991, and then to Iraq and Afghanistan twice. He is the author of the book, The 11th Hour in 2020 America. Larry Wilkerson, second to the end there, was a distinguished visiting professor of government and Public Policy at the College of William and Mary in Virginia up until 2022. During that time, he also taught National Security Affairs in the honors program at George Washington University here in DC. Previously, he was a member of the policy planning staff in the U.S. Department of State and associate director of that staff, then chief of staff to Secretary of State Colin Powell. All told, he served 31 years in the U.S. Army, retiring at the rank of colonel. George Beebe at the end is my colleague and director of Grand Strategy at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He spent more than 2 decades in government as an intelligence analyst, diplomat, policy advisor, including director of the CIA's Russia analysis team, and as a staff advisor on Russia matters to Vice President Dick Cheney. He is also the author of the book, The Russia Trap: How Our Shadow War with Russia Could Spiral into Nuclear Catastrophe. So thank you all for being here, and I feel very privileged to be among such experienced experts, particularly on this issue. I know you've all been writing about it and thinking and analyzing for a good year now, and I'm so glad that we've been able to bring you all together to talk about negotiations and the possibility of them and what we need to do to get there. So I'm going to start with Liana. There was an interesting article of analysis by Charles Kupchan and Richard Haas in Foreign Affairs last week on this very question of whether the time is right for talks. It posited that neither side is ready. The Ukrainians want more weapons and assistance for their counteroffensive, while the Russians are clearly committed to annexing and holding the Donbass. Kupchan and Haas suggest giving the Ukrainians whatever they need to make gains, to put them in a better position for negotiation, but to start planning for some ceasefire talks late in the year. What do you think of this particular outlook?
Thanks so much, Kelly.
I'm not sure it's on.
This should work better. Thanks so much, Kelly, and hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to being here at the symposium and to discuss this very important question. Starting with your point, the article by Richard Haas and Charlie Kupchan, my colleagues at CFR, I think this article reflects a broader perspective and a broader view in town, which to some extent is also a hope how 2023 might end. And the idea behind that is that Ukraine gets now as much as they possibly can get from the West with certain restrictions, that Ukraine advances as far as possible, ideally breaking up the land bridge to Crimea, and then in the face of this defeat, Putin will understand that he cannot advance any further, and he will be willing to engage in negotiations in good faith. And I think this is certainly an outcome that everyone should hope for, but I would also want to play a little bit the devil's advocate here and argue that there's also a much more pessimistic view about how this war can end and how 2023 will unfold. And the pessimistic view is not necessarily that Ukraine will not be able to advance. I think Ukraine has surprised us often enough throughout the last year. The pessimistic question is, what makes us sure that Vladimir Putin will engage in negotiations? Or in a way engage in negotiations which is not only pro forma or to sort of solidify his gains, but actually sincerely engage in negotiations. And I think this is a question that we haven't grappled enough with. So in many discussions, there are many arguments about how to bring Ukraine to the negotiation table, how to change the Biden administration's policy, where I think the real challenge is the question how to have any leverage over Vladimir Putin. Because over Ukraine, we do have leverage. Ukraine is dependent on Western support. So the only question there is how to make it in line with our values that Ukraine also wants to negotiate. But what we have seen in the past in Vladimir Putin's behavior is that some of the ideas that are sort of thrown around, which could convince Putin, sanctions relief, that he will look for an off-ramp, that we can offer him some arms control agreements, this is not what this short history of this war has taught us so far. So what this war has taught us so far is that Putin has doubled down whenever he was faced by defeat. It has taught us that he doesn't care about the economic costs and that he sees these costs as something the Russians have to sacrifice for this war. So the real challenge is what kind of incentives do we have to make sure that Vladimir Putin stays at the negotiation table and that he will not violate any potential agreement that might be struck between Ukraine and Russia. And another lesson that we've learned from other conflicts in Ukraine in 2014, but also in Georgia in 2008, that monitoring missions, OSCE missions, EU missions, are often used by the Russian side, and they're often proposed as a way out to the negotiation table, are used by the Russian side to solidify the gains, because in Georgia and in Ukraine, we've seen that Vladimir Putin has consistently violated these agreements, and all these monitors that we had were not able to monitor the Russian side. Both in Ukraine and in Georgia, it was always the case that these monitoring missions were not able to fulfill their goals. So why does this matter? I mean, wouldn't it be sort of enough for the sake of peace to say, well, let's just have a ceasefire and then we will sort it out later, how all this evolves? And I think the main problem that we would have with this approach, saying, well, let's first have a ceasefire and then sort it out, is that we would end up in the same situation that we've been in 2008 and 2014, which would then in reality lead us to a forever war, because we would allow Putin to use the opportunities to have a pause, to attack again in Ukraine. And I think this is the greatest danger that we face. Probably the only method that we can think about how we can deter Putin from doing that, and it's also one of the proposals in this piece, is to say, well, if he violates any agreement, we can step up support for Ukraine and we can allow Ukraine to target aims, the Russian aims in Russia. We could say, well, all gloves are off. So if you don't honor an agreement that we have, we will step up. But I think the caveat with that thinking is very much that Putin knows that Western politics are not made for stepping up a conflict that has calmed down. So once there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, it will be incredibly difficult to sell to any Western public that we have to step up again because Putin has violated the agreement, which will lead to a situation where Ukraine might be pressured to accept violations, something that we've seen again in 2008 and 2014, and which again leads to a situation where we have to expect Russia to come back and to remain vengeful and to want to complete this mission, because for Vladimir Putin, this is not only about Ukraine, this is a broader fight against the West and against the United States. So ending on this slightly pessimistic note, I think this is the main question that we should ask ourselves. If we go into negotiations, what kind of leverage do we have towards Russia, which is a much more difficult question than asking what kind of leverage do we have towards Ukraine? How do we change US foreign policy?
Do you think sanctions are a leverage in any way? Would offering to lift some of the sanctions be enough of a carrot to either get to that ceasefire, or if it seems as though we've leveraged as many sanctions as we possibly can against him, but now can we use them as a tool to maybe draw him out? Or do you think it's too early to think about sanctions and lifting them?
I think if we would have on the Russian side an actor who is in principle willing to compromise and to have constructive relations, sanctions relief at some point in the future can be part. But what we see with Russia is that economic threats and sanctions have not deterred Russia from starting this war. And we have to understand that in Putin's mindset, this war is not about sanctions and economic narratives. I mean, otherwise he would not have started the war. I mean, he knew what would come in terms of sanctions. So his perspective is that sanctions are a price to be paid. And it is a cost that the Russian population has to take into account for the historical greatness that he leads his country to, and for the kind of place in the history books and his life's legacy that he wants to achieve with this war. So if he can pocket sanctions relief in sort of any kinds of negotiations, he will certainly do that. But it is not something that will convince him to negotiate sincerely. It is rather something we have to be very careful with, not to give it away in hope for compromise.
Yeah. Daniel, let's talk a little bit more about the Kupchan and Haas piece. Now, they say that the war cannot be ultimately won on the battlefield, but they want to front load the Ukrainians with everything they need to at least gain some, a firmer hold on the situation now, put them in a better position for negotiations. So let's do that now. Whether or not we have anything left at home, but that's their suggestion, that we just plow the situation in with more weapons and assistance. What is your assessment of what is happening on the battlefield right now, and the idea that the United States and the West could put the Ukrainians in a better position? And if they did, and even if they were to get into a better negotiation position, even Kupchan and Haas are sort of wishy-washy on whether that'll even, lead to any peaceful resolution. What are your thoughts about that whole equation, that we should just give them one more chance to make more gains that'll put them in a better position, whether or not it'll lead to any
Well,
resolve?
I'll tell you, I'm a bit of an outlier here, so I'll caveat that from the beginning, but I have great confidence that this is accurate. There is no military path to victory or success for the Ukrainian side. And to go after a tactic like this, like they're describing this piece here, is extremely high risk. The reason why is because there's almost the assumption that this offensive will succeed to some level, that the Russians will recognize that they can't win, and so therefore they have motivation to negotiate. I think the opposite is the case. I actually just published a very detailed 3-part series about a week or so ago in 1945, where I discussed this exact issue. And the conclusion is that almost no matter whether Ukraine succeeds in taking some territory or has a complete failure, and both are possible, that there is no path beyond that for them to even maintain that, because Russia has a strategic reserve that they have not even engaged with yet, according to most intelligence reports that we've been able to see. And they have a significant potential for more mobilization, which they're now starting to do throughout the rest of the year. Ukraine cannot win a war of attrition tactic and a mentality. They'll lose that one. So it's not that they're going to try to get a better negotiating position, because just imagine, Zelensky has been on the record from day one of saying that he wants to completely eradicate all of the territory, or recapture all of the territory back to the 1991 borders. I mean, that's just almost been his complete, never changed from that. Well, can anyone imagine that he's going to suddenly gain a little bit in this coming offensive and then be satisfied with the negotiation? I mean, that would be a 180 turnaround from what he's done. It wouldn't make any sense. If you're going to make a negotiated deal and try to, after gaining a little bit more territory, then why would you wait to lose more men in the process? Why wouldn't you do that right now while you still have the front line where it is, as opposed to risking this offensive failing? And this is what we saw in the first part of the Kherson offensive last August, I believe it was, when Ukraine had to go on the offensive and they crossed into a lot of open area and they left their defensive positions and just were crushed and received huge casualties because Russia was prepared for that. Now, subsequently, they surprised Russia in the Kharkiv area and rolled up on a lightly defended area and then caused Russia to have to roll back. Russia has learned from that, and we now know, it's very clear, it's on all these satellite imagery, they have learned that lesson, and they have defensive positions in depth all the way back to Crimea. So they're not going to be caught unaware again. And any attempt to attack into this prepared defensive is going to attrit the last forces they have. Because Ukraine stayed too long in Bakhmut, they continue to throw their elite reserves and the people that have been trained by the West in large measure, and lots of the equipment. And those are people that they needed to have a shot at this offensive that's presumably coming up. And we don't know for sure it's going to happen. And so now that if they do attempt it, they're going to have even less striking power. Once that striking power is used, I mean, it would take upwards of a year again to create a new striking power. And I'm talking about the personnel, the equipment, the ammunition, all the things that go along with that. But Russia already is building for a counterstrike, because they're aware of what's going on. They read the news, and they have their own intelligence. So looking at this from an unemotional military perspective, there is no rational path to where Ukraine can succeed with this. And there is the probability that Russia, over time and given their resources, is going to continue to go even further. So if they wait to do a negotiation until after this offensive, they may have less than they have now. And there's much motivation, I think, for them to continue to try to do a negotiated settlement today, not wait till later when it could be worse.
Why do you think there was this suggestion, though, in this Haas-Kupchan piece that we should just let them, give it one more try? Is this more the establishment saying, well, we don't want to come right out and say that negotiations, that we need to start moving towards them now. We want to show that we are committed to the Ukrainians, which most Americans are. That this is just another way of saying, okay, we're just going to give you one last shot. But what you're telling me is that that's a bad idea.
Yeah. Look, I get it. I understand why everybody in the West is for Ukraine. They were invaded. I mean, flat out. Whether we think Russia had a valid point with NATO expansion, that's a separate issue. But the fact is, they did attack and invade their country, and they're destroying stuff left and right. Everybody wants to reverse that desire. Certainly, I do. Nobody wants that. But we also have to deal with reality. And the combat realities are that if you continue to press this line here and go on the offensive after almost all you've done, in the first 14 months is try to hold what you have, not very successfully, you're going to end up in a worse position. The chances are extremely high, though nothing's ever guaranteed. It's extremely high that the opposite of what we desire is the result. And to give it one last shot is to sacrifice possibly tens of thousands of additional Ukrainian people, the rubbling of more cities, and then an outcome that could be attained by negotiations now. I actually argue that in last March in the Istanbul meetings, that Ukraine had a golden opportunity to limit all of the damage and to end up with a pretty stable country. And with all the help they would get from the West after that, they had a great opportunity to limit the damage. They didn't take it. Now, how much territory have they lost since then? And if they do it again, I feel it's going to be even more losses on the other side.
Larry, I want to follow up on that with another question. There's this prevailing view in Washington today that the war is leading to a bloody stalemate, a frozen war, a war of attrition. We're hearing these phrases over and again. There's also, as I mentioned before, a growing chorus to give Kyiv more weapons, ATACMS, HIMARS, tanks, ammunition. But we're hearing here in the United States that our own stores are depleted and that our contractors can't make up some of this stuff fast enough. Can you talk a bit about the reality here? Does Washington have enough of what Ukraine needs now to make the gains the establishment says is needed for this counteroffensive?
Let me first say I identify myself almost completely with the military assessment just rendered. It would be a disaster to proceed even along the lines of the very puzzling article by my old boss at State, Richard Haas, and his compatriot, Kupchan. And it would be a disaster for the reasons that were just outlined. And let me add something else, which I think is missed here, and missed greatly, and I'm going to violate Arda's warning about grand moralism, but we are wasting time here. I feel just as bad about what's happening in Ukraine, regardless of whose fault it might be, and there's no question that we provoked a lot of what's happening. And contrary to what my colleague here on my right just said, if I were Vladimir Putin, I'd be very suspect of anything that the West comes up with and promises. The record is not too good on that scale either. But what I'm looking at is the delay that this is putting, and not to mention the fact that it's a brutal war in the heart of Europe, on other priorities which are huge and looming in front of us, not the least of which is that the United States of America has spent the last 10 years or so, really ever since my administration, the George W. Bush administration's first term, negated the ABM treaty, withdrew from the ABM treaty. We have demolished all nuclear weapons arms control in the world, all of it, every piece of it. You can say Vladimir Putin did the last bit, but we provoked him to it, of course. So we have no nuclear weapons arms control left in the world. And we have a very dangerous situation where states are building again, building seriously. Look at us, over $1 trillion. This is a very different situation than the local situation, as brutal and awful as it is in Ukraine, that needs to be looked at. It needs to be looked at hard, and that Ukraine could exacerbate majorly if we don't get this thing stopped. So the first thing I would say is, the military assessment being as it is, let's get to the negotiating table. Now, here's the problem, I think, because we have delayed so long in this, and Bill Burns is probably the only diplomat I really respect in this administration, and conversations with him lead me to suspect this. We have put Vladimir Putin in a position where he can almost not do anything that will appear to his electorate, if you will, as conceding. Otherwise, he may go home and be overthrown by people who really think this war should be pursued at a much greater level of violence. At the same time, my students at William & Mary would always look at me after we'd done case study after case study from the Korean War all the way up to Libya and say, Professor, it's our understanding, after all these case studies, that the main influential factor in U.S. national security decision-making is domestic politics. Tell us that ain't true. Joe Biden has put himself in a position where his re-election will probably be negatively affected, or at least really badly impacted, by cutting and running, as it were, from Ukraine. The same thing LBJ faced with Vietnam, the same thing other presidents have faced once they've gone to war, and it's gone a little bit different than they expected it to go. So as this war gets worse and worse in terms of this stalemate, and the blood continues to flow, and it's clear Ukraine is losing, what does he do? Because he's going to damage his polls. Our media has made this war such a cause célèbre. What's he going to do? I don't think he's going to cut and run, not anytime soon. So we're locked in that kind of domestic politics in both countries, if you will, dilemma. And that's seriously worrisome.
Oh, the question of whether or not we can help. Sorry, feedback. Can we help them? Do we have, we've, sent billions of dollars. At what point do we say that we are depleting our stores and that we might not be able to get them what they need to that battlefield? And we saw the leaks, the intelligence leaks that suggest that there might be some serious shortfalls.
Well, I just finished a 2-day conference at the Pritzker Military Institute and Museum in Chicago, where we had everyone from the head of Army recruiting to ordnance people, you name it, in there to talk about the 50th anniversary of the all-volunteer force. Incidentally, the conclusion of the panels was twofold. On the one side, the force is broken, collapsing and falling apart and can't even recruit. And on the other side, oh, it's wonderful. In that conversation, both from the panels and in the networking we did, we found out such things as Tom Cotton, Senator Tom Cotton, for example, who is preventing Lockheed from authorizing co-production in other states of some of the key weaponry we need. And they're doing that because they don't want the money to leave Arkansas. And Sarah Huckabee, the governor of Arkansas, is right in there with him. And Lockheed's extremely frustrated because these are some of the most critical munitions and they can't make them fast enough. What Cotton wants them to do is build additional facilities in Arkansas and make them in Arkansas and hire Arkansans. Well, I'm sorry, that's not fast enough. And you're right, we are running out of a lot of critical munitions, and General Milley and others on the Joint Staff are becoming concerned that we're running out of some of the things that we might need, particularly if Biden continues to be as bellicose as he has been with regard to Taiwan. Another place where my old boss, Richard Haas, has convinced me that he doesn't know what he's talking about anymore when he says strategic clarity instead of strategic ambiguity. We have too many enemies. There's something called conservation of enemies. It goes like this: a prudent state never has more enemies than it can handle at one time. Just look at the list. Not only that, we have 2 billion people in the world under sanctions. Janet Yellen said yesterday that China, Iran, and Russia are moving to supplant the dollar as the transactional reserve currency of the world. I bet they got 2 billion adherents too, because we have them under sanctions. So yes, we're doing damage to our own capability at a very perilous time.
George, a lot of the assessments that are looking at this war are over a contest of territory. Do you think that this goes beyond that to the European security situation? Is this not a struggle over what this part of the world should look like, or of whether Ukraine should be in NATO or under some other security umbrella of the US and the West? If so, it sounds like there are more stakeholders here. Should that change the way we think about the talks and a negotiated settlement? Like, who should be in on those talks and why?
Well, yeah, and I want to begin with something that Liana posed in her opening remarks. She asked, what can we do to get Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table? And I think that's an excellent question. It should be a top priority question for us, because I agree with the military assessment. There's not going to be a Ukrainian military solution to this. I think driving Russian forces off of all Ukrainian territory is quite unrealistic. And the hope that sustained losses, even short of that goal, will drive Putin to sue for peace, I think also is unrealistic. I think Liana is correct. At every stage in this war, when the Russians have found themselves suffering setbacks, he has doubled down. He has not sued for peace. So how do we change that? Should be a significant question. Right now, our approach to this is premised on two things. One, it should really be up to the Ukrainians to decide if and when they negotiate. And two, that the best way to bring about a negotiation is to press the Russians militarily on the battlefield, to put them under such pressure that they eventually say, uncle. But I think that approach ignores a very significant factor in this war, and that is the broader European security architecture, which Arda mentioned at the beginning as a focus of this conference and a focus of the project that IPD is undertaking. And I think that is absolutely a central question in this war. We like to portray it popularly as a war of imperial conquest, that Putin decided, that Ukrainian territory that's on the other side of the border, that should really be Russian territory, and we're going to make that happen. And that is not it's not a non-factor in all of this. Certainly that is a variable in all of this, but it's, I don't believe, the central one. I think the central variable in this war has been Putin's concern that we are building a NATO-centric Europe, one that we want Ukraine to be a part of, and one that we do not want Russia to be a part of, at least not as Russia is currently governed. And the notion that Russia can be secure in a situation in which NATO is on its borders in Georgia and in Ukraine, and Russia faces this enlarged and more capable NATO alliance and is on the outside, the object of NATO, is one that he thinks is a profound threat to Russian security. And he's not the only one. Putin is not an outlier in Russia. This is broadly perceived in Russia's foreign policy establishment. And that is something that we have not been willing to address. The Russians have raised this with us actually for decades. And we have said, well, actually, no. This is not a subject that we're willing to discuss with you. You don't have a veto over NATO enlargement. And the Russians have, with increasing vehemence, said, we will not allow this to occur. If this is not something we can discuss at the negotiating table, then we are going to take action to prevent it from happening. So I think the Russians have done this in a very counterproductive and to a great degree self-defeating way. I don't want to excuse the tactics that they have used to deal with this problem. But the reality is that there is not going to be a negotiating settlement. And I don't think Putin will actually come to the negotiating table in a serious way unless the United States is willing to discuss this issue. So far, we have not been. So I think one of the things that we've got to consider in bringing Putin to the negotiating table is sending a very clear signal that we believe talking about Europe's security architecture, Ukraine's place in it, and Russia's place in it is a central part of those negotiations. Otherwise, I think his answer is going to be, well, we don't settle the war. I mean, one of the guarantees that the Russians can impose here that Ukraine not become part of NATO is to keep the war going in some unsettled way, and you can vary the degrees of intensity, but I think it's quite clear that Ukraine is not going to be a part of NATO while it has an active war going on in its territory. Putin knows that, and that's his plan B.
Is this something that needs to be settled within NATO itself? Because we have members who disagree with other members about whether or not Ukraine should be members. So, at what point does Europe and the U.S. and its partners have a real sit down on this issue? Because it seems like there's definitely gradations about how this security architecture should look.
Well, absolutely, it's something that we need to be talking to our allies about. But you're right, there are real differences within the NATO alliance over what the future of Europe's security architecture ought to look like, whether Russia should have any place in it whatsoever. But the United States matters a lot in this conversation. We are by far the most important actor in all of this. And we do have a veto over this, meaning if the United States were to say, it is our position that Ukraine should not be a part of the NATO alliance, that this does not comport with US national security interests, then it won't happen, period. That gives us a lot of leverage within this inter-alliance discussion. And I think everybody understands that. So yes, there should be an alliance discussion, but the United States is not handcuffed by what our allies believe in all this.
Before I go to the second round of questions, just want to suggest to the panelists, I want to keep this more conversational. So if you do hear something that you disagree with or want to add to, just give me a two-finger. But I'm going to go to Liana first because it seems like there's some disagreement with some of the things you said at the onset. So I want to ask you a question. I'll ask you the question, but then feel free to just ignore it and just talk about, add some thoughts on the previous speakers. I did want to ask you about some of the concern that I've seen in op-eds and among experts that the United States might be deterring itself. One of the things that I've been hearing is that if we do give the Ukrainians the sophisticated fighter jets that they want, the longer range missiles, then Putin will be triggered and escalate, maybe even to nuclear war. How do you feel about that assessment as it guides the West's approach towards Russia? And do you think the U.S. should be afraid of Putin in this regard?
Thanks so much. I will come back to your question, but just to pick up some of the points in the discussion on the panel, I think that perhaps 2 points that I disagree with. And the first, and there I disagree very fundamentally, is that the West has provoked this war. I think we have to leave some agency to Vladimir Putin and to his own country, and to the return of a great power status, to his will to erect a Russian sphere of influence, which was visible years before this war, and which he managed actually quite well, even without the West. And he managed this invasion very well without the West, and without any additional incentives, because what we saw in 2022, sort of building up to Russia's invasion, is that this war and the preparation for it started long before any discussions between Russia and the West have started. So this is a project which has been in Putin's mind for a while, and which was not necessarily triggered. And I think that's one of the arguments one can make against the security argument, that it's really only about Russia's security, that in 2022, there was no moment where suddenly Ukraine's NATO membership was on the table. So there's no moment where actually something on the ground has changed so fundamentally that it would lead to Russia thinking, well, this is actually now, it is our security that is threatened. And I think we should not underestimate the ideological radicalization that Putin went through in the last years. And I think reading his speeches, listening to what he says, and I can only encourage those who understand Russian to do it in Russian, because it sounds very different than the English translations you get and you hear from his speeches. There is a lot of anger, and there's a lot of historical legacy comparisons with Peter the Great, with Catherine the Great, and this does not all come from a perspective of fear of security, but this does come from a very strong belief that his task, the task of the Russian president, of Vladimir Putin, is to regain Russian lands and to re-establish the empire that Russia once had. So I think that's where he sees himself in this line. He sees himself in this line. He has portraits of these Tsarist leaders in one of his main rooms in the Kremlin. So I think we shouldn't underestimate this ideological aspect of Russian foreign policy, which I do believe we have underestimated for quite a while. And the other point, I think I would be much less pessimistic about the abilities of the Ukrainian army, and much less optimistic about the abilities of the Russian army. I do think this idea that Russia has an endless way to escalate this war, regardless of what Ukraine does not necessarily reflect the domestic situation in Russia. So what we've seen since the beginning of the war is that Putin, in his mobilization waves, has been very careful. He has waited for the different waves of mobilization until he saw no other way to do so. So he is under pressure domestically. He cannot endlessly just mobilize the Russian population for a war which is not popular in Russia in itself, at least not in the way that Russians would want to go to the front. Some of the opinion polls that we see reflect that there was support for the war, but there's no willingness to go to this war itself. So this escalation dominance, it certainly has its limits. And what we see now in Russia is that they can defend themselves in those trenches with a lot of those young Morbiks that they mobilize, but they have very few offensive potential to go forward. So that is why I'm much more optimistic about Ukraine's prospect, and more optimistic about Russia's prospect to actually regain anything of the territory. And I think looking at the map, Ukraine has been able throughout the last 14 months to regain over 50% of the territory that Russia has occupied from the beginning, over 50%. And I think that's very much a sign that Ukraine is not losing this war. It may be difficult for Ukraine to win this war, but it is certainly not losing it at the moment.
Yeah, dude. There's a couple things on there. First of all, I think in terms of what Putin is what his intent is, I think he has been very clear since 2008 that he considers it something close to an existential threat for NATO to continue to advance up, especially and specifically into Ukraine and Georgia. He took military action in 2008 in Georgia, and now he's taken it in Ukraine, which he has been basically claiming from the beginning. And I think for us to underestimate that it's an existential threat to the Russian people, not just to Vladimir Putin, but to Russia, I think that we're, by misunderstanding what's motivating Russia. That also helps us misunderstand how to try to bring him to the table, as we've been talking about here, because it's the Russian viewpoint, and it's, again, not just Putin. This is across the board here, that a military alliance continuing to come up to their border as being benign or something is just ludicrous to the Russian side there. And as long as they view it that way, and now that, especially since this war started off, they view this as a NATO against Russia by means of Ukraine. So it's not just between the two. They believe it's the whole bloc against them. And of course, there's plenty of evidence that that's exactly right. They're trying to destroy the Russian economy. They're sending all the weapons and everything, 50 nations in this monthly Ramstein meeting that's about to come up again. And so they believe this is an existential fight. And that's why Putin has been willing to do whatever it takes to continue fighting. The idea that he's just going to stop because the Ukraine might make a little advance, I just don't think is realistic at all, given that. The second thing about the military perspective, this whole thing about the Ukraine has regained 50% of the territory, while that's true on the statistics, you got to look at how that happened and what hasn't happened. And the biggest majority of that came in the Kharkiv situation, where Russia militarily foolishly basically put a screen force, a very lightly defended, not their best troops in the whole northern part, which they could never hold. Ukraine, to their great advantage and benefit, recognized that and secretly amassed a big group of force and outnumbered them like 8-1 and basically rolled them back up until just a little bit on the other side of a certain river, Oskil River, where Russia finally held. Now, in all the areas that Russia has decided to defend, Ukraine has not pushed them back anywhere. So Russia left Kiev and Kharkiv in the first part. They left Kherson City under pressure, but because they calculated it would cost them more to hold it than it would to fight elsewhere. In all the areas where they have decided to hold, Ukraine has never succeeded against them at all. To date, not any of them. And so to expect that now that where Russia has been building defenses where they clearly are going to hold, the chance that Ukraine is going to go after having lost somewhere north of 100,000 troops, I think is very unrealistic. And the military objectives, based on somebody who's fought in armored warfare, I was the second in command of an armored cav squadron in the 1st Armored Division in Europe. I'm telling you, the fundamentals do not pose well for the Ukraine side.
You have a two-finger.
Yeah, just very quickly on this notion that this is an imperial project that Putin has been hatching for many, many, many years. And that there's really not much you can do about that other than counter it militarily. I want to point out that this war really began in 2014. It didn't begin on February 24th, 2022. And what Putin did in 2014 in providing covert, although not very well disguised covert support for the so-called People's Republics in the Donbass was actually quite controversial inside Russia. He got a lot of heat from Russia's national patriotic part of the political spectrum for refusing to recognize the independence of those so-called People's Republics, refusing to annex them, to incorporate them inside Russia. And many Russians from this part of the spectrum felt that Putin was simply too eager to try to find agreements with the West. He's a Germanist. He was trying to find some sort of rapprochement with Germany and the United States. This was naive, and he put Russia's national interests at risk in so doing. But I think Putin had a bigger objective in mind. It wasn't about gaining territory. What he wanted was those People's Republics to remain inside Ukraine and to counterbalance other parts of Ukraine that were much more interested in joining the NATO alliance. So one of the things that he thought was a guarantee that Ukraine wouldn't be part of NATO is to keep those more pro-Russian parts of Ukraine inside Ukraine itself. When he determined later that there was no way that the Minsk II Accords were going to be implemented, and that guarantee that Ukraine could have some sort of East-West regional balance that would prevent it from being turned into a fundamentally anti-Russian outpost of the NATO alliance on Russia's borders, he changed his approach. Now, I think the same thing occurred in Georgia in 2008. The Russians routed Georgian forces on the battlefield relatively quickly. There was nothing that stood between Russia's military and capturing Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia. They could have done that fairly easily. Putin elected not to. Why? I think because this wasn't about territory. What he wanted was a guarantee that Georgia not become part of the NATO alliance. And so what he did was aimed at preventing that from occurring. So he's got himself an ongoing frozen, unsettled conflict on Georgian territory that prevents Georgia from being a part of NATO. So I don't dispute that very complex, even imperialistic attitudes exist in Putin and in Russia. I don't dispute that that is a part of all of this, but I don't think that's the fundamental driving factor in all of this. And unless we understand that, we're not going to find a way out of this situation. I think Dan is absolutely correct. We need to understand the nature of the problem that we're dealing with.
Okay, Larry, you have a two-finger, but I'm going to ask you your question as well, because I want to make sure you get this particular question. Last week, Tucker Carlson interviewed Donald Trump, and Trump volunteered that, he, or suggested that he might have been able to prevent this invasion because he was talking to Putin, and that if he was president again, he would continue to talk to Putin. Putting aside whether you think Trump helped or hurt the relationship with Russia when he was president, do you think that the Biden administration is engaging in the right amount of diplomacy, and whether talking between top officials, even as high as to the presidential level, would actually help move the needle here?
Two fingers first.
Yes.
I want to put myself in the same shoes with George here. My president went to Tbilisi and publicly stated that Georgia would be a member of NATO, and there was every intention to do the same with Ukraine. This was in 2003 and 4, and it hadn't changed. It just got worse as it went along. So provocation, I'm no fan of Putin, but provocation was certainly there. And I agree with George's description and analysis of how he handled Georgia. To your question, I hope Trump's in jail and won't be able to do anything. I don't think there's any possibility that Donald Trump would be a better negotiator, except by serendipity, and I don't discount that entirely because I'm not sure, for the very domestic reasons I talked about earlier, that Biden can do it. We harness our presidents with domestic politics. We harness them with the elections. We harness them with wanting to win that second term. We harness them with all the ramifications thereof, and that becomes a major consideration in national security decision-making. Were Biden to move swiftly to try and do with his best diplomats, and I call the administration not necessarily comically winking, blinking, nod, nudge, referring to the president, his secretary of state, his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, and Victoria Nuland, the aspirant to Blinken's position. We do not have a really stellar diplomatic team other than Bill Burns, who is at the CIA of all places. Biden had an intent there, I'm sure, too. CIA, after all, was pretty injurious to a couple of presidents in a row. But that's a problem. That's a huge deficit. And what you ask is, can the chief diplomat go to the chief diplomat for Moscow, for Russia, and talk? I see that as a domestic political impossibility for both of them right now. And that's a shame, because I think at least the seconds, if you will, if not themselves, is necessary to break this logjam. Neither wants to.
I just realized I think I forgot to answer your actual
Oh, sure,
question.
yes.
So let
Yes,
me maybe
about
just-
triggering and
Exactly, because I
escalation.
think
Are we
that's-
deterring
yeah,
ourselves?
Because I think that's an important question. So let me just try to get back to that in 30 seconds. I do think what the Biden administration has done very well, and it has a lot of support from its European allies on that, is to put in place some guardrails for what Ukraine gets, and especially with this concern of escalation in mind. Now, the question is, does it really make a difference if you send this type of weapons or this types of weapons? So is it sort of in a military sense escalatory? What I do think what Biden does is to sort of give political lines. So these are lines of political restraints. It's not necessarily the weapon system that is more escalatory or not. It's a political sign to say we could do more, but we will not, because we do not want to see this escalation with the Russian side. And I think that has been a very clear line from the beginning. And it has also been a line which I think helps to prevent this kind of thinking that, from Stinger missiles to fighter jets, and the next step, there's sort of a direct line to boots on the ground. Because I don't believe that is true. I think there's really a qualitatively difference between fighter jets, tanks, and boots on the ground. It's just something completely in a different category, even if, to also concerned citizens, it sometimes may seem that this will sort of just continue to proceed. I don't think this is the case. And what we have also seen in the short history of this war so far is that Russia also accepts certain limits. So we haven't seen Russian attempts to attack weapon deliveries from the West. So we do see that there is, despite Russia's recklessness, despite a Russian pilot almost shooting down a British jet, despite Russian pilots dumping fuel on a US drone, which is incredibly dangerous brinkmanship from the Russian side. We do see that they do want to keep this war limited in Ukraine from the Russian side. And that's, I think, is an important point to note. And that's why I also think that this kind of concern that we will see an immediate escalation if we continue to provide tanks or even fighter jets to Ukraine is not something that I would see, because again, it's a completely different box to have boots on the ground. And I don't mean boots to protect an embassy, but like proper boots on the ground, and to send fighter jets. And one thought, I think the question is probably, if NATO is an existential threat from Putin's perspective, I do believe that's what he thinks. The question is if that is also what we should think, or if we should sort of adopt this way, because the other way to think about it would be that NATO is obviously a threat to a Russian sphere of influence, to an imperial Russian sphere of influence that they want to have in their neighborhood. That is certainly the case how it perceives it. But NATO is not a threat to the security of Russia itself, of the Russian state. And I think we have to distinguish between how Putin looks at NATO and how we see what kind of role NATO has played.
Thank you. Dan, I wanted to ask you about readiness and this issue that seems to be emerging quite a bit these days in foreign policy circles, particularly from those who are in full agreement with Biden's Ukraine policy. But the idea that the U.S. military is able to maintain its readiness for future threats. In other words, at what point should the U.S. actively switch its primary focus to diplomacy, lest it depletes, its resources for other fronts? And we all know these op-eds and these concerns are focused on China. Is the U.S. creating or at risk of creating operational blind spots for itself by focusing so much on the military aspect in Ukraine? Or are you seeing this conversation in the military that it needs to keep its powder dry for other threats? I mean, what are the sort of pitfalls here that you're seeing as a military man?
Well, I think something that Colonel here said a second ago, I think is so operationally important right now. That is, you can't have more enemies than you can handle at any given time. And we don't want to put off any possibilities anywhere. So we got troops that are on the ground in Syria, on the ground in Iraq, on the ground in Africa, all over the place. And it's not just those guys who are on the ground, but it's the ones who are training to go back to replace them. It's the ones who just came off of that mobilization. And so you've also got troops in Europe. You've got troops all up near Ukraine that are constantly being rotated. I think the first 101st just rotated one brigade in there and out, so that they're focused on that. Then you're also trying to go into Asia, and you're saying, hey, we got to get ready for this, potentially major war, if something goes bad with China, Taiwan. And you can't do everything. And now that on top of all that, you add in all of these things we're doing with the ammunition and the weapons and the training and everything else, specifically with the Ukraine, and we're rubbing up against the possibility that an accident like what happened with this, this aircraft, the situation the other day, which could change everything in an instant. And we are so dispersed across the board in nearly every category there, we are making ourselves much weaker than we need to be. If, God forbid, we do end up fighting China or Russia or anything else, unexpectedly pops up there, we're going to be very hard pressed to get it done. We clearly don't have the infrastructure that you need to sustain a long-term modern warfare in terms of missiles, other kinds of armament that we desperately need. We don't have the infrastructure for that. We can't maintain a war anywhere. But the fact that we're dispersed everywhere means that the chances of, if we do get into a conflict, it's going to be a big ramp up time to even have a chance to fight. And, in modern warfare with the destructive power, those things could be over relatively quickly, especially if you're talking about potentially in the sea and in the air, in the South China Seas. That's another topic for another day, I suppose. But the general answer to your question is our national security continues to be weakened by our focus, obsession on Ukraine, at the expense of our own security. And you just can't do everything. I don't care how much you want to, how much you think they're a bad guy and we're a good guy and this other, it doesn't matter. The numbers sometimes actually matter. And right now, our security is weaker than it needs to be.
Sorry, Kelly, I need to excuse myself. I think it's been a great discussion. I wish I could keep
Sorry, I had one
attending.
more question for you, and I didn't know when you had to leave, but I realized you're driving to the airport, so. But thank you for joining us, George.
Could I just one follow up on that?
Absolutely.
At Pritzker last week, there was I won't mention any names, but let's just say there was a West Pointer there who was on the last panel, and he made a statement that he felt the all-volunteer force was an ethical, moral force, whereas a conscripted force would be an unethical and immoral force. And then he put a semicolon and quickly followed up with, but if we confront an existential threat, we'll need the immoral force. And my question to him was, how do you transition in time? And the comments that were just made amplify that, because we can't transition in time. This nation could not mobilize to a full-up force in less than a year. China has no problem with that and has the industry and the defense industrial base that dwarfs ours. So just think about that for a moment and think about conservation of enemies.
I want to just ask one quick final round of questions and then open it up. But I wanted to ask Liana this. At the beginning of the year, you and Michael Kimmage wrote a piece for Foreign Affairs outlining the 3 ways that Russia possibly could be defeated. One of them was the collapse of the Putin regime from within. Can you talk a bit about the dynamics today in which you could see that happening? Also, we know there are people inside the Biden administration, like Undersecretary of State Victoria Nuland, who believe Putin must go before Ukrainians will ever be safe from invasion again. Do you believe that's true, and is it possible?
Yeah, I think there's probably a difference between sort of the analytical assessment that Victoria Nuland has done here and the policy that derives from that. So I think, again, the Biden administration has been very clear that this war is not about regime change. And they've very clearly communicated this to the Russian side. It is for Russia to get out of Ukraine. And whatever happens in Russia as a consequence can be advantageous to U.S. foreign policy, but this is not the primary aim. This war is not a war that is fought to get Vladimir Putin out of power. And I think that's a very important a very important and strong sign, and that's also a sign where European allies are very much on the same page. Now, from sort of departing from this policy prescription, I think the analysis that Ukraine will only be safe if not only Putin, but Putinism as a system departs is certainly a correct analysis. What if we don't have many historical examples, but if we look back in history to 1953, the year when Stalin died, it took decades until from Stalin over Khrushchev, over Brezhnev, someone like Gorbachev was able to emerge from the system. So I think it would be wildly optimistic to assume that just because anything can happen, we would see in Russia the emergence of any liberal leader. It's not absolutely not excluded, and certainly not excluded that Russia can be a democracy and it can have a democratic leader. I mean, that's the alternative Russia that we would all hope for. But it is certainly not the the likeliest option. Putin has been very smart in sort of stabilizing his regime throughout the war. He has been cautious with mobilization. He has tried to keep the public engaged in this war, but not too much. You can still have a life in Moscow without, dealing every day with this war. He has co-opted all his elites. I mean, this famous meeting that he has done at the beginning of the war, where he basically forced everyone to support what he is doing. So that were instruments to stabilize his rule, but it certainly doesn't mean that as a consequence of defeat in Ukraine, or as a consequence of the economic privation that Russia is going through, we will see challenges or challenger to Russia's leadership or domestic public unrest, which might not be liberal unrest, but which might be dissatisfaction with the lack of a future that Russia now has. It's really difficult to make predictions here, but my argument would be that we have to prepare for Russia that even after Putin will not look entirely different, but where we can hope for, looking into decades, for something to change in Russia from within. And the worst case scenario would certainly be a military hardliner taking over in Russia. But even there, I think there's no role for the United States or for the West whatsoever to play in the domestic developments in Russia. It is to prepare for anything that can happen. But Russians have to decide about their own future. And as long as they don't it is the elites that will fight this out between them.
Very real quick. What about economic pressures on Europe right now? We just saw that the Czechs, there were thousands in the streets in Prague over the weekend protesting on economic policies that have led to inflation, but also hooked into that were the Ukraine war and the sanctions and how that's filtered down to economic woes there. Do you think that economic pressures will push Europe and the stakeholders towards negotiations, or at least advancing them, because they don't have any other way out of their own personal situations? Like, in effect, I know that Russia is very strongly in support of Ukraine, but at what point does that have a limit because of own self-interest, economic self-interest?
That's a good question. Something that's been missed entirely by the American media, and that's saying something because they missed a lot, is that Ukraine was going to be an entrepot, if you will, for the end of the base road initiative for China into Europe. I personally think that's part of the reason that we're supporting the war as zealously as we are. We don't like that. We'd love for Germany to stop being a trade partner with China. I don't think the realities of the world situation will ever allow that, but we'd like that. That's one reason we like them taking our dirty Permian Basin oil at 9 to 10 times the cost rather than the clean gas that was coming through Nord Stream. And there are other provocations and reasons that the media has just completely missed. What I'm saying that for, though, is this that they've just partially picked up on from time to time, and that is the axis that we are forcing between Moscow and Beijing. This is not a healthy axis for us to be forcing. It's actually unnatural, really, and I've been in this business for over 40 years, it is somewhat unnatural. I would never have thought it would come about, but it is coming about, and it is taking on more and more ramifications for us economically, financially, and otherwise every day. I mentioned Janet Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury, mentioning the other day that these countries are looking for an alternative currency to the dollar. Guess where our debt will go were that to happen? If Mohammed bin Salman was to decide to denominate his oil sales in renminbi or some other currency than the dollar, our inflation would go out of sight almost instantly. So there are many ramifications to this struggle that the media is completely missing and not reporting on at all. It's a sad thing to say, the state of our media, but they are more serious in the long run than many of the things that rage in the headlines every day, because that's what sells their papers and their cable TV news. But there are underlying things going on right now that aren't so good. I had a conversation with one of the Bundestag members not too long ago about paying 9 to 10 times more for the gas, the dirty gas, what it was doing to the economy, how the Bundestag was discussing this more or less outside rather than officially inside. But nonetheless, I think this business of bigger is stronger, 32 nations now, I think, in NATO, is nonsense. Bigger is weaker. And we're going to find that out when a harsh winter comes next year, if it does, maybe even earlier, because people in Europe are going to begin to realize that what they're doing is not in their interest.
Just to come in as a German citizen on the Nord Stream and the gas debate, I think it's an important debate, but let me underline that there's no policymaker in power whatsoever or representative from the German parliament that would prefer Nord Stream 2 gas to, apart from the very fringe parties, to come through Germany, because it is certainly not clean gas. It is a gas which is closely linked to Putin's war and to his imperial ambitions. So I think there's very much a consensus that the dependency on Russian gas that Europe has entered and that Germany has entered in the last decades has been a huge and almost fatal mistake. And what we see now is quite a remarkable turnaround, where this winter was certainly the toughest winter that Europeans had to go through, but which will not have the same kind of economic hardship in the next winter that we are going into, because many alternative routes have been found. So I'm actually much more optimistic about Europeans holding strong in this war. And actually, it's a lot of Europeans that are looking towards the United States and rather asking, well, will the United States stay the course? Because at the moment, the support also in the European publics for Ukraine is still incredibly strong.
I think I have a question for you, Dan, but I think I'll mix it in with the Q&A because I want to give the audience a chance to ask some questions before we are kicked off the stage by Arda at 12. Okay. You, sir?
Does it work now? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. My name is Alexander Grave. I work at the Institute for Peace Research and Security Policy in Hamburg. I wanted to pick up the question that Liana raised at the very beginning, because I think it's an excellent question, as George said too, namely, what is the leverage of the West to bring Vladimir Putin, bring Russia to the negotiation table? And during the discussions, there have been mentioned sticks and carrots. In terms of sticks, I think the analysis is clear. It's about economic pressure, social pressure, which is increasing, but so far hasn't worked. Might work in 1 or 2 years, who knows? In terms of carrots, and this has also been in the article you mentioned, there has been this idea that, it's not about Ukraine, which I think is right. It's about the European security order, and we should talk about the European security order with Russia. My question is, what can the West offer in reference to that point? Do we want to go back to 2009, the Russian proposal on the European security order? Do we want to go back to the agreements and proposals made in 2021? What exactly is it? Because George said we are building, a NATO-centric Europe. I think that's not quite right. We already have built a NATO-centric Europe, and there's no way. offer in terms of the European security order?
Which one of you would like to take on that question?
I'll take just a shot at it. 92 and 93, when we had general euphoria in Washington, certainly in the H.W. Bush administration, as Shevardnadze and Baker and Gorbachev and Bush worked together to ultimately bring Russia into Europe, including the military and the political alliance, first as observers, and then later it was actually talked about membership. That's the difference between then and now. At the same time, we were talking about, and I'd been through this quite extensively with Powell earlier at the United States Forces Command in Atlanta, the European Security Identity, which at that point was a 3,000-man brigade, woman brigade, that would be strictly European, used by the Europeans, and would not impact NATO. In other words, if it were being used, for example, in the Balkans, then that would be no detriment to NATO. NATO would still have its troop commitments from the various countries and so forth. We never could get that off the ground with the Europeans, frankly, because I think Washington was lukewarm about it, really, and the Europeans were never hot about it, at least from my perception as I watched the negotiations in Brussels and elsewhere. We've been trying to do something like that cosmetically ever since, as I sense have the Europeans, but it's never come to any fruition. But I think it's going to come to fruition after this, because I think they're going to wake up to the fact that NATO has become untenable. And giving it such things as out-of-area missions and so forth is really kind of a contradiction of its main ingredient, Article 5. And its main ingredient was the Soviet Union. So we're searching desperately, and Ukraine has given it to us, for a rationale for the maintenance of the alliance. I think that rationale, if this ever gets settled, and I hope sooner rather than later, is going to quickly erode, and then the Europeans are really going to have to stand up. Your GDP in the EU now is the equivalent of ours. You got 740 million people. I mean, if you add the Russians, that's a major power. It just can't get its political act together. It needs to get its security act together too. Now, is Washington going to help that or try to hinder it? I can't answer that question.
Just a quick egg on. I think I've become quite optimistic would be nice, quite pessimistic about the European security order as an incentive for Russia, because I believe what we've seen in Russia's response to what has been offered to Russia's, offers for European security in December last year, I think has made it very clear that what Russia wants is to have the United States out of Europe, or at least to push the United States as far back to the West as possible, and to basically have this exclusive zone of interest on its doorstep, and not only including Ukraine and Belarus and Georgia, but going deep into NATO territory. And I don't see that we have much overlap there where we could come to a point. And I don't see that European security is enough of an incentive for Russia, because that's what was on the table. I mean, a discussion about European security was on the table in December, which Russia has not taken, which I believe is the case before, because they were preparing for war, and it was a way to buy time, since the West was very clear that they have discovered these war preparations. And when it comes to negotiations over the end of Ukraine, this will certainly be very narrow negotiations. So probably it's really at the beginning going to be about temporary ceasefires. And while I would wish to see a big Helsinki format coming to life as part of smaller ceasefire negotiations in Ukraine, I'm quite skeptical. I think this will be something for the next decades. A little bit akin again to the Cold War and to the Soviet Union, where we had a period of sort of stabilization, and then we could do the Helsinki work, and not at a moment where we have sort of the greatest antagonism between Russia and the West.
Specifically on your question about the, what potential carrots could we put on the table, whatever, I think it's pretty clear that there's not going to be any carrots, because we don't think we have to. I mean, I hear it mocked routinely that any consideration of providing security assurances for Russia is just nonsense, and we don't want to do it. We don't think we have to. There's a big potential problem with that, is that when we basically say Russia has no valid position, then we tell Russia that the only way you're going to get any carrots is to make them, to grow them on your own, meaning that you're going to have to use your military power to get whatever you can seize on the ground, because you're not going to get anything from the West. So it degrades even further any willingness or ability to have a negotiation, because they don't feel like they can get anything, only they can receive demands from the United States. The big risk is that if Putin concludes that, then he's going to say, okay, I'm not going to trust any words you guys say. We already know, that the Minsk agreements, according to what many German and French leaders once said, that was actually, they never intended it to be agreed to. They just wanted it to buy time for Ukraine. And of course, Russia has been seized all over that. Now they believe, see, there's nothing that we can believe what you say anyway. So now then they may say, we're not going to negotiate. We're just going to achieve whatever we think on the ground militarily. Can they do that? Can they succeed? That's an open question. But they might be able to, and it could, if anything else, extend the war and make it much more bloody.
Any other questions? Back there, the woman with the black and the green.
Thank you. I'm Laura Segovia. I'm from American University. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I have a question about Zelensky's role. Which do you consider it's his main achievement in the context of the war, especially in his campaign towards Western? And do you consider his position and his image is like a burden for a possible negotiation for ending the conflict?
I'll take a shot. I didn't hear all of it. I got the last part of it. That's one of the things that I think could be on the table for negotiations, especially if we start with the major point, which is you get Crimea. We're not going to contest that. But we want you, in reciprocation, to recognize Kosovo. You've never done so. And we also want you to stop the agitation in Kosovo right now, which puts the Albanians to the south of the new bridge and the Serbs to the north of the new bridge in constant confrontation. In fact, I'm told you can't even cross that bridge without dying, going south or north. So there's real turmoil around New Bridge and the break between Serbs and Albanians. If Putin would recognize that and stick to that recognition, we would have one of our major points, if you will, that we could settle right away in any kind of negotiation we had. I think that's important because you've got to have something like that. Diplomacy is not about win-win. Diplomacy is about lose-lose and minimizing the losses. And that's what we're going to have to do. And that's why I think it's so difficult for both parties to do it.
I think on Zelensky, I think he's not the sort of stumbling block as a figure to negotiate a solution. I would actually argue that to the contrary, he's the one who could convince the Ukrainian public, which is staunchly against negotiations. I mean, they've seen so much terror in this war. They don't want to end up in the same situation as they've been in 2014. And we've seen that Zelensky's position has actually changed throughout this war. I mean, he has been more flexible in the Istanbul negotiations. He has made offers to Russia, although we will never know if this Russian delegation that was there in Istanbul would actually have brought any results, because it was certainly the lowest level negotiation team without any direct link to the Kremlin that one could have imagined in this situation. So there are sincere doubts to make about the sincerity of the Russian side in these negotiations. But I think Zelensky has shown that for him, human lives matter. And what he certainly reflects is the public opinion in the Ukrainian population. But due to his popularity, I do think that he could also be the one, if a situation comes, who says, well, obviously, Ukraine, but also the West will never accept the annexation of Crimea as a legal fact. But who could say, well, let's make the question of Crimea a question for the next 50 years? And he could be the one who could bring his population around just because he is so popular and because he has been this figurehead of Ukraine's war. So I think I'm actually quite optimistic that if it comes to the point, he will be able to conduct these negotiations with his team.
How much
I
pressure?
think that's a good point too. I mean, we forget this guy is a fluent Russian speaker who was on stages in Moscow to record audiences of Russians as a comic. He's not the kind of guy who wouldn't be a real asset were you to go into serious negotiations.
Or does Zelensky face from his right flank, though? From what I understand, politically, there are forces who are adamantly against negotiations and adamantly against the idea of giving up Crimea. What kind of a pickle is Zelensky in right now to placate different political forces in Ukraine to save his own job, much less navigate the shoals?
I think we could help with that. Seriously, we could help with that by promising EU membership, and the EU, of course, would have to agree, and rebuilding of the infrastructure in Ukraine to the extent, and funding of it, to the extent that it could make the goals for EU membership.
And I would also say that what Ukraine and the Ukrainian leadership has been very good at so far is to present a united front in this war. So we don't see this kind of infighting on the outside. There are certainly different views in the inside, but we've seen a remarkable discipline on the Ukrainian side to have one unified position in this war and to pull through what is happening without having what you just described as these kind of power struggles that will certainly emerge after the war is over. I mean, there are a lot of cliches about the Ukrainians, two coming into boom, going out with 3 different opinions. But the discipline that we've seen now in Ukraine is something which will help if we come to a situation of negotiations, I think.
This gentleman over here.
Well, I have some difficulty with the idea that you can get from a negotiation today what you might be able to get from even a partially successful military offense later, which I think is wishful thinking dealing with the Russians. But leaving that aside, if you went to a negotiating table, what's the West, what's the United States, what's Europe going to do to ensure this doesn't just become an intermission like it did between 2014 and 2022? And if we're talking about guarantees, I mean, something better than the Budapest Memorandum, which turned out to be worthless.
In order to do that, we have to do something that we have up to this point not been willing to do and didn't want to do, and that is Russia has to get something out of this. If it's not a win-win, then it's a lose-lose. But right now, we want to win, and we want him to lose. We almost been a statement of policy, at least publicly among many in the United States, that Russia must lose. Not that Ukraine has to win or that they have to get something, but Russia, no matter what, must lose. And so the idea of giving anything is like the question a minute ago about what carrots could we provide. We don't want to give any carrots. We don't want Russia to have anything, but we also don't want this to be an intermission. And the only way you're going to get to a not intermission is to have some kind of win or a success from the Russian side so that they feel secure and that they don't feel the motivation to go out and do that. And we're loath to do that. We don't want to do any of that. But if we don't say both sides have to come out of this with something so we can get to at least a minimally loss for both sides that both can live with, then we're almost certainly going to set the stage, or very likely going to set the stage for more later.
probably the other way around would be my argument here, that if you give Russia success, as we've given success in 2008 and 2014, it will actually embolden Russia to continue and to go further and to reconstitute their military in a couple of years and then attack Ukraine again. So I'm not entirely sure that giving Russia something as they got something in 2008, as they got something in 2014, will really lead to a lasting end. What I think will help, and you mentioned that as sort of the security guarantees, I think we will have to find a way to square the circle between less than Article 5, but more than Budapest, as you said. And I think the circle can only be squared if at the end the Ukrainian army becomes the best security guarantee that Ukraine has, which means that the security, if the West doesn't want to give Article 5, which is understandable in a dynamic war, what the West can give is a pledge for permanent, structured weapon support for Ukraine in the next years. Because that will also signal to Vladimir Putin, this support for Ukraine will not be over. You cannot hope that Ukraine will be weakened in 2 or 3 years because the West will lose interest and then strike again. We have a long-term partnership, defense partnership with Ukraine. We'll provide it with weapons over the next 5, if necessary, over the next 10 years. So any attempt you make to attack again will be futile and will only have a lot of costs for yourself. So I think Ukraine's army is the best security guarantee for Ukraine, and an army which is constantly and over the years supported by the West and remains and it will become the strongest army in Europe.
I think that's going to be a really gargantuan task, though, because, I mean, I dealt with Yatoshenko, Timoshenko, Yanukovych, others, and when Ukraine goes back to form, which it will, then you've got a real different situation. Now, I hope that they've learned enough from what's happened in this brutal war that that's not the case, but I don't think a Jeffersonian democracy is going to arise out of the ashes of this war.
Time for one more question if there's any burning questions. You'll be the last.
Thank you so much. My name is Tintin Japarite. I'm a special advisor at the Eurasia Group here in DC. Thank you all so much for a very interesting and a very timely conversation. My question is rather complex, so please feel free to give a very short answer if there is one. At what point do we essentially stop sort of giving Putin red lines domestically just to ensure that at least outside of his immediate territory, he continues to be a little bit more on the same page with the Euro-Atlantic world pertaining to security? So what do we forgive him inside Russia to make sure that he behaves outside of Russia's immediate territory? Thank you.
I'll take a shot at that. I would just be ecstatic if the CSTO, which of course is NATO's equivalent on the other side of the fight, were to focus on essentially the southern tier, because it is becoming disturbed from Azerbaijan to Dushanbe, as you probably are aware. And really, Russia's hand, though it's been draconian at times, has been very important to keeping that region fairly stable. It's beginning to worry the Chinese badly because that's, their land route, BRI. And one of the reasons they now have probably their most formidable military base is right there on the border with Afghanistan, because they want to protect that. It's one reason why I recommended to the Pentagon that they get their head out of the strategic dirt and stay in Afghanistan. Not because of state building, but because of the different things that are happening there. Not only the fact that the BRI is coming through there, the Chinese are there, but also the most potentially destabilizing nuclear stockpile in the world, being added to by 10 weapons every month now, is in Pakistan. And we need to be able to pounce on that if necessary. So it's difficult to say, be still, be quiet, don't do anything, because they do have a great powers sphere of interest, if you will, that complements our own sometimes, and for that matter, complements Iran's too, another power we haven't talked about much here, of 88 million people whose women just delegitimize their government. And God knows what's going to happen after a few years, and those women realize, and the men who supported them, including the clerics, realize that too. And we have probably a military dictatorship because the people with the guns are the IRGC. And these women, no matter how stalwart they are not going to be able to overthrow those guns. But I will say one thing that happened in this last few months. The first guns got into Iran, and they got in there through Azerbaijan, and they killed members of the government. So that's the first guns in Iran aimed at the government since the revolution. So Russia's necessary in some of this region to help us.
I hope I understood your question correctly, but if it's sort of the question about the linkage between domestic and foreign policy in Russia, I would say that if we have a new leader that emerges after Putin, who is autocratic in the inside, but who is more constructive on the outside and less aggressive in Russia's foreign policy behavior, I think there will be a lot of Western voices saying, well, we have to engage with this leader. And I do think that if Putin were just an autocratic leader, as he became in his last 10, 15 years, without the aggression in Georgia, without the aggression in Ukraine, 2014, I think it would have been easy for the West to accept an autocratic leader in Russia. I mean, of course, the ambition would have been to have a democratic Russia, but it would be easy to accept an autocratic leader as long as this autocratic leader does not engage in aggressive behavior outside. But unfortunately, what we've seen in the past is that this linkage between authoritarianism inside and aggressive behavior to the outside is something which is there, and which is certainly there with Russia. I don't believe that Putin has started his wars to consolidate his power bases at home. He has a genuine foreign policy interest in what he's doing, but it is certainly a very welcome side effect that he can screw the tides domestically with every foreign policy adventure that he does.
I ultimately think that we can't view anything that's going on any more than he can determine what we do inside of our borders. We just bypass this, almost blindly. If the situation was reversed and it was, say, Mexico that China was trying to have a military alliance with, or Russia was having to, we would not be benign. We would not say, well, as long as they're, it's a defensive, then that's cool. We would never accept that under any circumstances. And to accept Russia to do the same with this continuing to move up there and to react benignly and to accept our statement that this is not an offensive, nuclear or military alliance is just unrealistic in the extreme. As long as we continue to push up and to do things that we ourselves would never tolerate, then we cannot expect their leader to do the things that we want them to do. And it's just a tough situation because we basically made this, decades-long process, and you can't just turn it off right now, even though I think that for our security, it would be much better to significantly change the security architecture. But that's more than I can answer in a few minutes. But I don't think the bottom line is we're not going to do it as long as we continue what we've been doing.
Very much. Can we give a round of applause to this wonderful panel and this high-level discussion today? Thank you so much. So, Arda, what is the plan now? It's lunchtime, and then there'll be lunch in the foyer if everybody would like to proceed, and we'll meet back here for the 1 o'clock panel, or 1 o'clock.
Yeah. So there's a buffet outside. You can take a plate and bring it back to the tables and eat. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll have the panel here. So the lunch is here in this room, but it's served in the foyer. Thank you.
Thanks.
I enjoyed it a lot, and hope you also enjoyed the lunch, and you had a chance to exchange ideas and network. If you haven't had a chance to, meet other colleagues yet, we'll have a networking reception after the panel discussions after 5:30. So please stick around. It is my great honor and pleasure to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Charles Kupchan. Professor Kupchan is a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, and professor of international affairs at Georgetown University in the Walsh School of Foreign Service and Department of Government. From 2014 to 2017, Kupchan served as a special assistant to the president and senior director for European affairs on the staff of the National Security Council in the Barack Obama administration. He was also director for European affairs on the NSC during the first Bill Clinton administration. Before joining the Clinton NSC, he worked in the U.S. Department of State on the policy planning staff. Previously, he was an assistant professor of politics at Princeton University. A prolific writer, Charles Kupchan is the author of numerous books and articles on international and strategic affairs, including his most recent work, Isolationism, A History of America's Efforts to Shield Itself from the World. He recently co-authored a piece in Foreign Affairs with Richard Haass, president of CFR, which was mentioned during the first discussion as well, and I hope that we get a chance to discuss that more, if not in the keynote session in the panel after that. I encourage all of you to read that piece as well. The title of Dr. Kupchan's speech today is The West's Next Challenge, Managing Multipolarity in a Globalized World. Please note that there is not going to be a Q&A session after the keynote speech. We'll directly go to the next panel discussion, which my colleague Zachary Pakin is going to lead. But after, Dr. Kupchan is joining that panel discussion as well as a panelist. And after that session, we're going to have opportunity for Q&A. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Charles Kupchan.
Thank you very much, Bijan, for the kind introduction and warm welcome. Pleased to be able to spend part of the afternoon with all of you. I'm going to try to be reasonably brief, partly because we only have a half hour and partly because I know that Zach wants to come at me with a few questions before we start the panel. So here I go. I think that this conversation is taking place at what I would call a historical inflection point. We have entered a period in history in which historians will look back and say, boy, that was a moment in which there really was a fundamental shift in the tectonic plates. And I think that shift consists of two big turns. One, a material turn, and one, an ideological turn. The material turn is that we are moving from a world dominated by Western liberal democracies and the United States in particular to a world in which power is much more broadly decentralized. And to simplify, the big shift in the distribution of power that occurred after 1700 from east to west is now being reversed. And power is flowing from west to east. In the year 1700, The two wealthiest countries in the world were China and India. They represented half of global GDP. By the middle of the 19th century, Europe had left China and India in the dust. That rise of commercial capitalism that enabled Europe to sprint ahead had shifted across the Atlantic. And ever since then, liberal democracies in North America and in Western Europe have really ruled the roost. Well, that's now changing, and power is flowing back to the East. If you look at the projections of various banks and accounting firms, and these are obviously imprecise because nobody knows, but in 2050, in 2060, the four largest economies in the world will be number 1, China, number 2, India, number 3, US, and number 4, Indonesia. And China's economy is predicted to be 70% larger than the American economy. That's a brave new world. It's going to take time to get there. The economic distribution of power is shifting more quickly than the military distribution of power. But we know from history that when powers become wealthy, they always eventually translate economic heft into geopolitical heft. So we're headed into a very different world than the one that we've been living in. And then I think the second big shift, the ideological shift, is that the progressive march of history, the tilt in the arc of history toward more liberty and toward more freedom, which began with the French and the American revolutions, that shift, that arc, that direction of change has begun to tilt backwards. The world is becoming progressively less free. Autocracies are getting more autocratic. Liberal democracies are becoming less liberal. And those countries that used to be tilting in the direction of democratic transitions have begun to shift in the other direction. And we don't know whether this is a reasonably temporary phenomenon. It's been going on now for about 10, 15 years, or whether this really is something that is more durable. But it does mean that this decentralization of power is coupled with the decentralization of ideology. And that's why I think we're going to be living in a world that will be multipolar, multicentric, globalized. And that world we will be in for the first time in history. Because we've lived in multipolar worlds before, but they were not interdependent and they were not globalized. To take us back to 1700, yes, China and India were dominant powers, but there was also the Tokugawa shogunate, the Ottoman Empire, and the Holy Roman Empire. So there were really 5 centers of power in the world, but they had very little to do with each other. And as a consequence, the whole issue of global governance and managing the global commons never emerged because there wasn't a global commons. Well, today there is a global commons, right? We are all, to use a political science term, smushed together, rowing in the same boat when it comes to climate change, cybersecurity, pandemics, migration. But at the same time, this globalized, interdependent world will no longer be run, to be politically incorrect, by white Anglo-Saxon men. Because globalization and interdependence really was managed first from London and then from Washington, but those days are behind us. And so the big question in my mind is, how can we mediate the onset of globalized multipolarity without seeing the world gravitate toward disorder? How can we deal with ideological dividing lines and geopolitical dividing lines and multiple centers of power without at the same time falling short of dealing with climate and pandemics and cybersecurity and nuclear proliferation and all these kinds of intractable challenges that will require cooperation across political dividing lines? Now, there are those who say that the world that we're headed toward is a world that we've seen before, and that is a world divided into two hostile camps, democracies on one side, autocracies on the other. Yes, this is the world that is reemerging as a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But I don't think that it is useful to pull out the Cold War playbook. I think those of us who believe that we can simply follow the formula that we followed in the 20th century to defeat the Soviet Union, that's not going to work in the world that lies ahead. And let me just tick off several ways in which I think this next world will be far more challenging than the Cold War of the 20th century. Number one, China is a far more formidable competitor than Russia, right? Russia topped out at around 55% of American GDP. China is expected to surpass America in terms of global wealth, probably within about 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And then it would start moving pretty far ahead. There was just a report released by an Australian think tank. I can't testify to its accuracy, but it said that in 44 key technologies, cutting-edge technologies, 38 of them are in the hands of China. China leads in those areas. You think about Russia, what companies has Russia built that are world-class? Gazprom. That's about it. China has world-class companies on drones, on AI, on digital payments, on solar. There was an interesting article in the paper, I don't know, a couple of days ago, that the new cutting-edge technology on electric vehicles is sodium batteries, moving from lithium to sodium. Where's that being done? China. Where are they being produced? China. Yes, they don't have large amounts of sodium. We do, but this gives you some sense of a country that is making the transition from the industrial era to the digital era. And their high-tech and entrepreneurial sector is, as far as I know, talking to the experts, about equal to Silicon Valley. So this is a country that will be a full-service superpower over time. The second thing that I think is going to be quite different is the global South will not tuck in neatly to one camp or the other, which is why I think we're headed toward multipolarity and bipolarity. You know, the Chinese have made pretty clear that they're not going to tether themselves to either the West or to China or to Russia or to anyone else. They are going to navigate their own course. As their foreign minister recently put it, we're headed toward a multi-alignment world. And it's worth keeping in mind that most of the countries in the world today are not taking sides in a war that is crystal clear, right? Russia's invasion of Ukraine constitutes a bald act of aggression against its neighbor. We're not going to have a lot of better test cases to see how countries in the global South are going to align themselves. But this, to me, says this world that we're headed into is going to be a lot more complicated, a lot more unpredictable, a lot messier than the bipolar world of the 20th century Cold War. Two final features of this next world that I think are going to be particularly challenging. One is interdependence. I've already talked about that. And then the fourth is that the West prevailed in the Cold War in part because it was politically healthy. We are not politically healthy today. We are a big hot mess. And as a consequence, I do think that we need to consider our internal reconsolidation as well as how we manage a global multipolar system. In fact, I think that for me, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth priorities when I think about getting ready for globalized multipolarity is how to restore America's political center. How to make sure that the next president of France is not Marine Le Pen. And I think the chances of that are actually reasonably good, given what is happening to Macron and the protests that are taking place in the street. I see the dissolution of our political centers, the political dysfunction and gridlock that has befallen the United States and many other Western partners as posing a much greater threat to the West and to the West's ability to manage this coming world than the threat posed by Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping. And that's because if we get our lights back on, I'm pretty confident we will deal with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin or whoever comes next. If we don't, I don't think we're going to deal successfully with what will be a very complicated geopolitical landscape. Let me conclude by just highlighting what I take to be the 4 items that would be at the top of my to-do list in thinking about the conversations we should have and where we go from here. First point, we need to have this conversation. This conversation is not taking place. What's happening is that the Chinese and the Russians are saying, we know what we don't want. We don't want an international system dominated by the West. We're going to bring it down. But they don't say what they will replace it with. They don't have the ideas. Here in Washington, and I'll let Canadians speak for themselves, and I'm guessing there's some Europeans in the room, the conversation is really one of sticking one's head in the sand and doubling down. We're not going to give an inch. The West will win. China will end up on the ash heap of history, as Nikki Haley put it a couple of weeks ago. Really? Is China really going to end up on the ash heap of history? Those of us who are out there talking about figuring out a way forward, a shared leadership with China, bringing the war in Ukraine to an end, short of the full restoration of Ukrainian sovereignty, we are immediately put in the Museum of Appeasement next to Neville Chamberlain. Right? That's the kind of political atmosphere that we live in. We need to fix that because this is a conversation that needs to take place. And I applaud you guys for helping trigger that conversation. Second point, I do think we need to think long and hard about what does polycentrism look like? What does it mean to live in a world of not an order, but multiple orders? How can we create a kind of live and let live system where different parts of the world have their own set of rules and practices, but still cooperate at the global level in a way that allows us to tackle big global challenges? I mean, multicentrism, polycentrism, multipolarity, we have a language for it, but we need to turn that language into something concrete. I don't have the answers, but it seems to me that this is a critical issue here. And I don't think the answer is the UN. I don't think the answer is the G20. They will be helpful, but I think we need to think about how to balance our values and realist geopolitical realities, about what kinds of small groups we need to put together to foster cooperation across ideological and geopolitical dividing lines. 3, we need to de-risk without deglobalizing. We need to begin to figure out and unpack the digital era. To me, it is the digital era that is behind this mess that I have been describing. It's every bit as profound as the transition from the agricultural to the industrial era, right? The onset of AI, of automation, of quantum computing, of ChatGPT-4. These are innovations that are changing the way we live, the way we communicate, what we do, how we make a living. And it is causing socioeconomic dislocations in our societies in a way that are quite profound. Right? Look at the average income of working Americans. Look at inequality. Look at how automation, digitization, and globalization are impacting the guys that used to work on a GM production line making $32 an hour in real wages. That used to be the largest employer in the United States. Today, the largest employer in the United States is Walmart. What are you making at Walmart? I don't know, $11 an hour, $12 an hour if you're lucky. Right? That's why Donald Trump got elected. We need to figure out how to manage a world in which digital technology is moving forward at light speed. Social media, AI, we don't know. We're flying blind. We need to think this through, and in my mind, deal with these innovations through new public policies. Two final comments. I do think that, as I mentioned, rebuilding strength, international governance starts at home. And I do believe that given the size of the United States, given how important U.S. leadership has been, we really do need to think about a new brand of what I would call progressive populism, about moving away from the neoliberal overreach of the 1990s, letting the market rule, about a pragmatic realism and not liberal overreach aimed at turning Afghanistan and Iraq into Ohio, right? The U.S. has been overfiring now for quite some time, and we need, I think, to figure out a new foreign policy that is much more reflective of geopolitical realities, right? I'm all for American exceptionalism. I think America has made the world a better place. America, working with Canada and its European allies, have bent the arc of history. But we need to temper our ideological ambition with geopolitical realities in a much more systematic way. Finally, I do, in the end of the day, end up in an optimistic place. And that optimistic place leads me to believe that this moment of transition, when the arc of history has begun to bend back towards less freedom, this will be reversed. But it will not be reversed because we defeat China, right? It will not be reversed because we go out and vanquish those people who don't share our values. It will be because we ultimately get our own houses in order, outperform and outmatch the competition, and thereby convince the rest of the world that in a globalized, multipolar era, your best bet for security and prosperity is to head down the road of liberal democracy. Right now, we are not offering that model. We're offering a different model. Become a liberal democracy and face gridlock and paralysis. And that's why I think it is so important that we fix ourselves here at home and again go out and exert, as Biden likes to say, not just our power, but the power of our example. Getting our houses in order and being geopolitically patient is, in my mind, the way that ultimately we will again bend the arc of history in the right direction. Thank you. How about me, Zach?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zachary Pakin. I'm a non-resident research fellow with the Institute for Peace and Diplomacy, as well as a researcher for the Center for European Policy Studies, or CEPS, in Brussels. My great pleasure to welcome all of you here today, and thank you, Charlie, for those really stimulating sets of remarks to get us kicked off today. Before I invite the rest of the panel to join us up here, just a couple of follow-up questions to your keynote address. You drew a distinction between the balance of power multipolarity that is occurring on the one hand, on the material side of the equation, and the balance of power that is evolving and emerging in the normative or perhaps even civilizational sense. So on the one hand, you've got diffuse centers of power, and on the other hand, you've got a crisis of authority, as it were. And those are two interrelated but nonetheless distinct challenges. So I'm wondering if in your perspective, if it's possible to dissect that a little bit more. Do material multipolarity and normative multipolarity call for different policy responses, possibly even contradictory foreign policy responses on the part of the United States and its allies?
I mean, I do think, Zach, that the two dimensions are interlinked in the sense that, and here I would differ with people like John Eikenberry and other liberal internationalists, that, I think that the appeal of Pax Americana, the spread of democracy over the last century, was in part a function of American power, right? Democracy attached to an aircraft carrier and a big dollop of aid looks a lot more attractive than without. And as I saw someone tweet, I guess maybe last night when I was trolling around, China shows up in Africa and offers an airport. The United States shows up in Africa and offers a lecture about how to be a democracy, right? If you're an African government, what are you going to say yes to? An airport or a harangue? If it were me, I'd ask for the airport. And the reality is that 2/3 of the world now trades more with China than with the United States. China has become the lender of last resort throughout the global South. It's not surprising to me that as a consequence, you see countries tilting toward China, looking to the Chinese model of governance because it seems to have worked. That having been said, I guess I'm enough of a universalist to believe that we, lucky enough to live in democratic societies, do have a leg up in this competition. And that is, I think the yearning for dignity and freedom is in fact universal. And as a consequence, ultimately the world will tilt in that direction. But we would be naive to think that we now face an uphill battle in a world in which it's China that is out there building airports, building highways, building bridges, and running around in a way that we can't do anymore.
There's a great foreign policy branding opportunity there. An airport or a harangue. It could be a hangar or a harangue. What would you like, a hangar or a harangue? But one more question before we open it up, and I think we'll have time maybe just for one audience question, because I know that Charlie, you need to leave early as well, so I want to give people the chance to ask you a question as well. But on the question of multipolarity and diverse centers of power, polycentrism, it raises the question of who qualifies as poles in this multipolar world. And as you alluded to in your remarks, Russia is certainly a much less of a candidate to be recognized as a pole than China is. And certainly the way that Russia has performed in this war has caused many people to question whether or not Russia is still a great power. That may or may not be the case. It could be that Russia could rebuild its strength. It could be that great powers lose wars to smaller powers all the time, which the United States has done in Vietnam and the like. But putting all that aside, if Russia is indeed not a pole, if it is a middle power or a major power, but not a great power and pole, how should that influence America's approach to dealing with Russia specifically in the context of approaching a multipolar world more generally?
Well, I think that we need to define poles flexibly, partly on the basis of material strength, GDP, and size of military, but also practice and how much influence we think they have. And I do think that that Russia is a pole, should be thought of as a pole, even though they are, by any measure, a declining middle power. But they do have 11 time zones and lots of nuclear weapons and control over what Mackinder called the pivot, the heartland. And as a consequence, I think we dismiss Russia and its geopolitical influence at our peril. Now, Russia is, in my mind, going to be in the penalty box for a very long time because of its invasion of Ukraine. And how we sort of get back to a constructive relationship, I don't know. But I do think that if you think about who needs to be at the table, if we are to start having conversations in a multicentric, polycentric format, Russia needs to be there.
Now just to our audience to see if there are any questions for Charlie specifically before we move on to the panel. Yes, over in the far end of the room.
I just bringing up, you're talking about China, becoming the new power and thing, but you've not mentioned China's rock bottom low birth rate and increasing aging of population, especially compared to India. Is that going to be a factor in China's future rise? Could it be getting old before it gets rich? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have time to discuss China's vulnerabilities, and it's got plenty of them, including the one that you just mentioned, including huge debt, a massively overheated real estate sector, slowing growth, deindustrialization as jobs are automated or moved to lower wage economies like Vietnam. So, they are, they don't have smooth sailing ahead of them. But I would ask, number one, are their problems so much more daunting than ours? And on your particular point, they have, 1.4 billion people. That's a lot of people. We've got 330 million. The demographic projections that I've seen suggest that China will lose 8% of its population by 2050. So that means, I don't know, let's pick a number, 1.25 billion instead of 1.4 billion. That's still a lot of people. Yes, India has begun to, at least according to something I read, I think 2 days ago in the Washington Post, they're now surpassing China in terms of total population. And they're to some extent skipping over the industrial era and digitizing in a very impressive way. So I don't want to portray China as, this 100-foot tall gorilla with no chinks in the armor. It's got plenty of chinks, but I'm someone who thinks that they generally know what they're doing. China has a reasonably competent government, and we need to deal with the China that we have, not the China that we want.
And on that note, unless there's one final question in the audience for now, I don't see any, so let's just proceed directly to our panel. Let me invite our three co-panelists to join Charlie up here on stage. So joining me now to unpack this set of remarks, Marlène Laruelle is Director of the Institute for European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies at the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. Marlène, merci beaucoup d'être des nôtres aujourd'hui. Paul Stronsky, Senior Fellow in the Russia and Eurasia Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. It's great to welcome you back to IPD in person this time. and also a regular member of our platform, Christopher Preble. Thank you for being with us. You're Senior Fellow and Director of the Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy Program at the Stimson Center. You'll note that we've got a really rich mix of experience on today's panel. We've got experts on U.S. grand strategy, we've got Russianists, and so I think we're going to be able to look at the question of NATO-Russia relations, Russia-West relations in a multipolar world as described by Charlie during his remarks from multiple different angles. And let's start with the Russia angle and start with you, Paul, on this front. To pick up on the theme of Charlie's remarks, the theme of multipolarity. Multipolarity from Moscow's perspective has meant, in its point of view, being treated as an equal by the West, right? Which in turn has meant for Russia that Moscow reserves the right to a degree of influence over its neighboring states. That's how it manifests itself. I'm wondering if, in your view, this war in Ukraine has irrevocably altered Russia's ability to exercise influence in its neighborhood for Russia's claim to status as a pole in a multipolar world.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I mean, I think one, and I know Marlene probably has some thoughts about this too. I mean, I don't think we can ever count Russia out. Russia has a lot of tools. Russia also, as Dr. Kupchan mentioned, Russia has an authoritarian model, and that model is very appealing to many of the states around it. So that will always have some power of influence. But I think what you see in the region is a pushback certainly among political elites that are now in some countries questioning the closeness of their relationship with Russia. You see the sort of military establishment in many of these countries that have several problems. First of all, they see Russia as perhaps not as capable as it looked like it was a few years ago. You see Russia, which traditionally has been a problem solver. It could be a problem stoker, but it also can be a problem solver in parts of Central Asia, parts of the Caucasus. We haven't really seen Russia be able to play that role very much. And then all of the countries that depend on Russian armaments aren't getting those armaments right now because Russia is using them all. So on some of the key areas, security, I think there's a lot of questioning and a lot of thinking about where these countries can go. And then, culturally, economically, sure, sanctions, and we've seen, financial flows come from Russia down to these countries, sanctions evasion. I think we need to be careful. I mean, that certainly looks like a lot of those economic links remain strong, but what will happen in a year or two? I think we clearly don't know what's happening to all this money that's coming. And then finally, I think societies are questioning Russia today. I think you see this in Central Asia. You definitely see this in Armenia, where they see Russia's invasion of Ukraine as denying a neighboring state sovereignty, denying their own agency, and they're concerned about that. So what we've seen across the region is we've seen sort of a real push to sort of try to find other options. We've seen a lot of talk about decolonization from Russia. And so I think this process has started, but I don't think we can ever count Russia out. And I think if we only look at it as sort of Russia, West, China, I think that's the wrong way to look at it now. We're seeing a much more involved and interlinked former Soviet space to other parts of the globe.
Expand the scope of the question for Marlene, which is whatever they may say in public. In private, many members of the Russian elite believe that the invasion of Ukraine has been a strategic blunder and that Ukraine has been lost, effectively, to Russia's sphere of influence. So once the dust has settled on this war, I'm wondering if that will create some more room for Russia and the West to manage their relations in their shared neighborhood in a more pragmatic fashion. Or if I could put the question differently, how much will nationalist discourse inside Russia shape Russian foreign policy versus cold strategic calculations from the Kremlin and the like? Tough question, but...
I got the tough question. If I can jump on that question by also integrating the first one, I think Russia always had
a double vision of its great power status. One is a territorial definition of it, that is, the post-Soviet space is my sphere of influence. And one is a deterritorialized one, more like I'm one of the big center in a multipolar world going against US leadership. I think now there is a clear vision on the Russian side that the territorialized one is not going very well, for the reason that was just mentioned, that things in Central Asia, in the South Caucasus are getting shaken. And so the way I interpret Russia now reinventing itself as the power of the global South, with Lavrov going all over Africa and so on, it's trying to say, okay, we are still a great power, maybe not so much in our regional environment, even if we still would like to have that, but very much as part of this multipolar world. So I think they are moving into this kind of vision, and I'm following that, for example, on how, this Russian terminology of Eurasia, of Eurasia is used. You see it more and more, less and less used to describe like the shared community of destiny of the Eurasian space, because that doesn't work very well, but more to say like Eurasia as one of the center in a multipolar world, working with China, talking to Africa against the US. So I think there is this rebalancing happening now with this kind of self-projection as a global South power as a result of the total decoupling, or almost total decoupling with the West. To jump on the second aspect, I think very much will depend on how Russia can finish the war, right? And what does that mean for the regime? And I think here we tend to think that, Putin's legitimacy is intimately linked to the result of the war. I'm not so sure. I think the Russian society has been, the regime has worked in such a way that so far the Russian society is largely protected from the war itself, right? Except if you are part of a family with a husband or brother or father on the front. Otherwise, they are living in a kind of closed world from the war itself, and they try to not care about it. So you could also imagine a way for the regime of finishing the war with what would look like a victory on the Russian side, whatever. And I think they can formulate victory more or less as they want, right? And then having the population buying that, right? So I don't think the issue will be with the population on that aspect. It can be intra-elite tension. And I think here also we have difficulties interpreting, the kind of Prigozhin, Shoigu tension as being either part of the way the system function or really showing crack inside the elites. I would tend to think it's also part of the way the system function by giving this kind of safety net and, narrative for different audience. So if you want the tough guy, Putin is a little bit old to look like the super tough guy as he was like the macho guys 20 years ago. So you have Prigozhin playing that kind of role, right? But you still have Putin as the father of the nation or the grandfather of the nation, right? Because he's getting old. So he has to change the image, right? And so I think it will very much depend on how the elites want to interpret the way the war can be ending. And if it's not ending, if it's a kind of, frozen conflict, ceasefire lines and so on, I think they can play with that pretty well and just hope to relaunch very pragmatic economic partnership with Europe. But I think for them, what is the core element is that the war is a metaphysical war with the West. And this one you don't win or lose because you cannot calculate what is victory, what is defeat. Right? And I think they made that shift after the Kherson retreat, where the narrative was, okay, we annexed the territory and then now we left it, but that's okay because spiritually, Kherson is still considered as part of Russia now. And if we lose militarily, well, in a sense, what matters for Russia is to resist the West. And that's the deep reason for the war. And that can stay like that, even if the war is militarily lost or stabilized or stagnating. The symbolic war is done by Russia, and that is already a victory. So I think they can play with that, and then depending how Europe will be reacting, because the other part of your question is how Europe will be ready to re-engage, or who in Europe will be ready to re-engage at a certain time. And then I think Russia will be interested in re-engaging with whoever will be interested in re-engaging. So I think the question will be mostly on the Western side, who will be ready to re-engage at what time or another one.
Oh, well, that's a very good segue, actually, into a question for Chris. So let's flip the switch and talk a little bit on the Western side of the equation here. We have not seen NATO actively moved to bring Ukraine into the alliance since the Bucharest summit in 2008, but nonetheless, the West has continued in principle to have an unwavering commitment to respecting the nominal right of post-Soviet countries to choose their orientation, irrespective of Russia's views on the matter. Does this war indicate that this approach needs to be revisited if we're going to be able to re-engage at some point?
I guess I'm caught between is and ought, right? What is going to happen and what I think should happen. I think, given the nature of the sort of the obvious, this is an obvious act of aggression. It was clear to everyone. Charlie's right from his remarks. It was, you know, even those who have chosen not to take a side, very few of them would argue that Russia's decision was a just one. And so we're at an awkward moment for those of us who had some concerns about NATO expansion and NATO enlargement. We're at an awkward moment for talking about how we got there, because it's just the optics are terrible. By the same token, and so in light of everything that's happened over the last 14 months, I think that we are closer to some sort of a security guarantee to Ukraine than we were on February 23rd of 2022, even though all of the circumstances, none of the circumstances and sort of the concrete rationale for not extending a security guarantee to Ukraine, that hasn't changed at all, frankly. It's the optics created by this horrible war of aggression. I guess what I would say in terms of what ought to happen in lieu of a security guarantee, and again, we're not going to get a security guarantee like NATO, because you're not going to get unanimity or anything approaching unanimity. It's just not going to happen. I'm not convinced, though, that a security guarantee outside of NATO is necessarily better. So, you know, we can engage that conversation. I'm just not convinced, because at the end of the day, from a U.S. perspective, and even from the perspective of Western national interests, whether Ukraine is neutral or firmly in the Western security camp, I don't think is material enough to justify a much more thoroughgoing and affirmative, you know, case for a security guarantee. So whether it's NATO or not doesn't really matter. The second point, and this may be addressed more, I think, by the subsequent panel here, is what has been lost in the course of the last 14 months with respect to alternative security architecture in Europe. And what I'm concerned has happened is that the possibility of an alternative that didn't include NATO with then Ukraine in some, you know, awkward third way has been foreclosed. Sweden's desired entry and enter into NATO, and Finland's already having done so, I think has dealt a pretty serious blow to the possibility of some alternative security architecture that I think is more sustainable in the long term. But we just, you know, that's what's happened, and we can lament it, but we just have to acknowledge what we're dealing with right now.
Thanks very much. And let me throw a similar question over to Charlie. Is now a time to be challenging sacred cows like the open door policy in NATO, or is something like that going to have to wait for a very long time?
I think that that kind of reevaluation is going to be kicked down the road, because there isn't a political environment conducive to having an honest conversation. And to some extent, we got here because everybody was afraid of having an honest conversation, right? 2008, Bush couldn't agree with Merkel about map for Ukraine and Georgia. Merkel says, well, you know, maybe one day they'll get in, but I can't approve a map. And George Bush says, oh, would you be comfortable saying maybe one day they'll get in? And yeah, sure. So they stuck it in the declaration. Everybody knew that, you know, it's not something that's particularly meaningful, but it kept going. And so now to undo that, and to have the President of the United States or the German Chancellor just stand up and say, NATO's door is hereby closed, is very hard to do. And, you know, tying your this question to a previous question that you asked, I think in many ways we have a bigger narrative problem than Putin does. You know, Putin controls the airwaves, he controls the media. He can at some point say, well, I only have 70% of Luhansk and 40% of Donetsk, but we're good. You know, I have saved this many Russian speakers and ethnic Russians, and mission accomplished, right? And we have been saying things that are going to be very hard to deliver on, like victory, as long as it takes. If Russia keeps hold of any territory by conquest, it is a deep, irresolvable threat to the rules-based international. So I don't think we should be saying those things, right? Because it may well end up that Russia keeps hold of some piece of Ukraine for quite some time. We ought to be thinking about that outcome. So the simple answer to your question, Zach, is I think this is a critical year. I do think, as I wrote with Richard last week, that we are going to see the beginnings of a pivot to diplomacy sometime later this year, but it will be very much focused on the mechanics and the details of ending the war. There will be no big discussion about the end of NATO enlargement.
Right, although you did highlight, if I could ask a follow-up, you highlighted in your talk the extent to which normative multipolarity is such an important emerging feature. And what we've seen from the West over recent decades is an uncompromising approach on the normative front, right? Russia has no say whatsoever over the orientation of states on its own border. Now, you've got, adjacent to that, a real asymmetry of interests in that Ukraine matters a heck of a lot more to Russia than it matters to the US. So yes, the political circumstances are not really there right now. The political conditions are not there to revisit this normatively uncompromising approach. But should this asymmetry not, force certain people into making difficult decisions and into statesmanship in order to avoid what could be an extremely dangerous security dilemma if we don't talk about these bigger European security challenges?
I mean, I think that there will be at some point a broader discussion about a post-Ukraine war security architecture and arms control and military contacts, and what do we do about the fact that there is now a very long border between NATO and Russia. It's called Finland. And so there are a lot of things that do need to be discussed, but I think first we need to wrestle the Ukraine war to the ground. And you know what the odd thing about this war is that I think as you put it, Ukraine's gone, right? I mean, it's impossible to imagine Ukraine ever again being in Russia's sphere of influence, thanks to Vladimir Putin. And so he, in some ways, did for Ukraine what we hope to do for Ukraine, which is to give it a place in the world outside of Russia's sphere of influence. Now we have to find a way of making de facto independence, freedom, de jure. I don't think NATO membership is the way to do that, but I think we ought to realize that we have, in some ways, achieved our goal here. Now we have to find some way of making that stick before World War III breaks out.
Let's turn back to the Russian side of the equation. And Marlène, let's bring you back into this discussion. Some have claimed that a decisive Ukrainian victory in this war could transform Russia, right? From being an empire into being an ordinary nation state, re-educating Russians, decolonizing Russia, as Paul was referring to, away from chauvinistic nationalism once and for all. I'm wondering, short-term, medium-term, how realistic a prospect is that? How much is the Russian leadership actually going to be prepared at some point in the coming years or decades to challenge its own sacred cows, such as the idea of we are a great power with a special civilizing mission in our near abroad, in the world, etc.?
I don't think the Russian leadership, whoever it will be ready to challenge that. I think the question that come around, like, let's have a big Ukrainian victory so Russia collapse, and then this kind of memory process got activated, is targeting the Russian society more than the Russian elites. So it's more about this idea that the Russian elites will collapse with a big victory, a big Ukrainian victory, so that all this system will collapse, which I don't think seems realistic, knowing how much, you know, the law enforcement, the security services are really the backbone of the Russian state. And everybody remember the collapse of the Soviet Union, and will do everything they can to avoid repeating that history. So that will not happen to them a second time as it happened the first time. I think the question is, what about the Russian society and its readiness to kind of get transformed? And here I think there are good news and bad news, right? If we look at surveys or focus group that are done in Russia, and of course we can discuss what does that mean to do that kind of research in wartime, in current context and so on. But there was a really interesting kind of research done in several cities in Russia with different focus groups, and people were asked to imagine the future of Russia in 10 years. And you know, it was mostly like living in a normal country, good quality of life, education, you know, possibility to travel. So very kind of European type of thing, plus great power, right? And so the point is that how do you articulate the fact that I think average Russian just would like to live as normal citizen, but that is connected and colored with this notion of great power. So how do you deconstruct that? And is that deconstructible? Can Russians live as a good European country without being a great power? I think the problem is that there is no historical moment they can look at that and think it works, that you can have one without being a great power. And I think the problem is, how do you want a society to envision that kind of future if it has never existed? Because the 90s are the counterexample, right? So how do you help a society to envision that as a possibility, not being a great power in the traditional military sense, but reinvesting great powerness differently? And I mean, I'm not totally pessimistic. If you ask also on surveys about, you know, Russian, what does that mean to be great? What are you proud of? Well, people are proud of, you know, the nature. I don't know, the taiga, you know, the forest, Siberia, you know, history. So there are a lot of cultural aspect of being a great power that could be activated politically, but they got so much connected to being a military and a political great power that deconstruction will be very difficult to do. And I don't think a defeat will produce that, right? So all this idea that the war will end as a kind of Second World War, like, you know, Germany type. So Russia will be totally defeated, you know, there will be Nuremberg trial for the Russian regimes and so on. I mean, the chance of getting that end of the war are, I think, close to zero, right? So the Germany second 1945 is not the good example to compare Russia. I think we have to think about memory transformation that will take decades. Right? And I always give this example. Think about Spain, post-Francoist Spain. I mean, it took them decades, and they are still negotiating and discussing domestically, you know, the Franco past. But they are a democracy. So you could be a democracy before solving your relationship to, you know, state violence and being a dictatorship and an authoritarian regime. So I think the fact that we imagine that everything will be connected in once, you know, the regime will collapse, the society will get transformed, Russia won't be a great power, and then they will be able to solve their memory trauma of Stalinist past, that everything is a kind of one package. I don't think it is. It will be multiple package with different chronology, different timeline, and that will take decades to hope for that. I mean, we should hope for it, but we should be ready to realize that it's a societal grassroots transformation that will be disconnected largely to what will be happen to, you know, Putin's future and who will be replacing Putin and so on.
Very insightful. Thank you. And let me, Paul, let me turn to you and take this question and maybe flip it a little bit internationally, because Arta and I in our white paper argue that the question of the status of Ukraine for Russia is a double issue, right? You've got on the one hand the fact that it's tied up with Russia's image as a great power in the European security order, with the right to set the terms of the European security order and who gets to choose and not get to choose their orientation, et cetera. But then there's the second dimension, which is the unresolved debate within Russia about where the boundaries of the Russian nation lie. And that has been debated for centuries, but it also lies, of course, in the fact that there's the unresolved legacy of the collapse of the Soviet Union as well. So my question is, what scope is there for dealing with the former issue, for us to deal with the former issue in our relations with Russia, right? Confidence building measures, engagement with Russia at the level of continental order, et cetera, so long as the latter issue is unresolved, so long as Russia still views itself as being spiritually one with Ukraine. Wow, that's a tough question. I think, okay, do you want to take it?
No, no, no.
No, you take it.
Allez. No, 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 no.
Okay. I think that's we have set, as Charlie mentioned, we've sort of set the language up of where we're going to go on this. So we have uncompromising language about Ukraine, and we actually see Ukraine now as very separate. I mean, if you asked me 20 years ago, if you asked me, 10 years ago, I mean, Ukraine and Russia were intrinsically connected. I think right now, I mean, even with Ukraine, but also with Russia's this lack of clarity over where Russia begins and where Russia ends, and it's not just in Ukraine. I mean, it's in Kazakhstan as well. It's in other places. This is a never-ending issue, and I don't think. You can talk to some people in the Russian opposition who don't particularly like Putin, but they still have that same image. And so this idea of Russia as this broad continental spiritual power, it's not just with Ukraine. It's with others. And so I think that's something we need to be dealing with constantly. But also, I mean, I think provided that. With the war continuing ongoing, I think some diplomats will probably be able to sort of put this issue on the side, but I think it's going to be a fundamental issue that we're not going to be able to really engage one-on-one with until for many years. And I think some of the people that we could engage with are people who are no longer in Russia, and so where is that potential to have interaction? And I've even seen some of the people I used to engage with very closely, I can't even talk to anymore just because of how they've switched, either because of necessity or because that's actually what they really think. And so I think it's going to be a deep challenge, and I really don't see a whole lot of opportunity for those discussions happening. Certainly when the war is going on, but even in the trust building stages. Immediately after.
Yeah. If I can add on that, I think we need to be as granular or refined as we can in the analysis, because I think things have been evolving over the years, right? In the Russian leadership vision of the relationship to Ukraine. I think very deeply, as part of the thing, there is this vision that Ukraine specifically, but all the other, they are kind of okay, they are independent state, but they are not fully legitimate state, right? And then in Putin's speech on September 30th for the annexation of the Ukrainian region, he said, either you are sovereign or you are colonized, right? There is only two status for country in the world, right? So all the post-Soviet space, they are colonized because they are not sovereign. They are colonized by Russia, meaning, and if suddenly Ukraine get colonized by the US, then Russia had the right to fight because Russia and the US are two sovereign countries fighting for the colonized one. So there is this very kind of disdainful, contemptuous vision of the agency of the post-Soviet space and especially of Ukraine. But the idea that it's one nation and that you have to take its territory, that I think is a pretty recent construction that has been happening in the Russian leadership and especially in Putin's mind. I think for very long, the idea that as long as you have geopolitical loyalty, you're fine, right? And I think if Ukraine would have stayed geopolitically loyal to Russia, then the idea of conquering territory wouldn't be there. Right, so the territorial conquest, so this imperial aspect is arriving as the last solution for Russia that has lost the geopolitical loyalty aspect, right? So it's what you grab once you cannot get the kind of the geopolitical colonizing aspect. And I think it's important to see that draft because you could imagine that there will be a moment where the territorial aspect will not be as important if the relationship is reshaped. And also, last point on the Russian public opinion, when we ask Russians, why is the war going on and what does it matter? It's so people buy the narrative about we are fighting against the West. They buy the narrative about we are protecting Donbass. They don't buy the narrative about we are one nation. They don't buy the narrative about we need to take territory. It's like 3 to 9% of Russians buying the like we are one nation, therefore we should be one state. So I think in the Russian public vision, there is not this idea that should be, the two states should merge into one and Russia had the right to take territory. But that it's a fight for against the West, and that Ukraine is the peace to take, I think is very strong. So here also it's good to have these kind of nuances. Otherwise we see everything as a kind of full imperialist in terms of territorial conquest.
If I could just add to that, I think she's absolutely right about this idea of the idea of conquering territory isn't as important as geopolitical loyalty. And you've seen that since, I mean, Ukraine is where they're trying to conquer territory now, but with everybody else now questioning their relationship with Russia, you see some veiled threats to Kazakhstan, you see veiled threats to Armenia, you see veiled threats to Moldova. Sometimes they're not even veiled, to sort of encourage them not to make the geopolitical pivot, and provided that they don't make the geopolitical pivot, they don't need to worry. And so I think it is that idea that so long as you're geopolitically loyal, we don't need your territory, but once you pivot out of that, we will at least warn you not to do it.
Let's turn now from the hardline discourses that have been proliferating within Russia and talk about some of the hardline discourses that have been proliferating in Central and Eastern Europe as a result of this war, because there are many countries there that feel extremely vindicated about having gotten Russia so-called right all this time. And now they favor a completely uncompromising approach towards Russia, and part of that has to do with their own perception of their own security interests, which they view, now Russia to be an existential threat to their own security. So, Charlie, how much of a problem do you think this is going to be for the United States in creating a nimble and flexible approach towards managing the Ukraine file and the NATO alliance more generally going forward?
There's no question that the war has created a dynamic in Poland and the Baltic states that, see, told you so. You never believed us. We were right all along. And now we have to push back against Russia with unstinting resolve, because otherwise they'll be at your doorstep. They keep saying, this is not Ukraine's war, this is our war. They're fighting the war for us. I actually don't buy that narrative, but it is one that is resonating quite strongly. Right now, is it an influential force? Yes. And why does Biden keep going to Poland to give speeches about this? Because he has rediscovered Poland. Poland has been an enormously generous country with refugees coming in, flowing arms into Ukraine. I think you'll see things settle over time, and I would not say that the Polish position or the position coming out of Vilnius or Tallinn is for the future NATO's new position. I think this is a critical year. I feel that a conversation is starting to take place quietly about how to bring this war to an end sooner rather than later. I have no evidence to buttress that. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but I do think that you will see a kind of pullback on both on the narrative front and on the policy front as 2023 goes forward. And it was, for me, a really important data point is Ron DeSantis, because the Republican Party is split. They're the hawks. They're the America First crowd. DeSantis is a very savvy, ambitious politician. And the fact that he located himself where he did said to me that that's where the Republican voter is. And so I think this is an issue that is going to be very complicated for Biden to manage assuming he runs, as he heads into the election season. If I could just pose one question back to Paul, picking up on his last statement. You said as long as they don't pivot away geopolitically, then Russia will leave them alone. Is your advice to the Moldovas and the Georgians and the Armenians and the Azerbaijanis, just keep your head down, don't poke the bear, because if you don't poke the bear, they'll leave you alone?
I mean, I think you can never, I think as what, the last year shows, you can never quite say Russia will leave you alone. But I certainly think, Russia is stretched right now, and Russia certainly does not have there might be some who have the appetite to take this further, but I'm not sure Russia has the capacity. What I think, I've heard some people around, around Washington say, country X needs to leave the CSTO or needs to leave the Eurasian Union. I think simple things like those might make someone feel good, but they don't necessarily change a whole lot. I think keeping your head down is certainly one. Diversifying your foreign policy, but not just with the United States and Europe. I mean, diversifying it with the Gulf, diversifying it with India, diversifying it with Japan, and particularly countries that Russia needs. I mean, Russia needs India, and so I think certainly keeping your head down, being careful not to alienate Russia. In many ways, some of these organizations, these Russian-dominated organizations, they're really struggling right now, and so I don't really think you need to physically leave the CSTO. You just need to find additional partners, and I think it's going to happen naturally. I mean, where are you going to get the components you need for the Kazakhstani military or the Armenian military? I mean, they're going to come from India. They're going to come from other places. They're not going to come from Russia, and they're probably not going to come from the United States either. And so I think, this careful maneuvering, and I think we also need to be very careful in our language, both in what we offer these countries and what because we're not able to deliver. And I think even if you look at the national security strategy, I mean, it's all about combating China and Russia. That's fine, but I think to some of these countries, it means that we'll have their back, where I'm not quite sure we do have their back. And so I think they just need to be careful. They need to diversify, and they need, as long as they have a diversified foreign policy, I mean, it's a lot harder than we're pivoting west like Georgia or Ukraine has.
You have to leave relatively soon, Charlie. So I've got one final question for all of you on security guarantees for Ukraine. So let me start with you. U.S. military assistance has been indispensable to Ukraine during this war, and for that reason, a security guarantee for Ukraine that does not include the United States, right, something like a European security guarantee for Ukraine, may not actually be worth very much. But in your view, can the United States afford to take on responsibility for protecting even more countries, even as the world becomes more multipolar? I mean, people are talking as well about security guarantees for Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel, for example. Is now the time for the U.S. to be taking on additional security guarantees in Europe and the Middle East, especially as China is becoming a pacing threat?
I think that Ukraine will end up with some kind of security blanket. It will be short of an Article 5 type commitment if you're talking about the U.S. I'm guessing they won't get that from anybody. I mean, maybe the Poles and the Baltics might be willing to make that kind of bilateral, multilateral commitment. I don't think we will. And I think it's quite instructive that the U.S. is not fighting for Ukraine right now. That says that the judgment is that we're not ready to go to war for Ukraine. Well, if we're not ready to go to war for Ukraine, then we sure as hell better not offer an Article 5, which would legally obligate us to go to war for Ukraine. So the proof is in the pudding there. I do think that I could imagine some kind of formalized, codified pact of which the United States is a signatory that commits to the independence, security, prosperity of Ukraine in a way that we do with Israel, or in a way that we did with Finland and Sweden before they were members of NATO. There's a kind of moral commitment to help them defend themselves and see them prosper that is short of a security guarantee. But the short answer to your question is no. I don't think we should be out there extending new security guarantees. And I do worry that the war in Ukraine is creating strategic exposure for the United States in areas where we do have security commitments, and they may come due. I do have to go teach, so I am going to slip out.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Pleasure to see you again. Charlie, Chris, let me pose the question to you, because the Budapest Memorandum, we talked about this in the first panel, shows that mere security assurances are not enough for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity to be upheld. But anything more than mere assurances, anything that crosses the line into a formal security guarantee of some kind, may be a red line for Russia. So is there any way to square this circle in your mind? And if not, barring some sort of major cataclysm such as regime change in Russia, have we irretrievably lost the European peace dividend of the post-Cold War era? What does that mean for all of us?
I wouldn't go quite that far, Zach. I mean, we're talking about one particular territory that has been at the center of this discussion for quite some time, and I don't think any of us here are equating the way that Russia approaches Ukraine with the way that Russia approaches Poland. The Baltic states get a little more complicated, but even there, it's not the same. It's not the same as the way they talk about Ukraine. So no, I wouldn't say that all is lost in that sense, that the notion of European security has been revealed to be just a fiction, right, because of this one horrible incident. But I do want to amplify something that Charlie said, is that if the United States is not prepared to go to war with Russia over Ukraine right now at this moment, in an instance of clear naked aggression, one of the few rare cases in recent history, then I certainly don't think we should be in the business of promising to do so in the future. Now that also begs a much tougher question, which is of the countries that Russia didn't attack, where the United States is formally committed to go to war with Russia or any other aggressor. Russia would be obviously the one that we're most worried about. But here again, I don't know that now is the time to have that conversation. One step at a time. I agree with Charlie that the focus in the immediate term is on ending the war, and then later we can talk about security guarantees. But I guess to answer your question very bluntly, no, I don't think that anything will be, nothing that the United States should be willing to offer, given our interest, is going to be strong enough to deter definitively forever and into the future any future attack on Ukraine, or I think other states maybe as well.
Think that Russia could live with something that is short of NATO membership for Ukraine, but still involves some kind of Western security commitment to Ukraine? Or is that a step too far?
Right now, I think that for the Russian leadership, that's a step too far. But I think this all could sort of evolve as the situation evolves in Ukraine. I think we are going to be providing some sort of guarantees. It's not NATO. It's not Article 5. I would imagine it's a few NATO countries that will step in to do that. The United States not being one of them. But I don't necessarily. I think it just depends on how this plays out. I also think Russia has this idea of it can be patient. I mean, Russia thinks the Western coalition around Ukraine is going to collapse before Russia will collapse and before the war will. And I think as we talk about security guarantees, I think we also need to talk about economic guarantees for Ukraine. I mean, it's a country that has been physically destroyed, but its economy has also been destroyed. And you need Ukrainians to go back. You need security for all of that to happen. So in the first couple of years after, in a post-war scenario, if Russia is weak, they can just rely on whether or not we have the appetite to provide all the financial support that Ukraine is going to have. And I think maybe 5 years down the road we might see something. But I think this is a combination of two issues. One is the security guarantee, and then two is how do we what's the rebuilding of Ukraine, and how does that go along with it?
Can I come back to this issue of a security guarantee? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you at the end. I think we need to be very, very specific about what we mean by a security guarantee, right? So in the event of a future act of aggression against Ukraine in this instance, are we committing to their security, or are we committing to do the types of things that we have done over the last 14 months? I think we could clarify that again, we're not talking about a security guarantee like NATO's Article 5, but from a Ukrainian perspective, if that's all we're offering, then that might not look very attractive to them. So I do think we're at a bit of an impasse in the sense of, again, where U.S. interests, where U.S. and Western interests, and where Ukrainian interests align and diverge. And so when I think security guarantee, I think in a very, very specific sense, we are committing ourselves to the security of a partner, and I don't think we're in a position to offer that to the Ukrainians now or anywhere in the future.
And that's going to be enough to convince investors to come in and help rebuild the country and know that their investments will be secure?
Well, I think the other part of the discussion here is the EU, right? Because the EU will be also overstretched, right? Because we always talk about, maybe EU membership for Ukraine would be a solution, so we don't give NATO membership, but we give EU membership, like if it was the US, for the US to decide, which is not the case. But then it's technically or legally ultra challenging, right? You would need 27 countries voting unanimously on each chapter of Ukraine joining, which seems totally impossible given the economic challenges. But then inside the EU treaty, you also have a military part. You also have a discussion. You have several point of the treaty article that are militarily. And so how the EU will manage that, for example, Poland or the Baltic states will probably be pushing for a kind of bilateral security agreement while they are NATO member and EU member. What does that mean for if you are Paris or Berlin to have Warsaw taking that decision, right? So I think for the EU, there will be a really tense moment, and you can see it already there in the discussion that you have in Western European capitals about Central European capital, and this kind of shift of influence, and the fact that Poland is now like the third partner in the big duel. The big French-German is now a kind of a ménage à trois with Poland being part of the decision, and that is shifting the EU right center towards Central Europe, and therefore toward much more kind of a tougher relationship with Russia. And then the reconstruction. And I think in Europe, when you read European press, you have very strongly this vision that, okay, the US is paying the big part of the military support, with the implicit or explicit discussion aspect that, okay, you Europeans will be paying for the reconstruction, right? Which is current European economic condition is totally impossible. So the point is how there will be a moment, and I think that's the discussion we had about our own also moral responsibility to also be clear with Ukrainians about what are our capacities in terms of security guarantee, in terms of reconstruction. It will take decades. It will be super painful. It will not go as fast as they want it to go. It will be politically, whoever will be in power, Zelensky or whoever, will be super difficult for a Ukrainian leader to deal with the post-war atmosphere and, all the disappointment and resentment and anger that Ukrainians will have when it will finish, not on the term they would like it to finish. And I think that's part of our kind of moral responsibility now to be able, maybe not, you cannot say that to the Ukrainian public opinion because we are in the middle of the war, but you have to hope that in the corridor discussion with the leadership, that is kind of sent as a clear signal. Otherwise, we are lying to Ukrainians about our own capacity at helping.
Well, and as Charlie was alluding to, I mean, a very powerful narrative after the war is likely going to be the Ukrainians saying, we've fought and bled not just for ourselves, but for all of you on behalf of the entire West, and you're in no position to say no to us now. You have to let us into the EU. You have to let us into NATO. So obviously, it poses some big questions for us. But before I turn to the audience, let me just ask Marlène, you as well, about, since you brought up the issue of EU membership for Ukraine, full-fledged membership may be many, many years off and requires a significant amount of reform and reconstruction, but there's already talk of accession negotiations being opened formally as soon as the December European Council meeting of this year. So I'm wondering, how is Russia going to see this? Because earlier in this war, when there were talks between Russia and Ukraine, the formula that seemed to be agreed upon, even by the Kremlin, was NATO membership, no, but EU membership somewhere down the road, yes. But EU membership comes with major civilizational implications of Ukraine saying we're now part of Europe and not a part of the Russian world. And we have to remember, of course, that the Euromaidan revolution was about, the association agreement with the EU. So is Russia ever actually going to accept EU membership for Ukraine?
Well, they may say they are against. They cannot do a lot more than what they are already doing for being against, right? So they may have Dmitry Peskov making a statement saying that it's really going against Russia's interest. I don't think they can do a lot more. I think their vision is like, okay, you can always promise we are so far occupying 20% of the territory, so good luck with whatever accession you want to talk. So I think that will be their interpretation, is that it's the EU trying to delude the discussion in something very broad. They can make a diplomatic statement saying they are against, but I think that will reinforce the idea that you need to control territory of Ukraine to be sure that is not becoming a reality, right? And that, I think that will be the Russian vision of that.
If the Cyprus example will be something that the Europeans will be prepared to entertain once again, indeed. So that's another question. Let's turn to the audience now. I see Alexander and Tinatin, so let's get both of you to pose your questions together, perhaps.
Thank you very much, Zach, for moderating such a great panel. My name is Tinatin Japaridze, and perhaps given my last name, it's not surprising that I have a question about Georgia. We were talking briefly about how we should not be poking the Russian bear too much, but at the same time, as I'm sure our distinguished panelists are very aware of quite how much the Georgian present government has been trying a little too hard not to annoy the Russian neighbors. At some point, when in my native country, we don't show Russia enough signs that we are opposed to what they're doing, not just the aggression, not just the creeping occupation, but other aspects, including an influx of Russians into Georgia after the invasion, really, but over the past few years anyway. How do we know where that line is between where we actually let them know that, no, you cannot treat us like your backyard, but at the same time, try our very best to not become Ukraine 2.0? Thank you.
Should I ask right away? All right. My name is Alexander Graef. I work at the Institute for Peace Research and Security Policy in Hamburg. I think my question is for Marlène and for Paul. Because when I look at the Russian domestic discourse of the last year, it seems to me that there has been a shift from, imagining Ukraine and Russia as, one people, and just, getting rid of these elites and, make sure that the people are led in the right way. And this obviously didn't work out. Ukrainians are different. And it seems to me that this also has been realized by Russian elites over time. At least some people like, say, Glazev say right away, well, yeah, the Ukrainians are different. Of course, they say, well, it's because of the Anglo-Saxons. They made them, behave in this way. But anyhow, I think there's a shift and a realization that actually, we're not one people. And if that is true, my question is, do you see any kind of wiggle room in terms of Russian elites realizing that Ukraine is actually not the existential threat to Russian identity and self-understanding, or doesn't this matter because now Ukraine has been replaced by the West, as a kind of threat, and that's why we are even more deeper into the problematic issues than before.
Let's just start with Marlène and go across the panel.
Yeah, I think it depends. So I think among the kind of Russian liberals, both those who are openly in opposition, those who are in immigration, those who are in kind of inner exile at home. I think there is a rethinking of the relationship to Ukraine, because I think many of these people were supportive of Crimea annexation, maybe being ashamed of being supportive, but still thinking it was a good thing for Russia to happen, and now seeing that it was okay, the first step of something really bigger that they are opposing. So I think there is a kind of global rethinking of that. I think there is a vision of the way Ukrainians are fighting and are united that is sending a lot of signal for all those Russians who care about kind of civil society and, you know, mutual assistance mechanism, to look at, wow, Ukrainians are able to do things that we wouldn't imagine Russia be able to do. That said, I think that the part of the population that is supportive of the war is not against Ukrainians per se, but very much against the West, and is really buying the idea that, okay, Ukrainians are just victims of what is happening. They're just the tools of the West to create a danger for Russia. The problem, I think, is that the more the West is pushing for an extreme narrative about the way Russia will be defeated, the more you are also sending signals to Russians who are against the war that it's maybe existential in another way, right? Because it's existential, that Putin sees it as existential for himself, that's okay. But if you send the signal that Russia as a state will collapse, there will be Nuremberg trial, there will be like a lot of heavy, you know, societal transformation and engineering that will remind people from the 90s, you are sending signal that, okay, I'm not in favor of the war, but I don't want my country to lose. Because the price of losing, the price of the defeat is not about Ukraine. It's about the whole kind of what Russia has been able to rebuild over the 3 decades that could be challenged. And so I think there will be a point where at a certain time you can have people who are against the war genuinely, and it's not only about avoiding conscription, they really don't want the war. But if they feel that everything that Russia, the good thing that Russia has built over the 3 decades will be kind of, you know, pushed away and destroyed by the way the war could end, then people will be, you know, you defend your country even when it's wrong, right? And I think that is a narrative that will be there and is there in Russia. And if Russia would potentially be defeated, that will be a really kind of overwhelming feeling, even among Russians who are against the war. Say, okay, against the war, but not at the price of losing my country, right?
And just to add to that, I mean, I remember having a conversation, it probably was in May or June, with a Russian exile, fairly liberal person who is in opposition to this war. But when we started probing about, you know, how this is going to end out, he did admit he didn't want his country to lose. I mean, maybe he wanted Putin to lose, but not his country to lose. And this is somebody who fled the country. This is somebody who lives in Europe. This is somebody who has, you know, very good, used to have a good ear inside Russia, and seems to have a good ear outside of Russia in speaking to us now. And so I think that I fully agree with Marlene on that. You know, I think the Russian elite does not view any of these countries as having agency of their own. Traditionally, I think what we've seen, and I think actually we in the United States, I mean, I remember thinking, you know, the war was going to be over in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And what surprised us was that Ukrainians had agency, they had an identity, and they didn't want to give it up. And they fought quite forcefully. So I think we need to be a little bit humble and recognize that agency. I think it's going to be a problem for us. I think from between February of last year and today, the Ukraine has become, not the word radicalized, but it's become much more angry and much more, you know, wanting a full victory. So I think that's an issue. And Russians, you know, real Russians that think, and I think probably that guy who I mentioned, he's living in exile. He probably now understands that Ukraine has agency. It's a state of its own, and it's quite different from what everybody in Russia thought about it then. On your question vis-a-vis poking the bear, I think, you know, we've already poked the bear, the West. I think just these countries, they just need to tread very carefully, not to we're in a very different geopolitical environment for this region, and I think we should not be asking them to make zero-sum games, and they should not be making zero-sum games. They should be making as many diversified decisions as they can, because Russia is dangerous. It will always be dangerous to these countries, and so I think that's one bit. As far as your country, it's perplexing what is going on there, because the Georgian people tend to be quite upset, to put it mildly, about the war, quite supportive of Ukraine. This government is not. You go just down a little bit to the south. I mean, Armenia, despite its alliance with Ukraine, with Russia, is far more forward-leaning in criticizing Azerbaijan, other countries. So one that has traditionally been very pro-Western, this government seems to be both realigning. I don't know what that means. And certainly every state has their own agency. Every state is sovereign to do what they want. But whether or not that decision of this current government represents the will of the people, my sense is it doesn't. But I think we've seen sort of the collapse of Georgia's Western trajectory and the relationship between the United States and Georgia, and I think between Europe and Georgia over the last several years. And it's very sad and very troubling.
I don't think there was a question to me.
If you have nothing to add, then we can move on if you like. Sure, the gentleman over there.
Hi, I'm Tom Dans. I was in the Treasury and Trump administration. I was the Arctic commissioner in the Biden administration until that got resolved. But question for about 30 years in Russia, Ukraine, investing, running businesses there. On the subject of sacred cows and reapproaching them, my question is, what about, when do we get real about Russia's economy and the importance it has to the world? And I mean this respectfully to Charles, who left, but he asked if there were any world-class Russian companies. Well, yeah, there are a whole lot of them. We just don't know them in this part of the world because they're more or less not trading with us, right? I mean, Rostec, Rosatom, Gazprom, Novatech, Rosneft. I mean, these are major businesses. And part of fighting this war has been our assumption that we were going to put Russia out of business. Well, it hasn't happened. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. In fact, if you drop the lines today, you'd look at Ukraine, and they've lost a lot of their former GDP. That'd be behind Russian lines. So the question is like, how do you factor this whole economic picture into the go forward of finding peace? And that's where I'm coming from too, is like, but if we're going to have a real discussion about security, we have to make a recognition about the economy. Thank you.
And I noticed one more question from around over here. Yes, the gentleman over there.
It seems to me that before you start talking about the relationship between NATO and Ukraine, you've got to remember that one of Putin's demands for bringing this to a halt is a reversal of NATO expansion. And I don't think, from everything I've seen, that he's using this as a bargaining chip. He's serious. So I think that when you look at all this and you look at what's happened, and since you're talking about turning sacred cows into hamburgers, I think one of the ones you need to look at is whether or not Russia really belongs in the European security architecture. Because ever since Russia has become Russia, it hasn't been welcome west of the Berezina River or south of Volgograd.
Chris, do you want to start?
Well, thank you for these questions. I can't speak to the issue of Russian economics. I'm not a Russia expert per se, and I certainly don't know, even from your, you had a good vantage point into this on the Arctic Council. So we've done a little bit on that at our program. And I do think that in the future, unfortunately not in the near-term future, but in the medium to long-term, that is an area where we could start talking to the Russians again, is on the issue of the Arctic. Your question, sir, gives me an opportunity to make one observation that I've sort of been waiting for the right moment, which is when will the United States and the West, or how will the United States and the West approach the question of Russia going over the long term? I've had some conversations with people that really stuck with me in an uncomfortable way, which is if we assume that the problem is not, I ask my students this question all the time, is this a Russia problem or is this a Putin's Russia problem? In other words, if Putin goes away, then is our problem solved? And for some people, and I think more than I expected, it is a Russia problem. It's not a Putin problem. Russia will always be a problem. To which I say, and the answer is, therefore, it needs to be isolated, it needs to be frozen out, it needs to be, and to which I say, I understand that impulse, I really do, but Russia does have all the trappings of great power status. Maybe not on an economic basis per se. 11th or 12th in the world is not really great power status. It's a permanent member of the UN Security Council. That's not being stripped away from it unless the country completely collapses, which is another problem that we shouldn't be wishing for. It has nuclear weapons. They're not going to be denuded of their nuclear weapons unless the country collapses, which we should not be wishing for. So I do think we need to be anticipating now a conversation around the reintegration of Russia into the international system, including into Europe. It is a European country. It's more than that, of course, but it is a European country. And my concern is that in light of everything that's happened over the last 14 months, you have some people who have in their sort of fevered imagination that this Russia problem is going to go away, which, as Marlene points out, creates a whole set of other problems, right? It gives the Russian people a reason to care about this war much, much more than they did at the outset and would otherwise, if they actually believed it to be existential to them and their way of life. So I think we should be mindful of not wanting to solve this problem by trying to destroy forever this country, which is not going to go away without a fight.
Anything to add?
I mean, I think you're right on the economy. I mean, I think everybody now, when after Bucha, after Mariupol, the big question we have is sanctions and what are going to happen to sanctions. I mean, we have to do something after like ethnic cleansing and genocide and all of that. Sanctions are a tool that we have. Sanctions are a tool we can respond to when we don't want to send our own troops in to solve the issue. And they're an important tool. They're an important punishment tool and a symbolic tool, but are they really going to cause the Russian economy to collapse? It's certainly slowed. We've certainly found workarounds in various countries around the world. And Russia has found very open partners in large parts of the global south, particularly in places where those companies that you mentioned are quite active. I do think over time, certain industries, the ability to get components for the defense industry. I mean, I think certain things will be impeded over the long haul. I think we are, starting to see a little bit more strain. But what we've also seen is a very adept Kremlin that, unlike the Soviet era where all borders were closed, here, if you wanted to be one of the people who likes to travel, if you wanted to be integrated into the world, if you wanted to, if you had a job that could be remote, you just left the country. What does that mean? That means that, Putin can, close the public space. He can blame all the problems on the West and on Ukraine. At least for the short term, this is a country that's getting by and perfectly willing to have, sell its goods to China, to its energy to India, and the like. And so I think, I think we had grand hopes that the Russian economy would would collapse. And I think we inflated the role of sanctions of what they could possibly do. That doesn't mean I don't support sanctions being out there, because what we've seen has been horrendous over the past year. And the same thing, I mean, Putin being, having this indictment at The Hague, I'm all for it, because what we've seen is horrendous, but it might not necessarily de-escalate the crisis in the long term. And so I think, they might make us, it's an important statement, but we shouldn't expect either one of these to sort of really change the situation.
Can add on that. I think, the resilience of the Russian economy is something that we didn't see arriving where we should have, probably because many economists told us about that it's an economy that can function in a dysfunctional system, right? And that's a legacy of the Soviet regime, right? That it's losing its kind of some of its technological feature, but then you replace things with other, low quality, and then you always find people, who can reinvent, and so it's become backward, dysfunctional, but it's still there, and it's big enough to stay there. And I think the other aspect of the kind of sanction is that, well, we cannot impose them, right? And I think that's one of the big lessons, is that the West is not the rest, right? That's the de-Westernization of the world, especially on economic aspect and sanction, has been very visible. So, I mean, the large part of the global South is very happy to trade with Russia, is very happy to take all the kind of empty niches that Western companies have been leaving, and they are learning from that everywhere in the global South. I think all the big regional powers are learning on, okay, that's how economic warfare is done when you get kind of pushed away from the Western international system. And they are preparing themselves, de-dollarization, whatever you can have, like sovereign internet techniques and so on, to be ready in the case it would happen to them, which means that next time we will have that kind of crisis with another country, the whole global South will be much more prepared to avoid being put inside this kind of Western normative system. So I think we are losing, right? So Russia is weak and weakening for sure, but what about the weakening of the West links to the war, right? I think there have been a kind of consolidation of the West inside the global North, maybe because we feel like, okay, NATO expansion or legitimation and so on. But the vision seen from the global South is a much more kind of contrasted one. And I think Russia plays very well with that. And my last point on that is that when we were discussing also this, like the majority of the country at the UN Assembly voted to condemn Russia, and only like 30 abstain and almost 60 for the sanction. Well, that's enough for Russia to exist, right? Russia doesn't need country to vote in support of it, just need country to abstain against the West. And that's enough for Russia to function. And I think on that, they have been winning more than we want to recognize.
If I go ahead, just add two things. Marlene's intervention just reminded me, I mean, Iran has been one of the most sanctioned countries for the last 40 years. And has that stopped it from being Iran? And I think we need to be realistic that, I mean, first of all, these sanctions against Russia just started, and Russia is theoretically has a lot more capability, intellectual, political, industrial capability and know-how than Iran did, 40 years ago when those sanctions hit. And then the second thing, and as I'm sure, with your background, you know this quite well, the most competent officials inside the Russian government are the economic and finance officials. They're the ones who certainly didn't want this war. Some of them were trapped and can't get out. They don't like to be in their jobs right now, but they know how to run an economy. They know how to protect that economy, and they've done their jobs quite well. So while the military folks, the security services has been, the MFA has been disastrous in how they prepared this country for war. The central bank, Ministry of Finance, some of these Russian corporations have been quite adept since the war, and they are a large reason, not Putin, but they're a large reason for the resilience of the Russian economy.
Well, I wish we had more time because I'm sure we could continue this multifaceted discussion for several more hours, but that will have to be over drinks this evening. In the meantime, we have a 15-minute coffee break, after which we'll return for our second keynote address of the day on the future of U.S. grant strategy. So thank you all, and please join me in thanking our amazing panelists for a great discussion.
Good seeing you. How's life?
start soon. If you guys can, as they once said in a Be Western, mosey on down to your seats. Yeah. It's a special treat for me to welcome Nick Vazdev, who is a professor of national security affairs at the Naval War College. I wanted to get the right phrase here, the official phrase. He holds non-residential fellowships with FPRI, that's the Foreign Policy Research Institute. They put out Orbis, and also the Carnegie Council for Ethics in International Affairs. And we all remember Andrew was very big on ethics. Of course, he lived in another age. He is a member of the Loisach group, a collaboration between the Munich Security Conference and the Marshall Center. And I've known Nick for many years, back when he was an editor at National Interest, which was, well, we won't go there. But Nick is going to talk for a while about, as he wrote to me, he wants to deconstruct European identity and European, what it means to be Europe. And I think that is the existential center of the way ahead, not only for Europe, but for the world as a whole. And I'm so happy he's going to address that. When he is done, Nick and I will have a back and forth for a while, and then we'll take your thoughts and questions. Nick?
Thank you. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for having me and inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I know that keynote address is usually where someone gets up and gives you a set of answers, gives you a roadmap, and I'm not going to do that. I'll probably leave you with more questions than answers, because I think actually the questions that we need to be asking is the critical task at hand. The answers that we come up with are derived from the questions that we need to be asking about this nebulous phrase, European strategic autonomy, which has obviously been around for a while and has taken up new salience since the Russian invasion of Ukraine last year, and came back into the headlines this past week with President Macron's visit to China, and then some of the back and forth between him and Charles Michel and Chancellor Scholz and others trying to get at this understanding of what strategic autonomy means in a European context. Now, in order to, and before, Mike gave you some of my affiliations, and I'm going to, essentially, my remarks are always my own. They don't reflect any institutional positions of any of the places that I happen to be affiliated with. So the buck rises and stops with me on these ideas. I want to approach this using a template that was described to me by someone who was involved in focus group testing during the 2016 election. He was involved in meeting with focus groups to test out how phrases used by candidates did or did not resonate with the voters. And he took the phrase which is so beloved of so many in the Washington foreign policy community, the liberal international order. I don't think you can really go a day without having some piece from the foreign policy community talking about it. And now there's a new permutation, which is the liberal rules-based international order. But back in 2016, we were still talking about the liberal international order. And to his surprise, in focus groups outside of the Beltway, the phrase didn't land. It was not, people weren't responding to it. They often nodded politely, but they said, I don't really know what this means. And one gentleman in particular, and he related this anecdote to me, which I think is particularly funny, said afterwards, a gentleman came up to him and said, I don't know what a liberal international order is, but I don't like liberal, I don't like international, and I don't like order. So, so I want to take that approach and not liking or disliking, but getting at the heart of another three-word phrase, European strategic autonomy. And what do these words mean, and what are the questions around it? Mike mentioned my role in the Loisac Group, which is a collaboration between the Marshall Center and the Munich Security Conference. It's meant to be a U.S.-German strategic dialogue. And in the before times, the before pandemic times, in 2019, I really got a sense of how people can use the same words and have very different conclusions from what they mean. And at one Loisac meeting in Berlin, when the strategic autonomy was being discussed in the European context, one option was, well, European strategic autonomy means Europe is partnered with Russia, that Russia essentially provides to Europe a lot of low-cost, plentiful commodities, which will enable European economies to compete better against China, and that Europe and Russia together, in some sort of partnership, create strategic autonomy for Europe, which allows for competition with China and to be able to say no to the United States. So that was one definition of European strategic autonomy. Another one that was discussed when people used the phrase was, well, European strategic autonomy is the members of NATO plus NATO aspirants or NATO adjacent countries minus the United States and Canada being able to carry out a transatlantic policy on autopilot, that is, without requiring the United States to be involved, freeing up in the United States to be able to pivot its attention to the Indo-Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific Basin. And so you can see just from that example that the phrase European strategic autonomy came up with two very different policy approaches. And until we kind of get a handle on what we mean by these three words, and I noticed in the program we have one European as the geographic modifier and then strategic autonomy grouped together. And that does get us then to think about a number of questions, some of which the previous panels have already been touching on, but that it's always good for us to come back to. And the first, of course, is European. And we cannot escape, since 2022, we cannot escape the question then, where does Russia fit into this? Is Russia a European power, a European player? Is it extra-European? Is it part of a European security order? Is it outside of a European security order? Until you get that question answered, you can't really move forward with any sort of meaningful progress of, well, Russia's in, Russia's out. It does seem that since 2022, the consensus is that Russia is going to be out. If that's the case, that has very profound ramifications because keeping Russia out requires certainly other European countries to really have to change a whole set of postures, including their defense postures. And it has ramifications for the United States, the extent to which the United States will remain in Europe. One of the points from the last panel, and Marlene's point on this, I think, and Paul's point as well on this is spot on. So much of our approach over the last year towards Ukraine has had a very big temporal assumption baked into it, that by now Russia should have collapsed and not be able to be prosecuting the war. That hasn't happened, and yet we have a whole series of assumptions about pivots to Asia, support to Taiwan, creating new architectures in the Indian and Pacific Oceans that were more or less predicated on Ukraine being wrapped up this year. Maybe that will happen, but increasingly it doesn't look that way. So then that raises questions of the extent to which the United States will have to continue to invest heavily in the maintenance of a European strategic order at a time when demand signals from other parts of the world are rising. And we're already seeing that. I'm not resident in Washington, so some of you are more intimately familiar with this, but even for those of us outside the Beltway, we can see that, yes, this debate is, people are beginning to raise uncomfortable questions about priorities, budgets, resources, attention, and how does this play out. If Russia is one question, the other big question mark over a European order is Turkey. Is Turkey in Europe? It's out. This kind of half in, half out approach that we have more or less muddled through over the last 40 years, where Turkey is expected to be a major contributor to NATO, but is kept out of the European Union, where as a NATO ally, it is expected to support countries like France, but as a non-EU member is supposed to set aside when France and Greece and other countries are reaching agreements, as Turkey also redefines its own position in the world in terms of looking eastward. And those of you that have been following the work of Mohammed Solomon and his enunciation of what he calls the Indo-Abrahamic corridor, right, that of a new kind of orientation running from India and Indonesia to Saudi Arabia, the Gulf, to Israel, to Egypt, to Turkey. You may have a Turkey that increasingly does not define itself as wanting to be in a European security order in the way that we have assumed in the past that they would be. Finally, and just as a last question, and we've postponed answering these questions because they're uncomfortable policy questions. Where does Europe end? At what point does Europe, in terms, if you're talking about a European security order, when do you cross a line that says this is Europe, this is not Europe? Is Europe still to be defined by the terms of the Helsinki Final Act, that essentially it runs all the way to the Pacific Ocean in both directions? So from Vancouver to Vladivostok, which was not across the Pacific, but obviously Vancouver to the Atlantic and then all the way. And therefore, we expect at some point Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan to take their place within a European security order on the border of China. Where does it fit in? Increasingly, Europe looking for where it's going to get all sorts of the resources it needs, not only rare earths and minerals and energy, but increasingly human capital. And if that human capital is coming in a north-south direction, it raises the question as to why in an alliance that is called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, we have traditionally not thought of Atlantic-facing countries, like Mexico and Morocco, as potentially part of a North Atlantic security order. So the question about Europe, how far east, and then at what point does a European or Euro-Atlantic security order need to be thinking southward? Obviously, this gets us back to resource questions, because where do you put in your time, where do you put in your effort? And so, again, these are fundamental questions that we have to address. The second, which is, what does it mean to have strategic autonomy? What type of strategic capabilities? I think we have overweighted, and for good reason, we've overweighted military capabilities. Do you have the ability to take people and personnel and equipment and take them from point A and bring them to point B? And so we have often phrased this in terms of military spending, military equipment, what you're actually procuring for your militaries, your ability to be expeditionary with that capability, and the extent to which Europe collectively does or does not have many of these capabilities, or still requires the United States to provide these capabilities, and how long. I mean, I was actually been reading, I don't know if people have had a good chance to read Will Inboden's new book on Reagan, Peacemaker, but reading some of the briefing papers that Reagan had prior to NATO summits, all you have to do is change the date, but it's the same complaints. Europeans don't spend enough, they're free riding, they're not putting in enough capabilities, we have to do the heavy lifting in Europe. Cross out Soviet Union, and you could replace it and change the date, and they could be papers that were written in 2016 or 2023. But beyond that, there are other strategic questions. There are, as we look at, and you heard Marlene talking about the question of the global south, and I thought it was very interesting that she qualified when she started talking about the international system as a Western international system, and the extent to which countries, not simply countries like China or Iran, but a whole swath of countries in the global south are looking to hedge against a Western system. And so therefore, with strategic capabilities, if we're looking at strategic technologies, access to energy sources that cannot be interdicted, what we saw during the pandemic, that the extent to which strategic cooperation among North American and European firms was vital to getting vaccines developed. Do we see that as part of this strategic environment? And again, do we want Europe to be able to do more of this on its own? And then how would that integrate across the Atlantic? And so while we talk a lot about NATO, for instance, and we have all this talk about NATO obligations, and yet the transatlantic trade and investment partnership continues to die a pretty much languid death. And we look at so many areas of strategic capabilities. And really, in the end, this comes to a fundamental question for the United States. Does the United States need to essentially reconsolidate around a more defined Atlantic community, perhaps, again, encompassing Western Africa, Latin America, Europe, North America, in order to be better able then to compete on the global scene? And what, of course, does that mean? And what does that mean for a whole range of domestic policies in the U.S., not just the question of military spending? And then finally, of course, we come to the question of autonomy, right? And Mike is a good classicist, and and hearkening to your Greek heritage, right? If we go to the Greek terminology, right, it's the idea, in essence, of autopilot, right? That you're able to function without supervision. You're able to function without someone having to impose the nomos on you. Right? Someone doesn't have to tell you what to do. You can do it yourself. And the question really comes back to this question of, what does that autonomy mean? What autonomy is the United States thinking about? What autonomy are Europeans thinking about? Is this autopilot, which is there is a common U.S. European, or U.S. North American, Canada, European agenda, and it's just simply the punch card is pulled out, and strategic autonomy means that punch card is inserted in Europe, with the United States saying we can now rest easy because this is taken care of? Or is this strategic autonomy of a Europe that says we want more agency in an international system? For 70 years, Europe, collectively speaking, and the United States have been the two agenda-setting powers of the international system. China is emerging as an agenda-setting power. India is emerging as an agenda-setting power. And maybe we want to have options where we partner with the U.S. in certain things, but then we can pivot and partner. And certainly the question of if the United States gets into a protracted conflict with China, is this where, and we know, of course, NATO was specifically written, the treaty was specifically written with geographic limits in mind. All the way back to 1949, you had Europeans that did not want to get involved, did not want NATO to be invoked for a war in Asia. And will that still continue to be the case, where you have a strategic autonomy, meaning we're neutral in this? And the extent to which, if China is more adept at pursuing what I call a west of Suez policy, which is essentially they are reassuring to the Europeans that China's role in the world is not really going to impinge on key European equities west of Suez, as long as Europe essentially says don't join with the Americans east of Suez into the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Yeah. Americans and Brits, yes, well, keep the continuity there. But then, will Britain have the capabilities to do as much as it has done in the past? And again, those are two very different visions of what autonomy means. And then, of course, I've been speaking collectively about Europe, but as we know, Europe does not speak with one voice. Not even European level institutions don't even speak with one voice, not to mention the critical divisions between East and West, North and South within Europe, which have precluded this. And what all of this means, again, is that at some point, policymakers on both sides of the Atlantic have to start answering some of these questions. And we and then our partners have to be prepared that we may not like the answers that we're going to come up with. But this is the dialogue we need to be having over the next number of years, no matter how the Ukraine war invasion ends, from every, and again, that's in earlier panels and later panel, we'll maybe get at some of these discussions of where this fits into overarching U.S. strategy. But what's happened in Ukraine over the last 2 years has just simply been a continuation of this. It's not as if this changed what these fundamental debates were. But we are losing the window where we can keep putting these things off and saying, well, we'll resolve it later. Well, and I'll just end on this, right? That we are setting up a military budget for this year, a Pentagon budget, which will need to be dealing with what the world of 2027 will look like. So if we keep delaying answering these questions, at some point, other actors will impose their agency on us to take advantage of our inability to answer these questions definitively. So let me stop there and bring you in.
I really enjoyed. There we go. Now there's indecipherable things happening on the most minuscule screen imaginable. But hello. Okay. So what I like about your thinking, Nick, is that you create this interconnected sort of symbiosis. It's bimodal, but it's also sort of yin and yang. And on one hand, the relationship between the U.S. and Europe really does hinge on Europe's self-conceptualization. And because the self-conceptualization leads to actualization. And ultimately that is policies and all the stuff down the road. But in fact, without identity, a nation, or in the case of Europe, a community of nations, is at the mercy of a dominant outside power. So this idea of what is Europe is one critical element, one side, if you will. And on the other is the idea of order, because embedded within the idea of order are different interpretations of autonomy, as you suggested. And that needs to be sussed out, because there is no sense of unanimity within Europe or between Europe and the US as to what autonomy actually means. So if I could start with the idea of Europe, and it seems to me going back to Europe's first self-conceptualization, which was the Carolingian one, that Europe had emerged out of the Western Roman Empire, and it was what you might call a small Europe. And so in the centuries since, I mean, it's over 1,000 years, you've gone back and forth between a small Europe, arguably, and a big Europe. And the interesting thing is that the small Europe emerged in the form of imperial efforts, like the Counter-Reformation, where you had a Habsburg strategic alliance, and that shaped a kind of smaller Europe. And then Louis XIV tried the same kind of thing, ended in the War of the Spanish Succession. Then you have Napoleon. And then for the first time with Napoleon, you get the first glimmer of an embryonic European Union. And I won't go into details, but you all know the story. And he created a big Europe. And the key to making a big Europe was bringing Austria and Prussia to heel, but also getting buy-in from Russia. And ultimately, he had to put Russia at arm's length. And this is a theme that we see increasingly for the rest of European history, is that if you have a small Europe, that's doable. We did that after World War II and the Cold War. You know, you had 14 nations, 13, 14, but it stayed at 14 for a long time. And that was, again, very much like a Napoleonic or earlier Western Roman Empire, self-contained Western Europe that was tied to the US. Then, as NATO expanded, it moved into big European territory. And that big European territory could continue as long as Russia submitted. But in the face of Russian obduracy, if you're anti-Russian, or Russian justifiable insecurity, if you're Russia responded. And so now the push is on, and this attempt to have a big Europe has always led, I think, to the exclusion of Russia. Now, first time this happened was after the Napoleonic Wars. So we had a nice European concert after the Congress of Vienna, and it included Russia until Britain and France decided this was not acceptable any longer for a whole host of reasons. And so you had the Crimean War, which was like the first modern attempt to exclude Russia from a big Europe. Then you had the same thing going on in Brest-Litovsk all the way up to Hitler's European Union, which was very similar to the kind of geopolitical dynamic that we see today. And arguably that's what's happening now. And it seems to me that Europe has embraced the big Europe, but the big Europe depends on a dominant United States. And the small Europe, as we can see from the whole early NATO Cold War period, is much more cohesive and self-contained, and it seems to be capable of moving ahead on its own. And when you add more Eastern European and Balkan societies, you again move not only to a big Europe, but to the exclusion of Russia, because that is an obsession with a number of these states, mostly thanks to Stalin, but nonetheless, here we are. So what are your thoughts on how Europe could move toward a cohesive identity and not be at the mercy of the vicissitudes of this big Europe that leads to trouble always with Russia?
Well, just as you were talking about that, I was just thinking about, and you've seen this pattern now for 400 years in European history of Russia in whatever form. The immediate neighbors of Russia are threatened by the rise or position of Russia, so they seek allies, usually further to the west. Then there's a middle layer of countries that worry about getting sandwiched.
Yeah.
And so, you see this pattern of, Russia lined up against, say, Poland with French help, or the Sweden with British help. And then kind of this middle group, usually of German states that then are more linked to Russia. And yeah, there is this sense that this has been a back and forth. And again, I think it points to a risk that we have here, which is that some of these patterns, predate the founding of the United States. So the ahistorical approach that has always bedeviled American policymakers, not that you have to get drowning in the minutiae of the history, but being aware that some of these issues are patterns that have repeated themselves for hundreds of years, and that they just didn't happen last week, or it's not just because of Putin. One of the things I often tell people, look, if Putin were to disappear tomorrow, that's no guarantee that anything changes.
Right.
Because there's a Russian strategic establishment that has been formed over hundreds of years that is conditioned to look at the world a certain way. And we really fall into this, well, we just change a leader and somehow things will shift. The question about, what holds Europe together, and this is the problem that has bedeviled Europe, and it has bedeviled the relationship. One of the questions I opened with Turkey, right? The inability to answer the question of Turkey in Europe, which predates even the fall of the Soviet Union.
It's the famous Eastern question.
It's the famous Eastern question, but and something. And by the way, don't think that this doesn't have an impact in Turkey when they hear and they see people in Europe saying we are going to fast track Ukraine for European Union membership, which may or may not. Again, that's a separate issue, but just the impact of people saying we signed our accession agreement in 1987. Just think of where you were in 1987, if you were even around in 1987, and you say, we've been waiting in line since 1987, and we've seen waves of European enlargement, and we're never in it. Because that gets at this fundamental question, which is, well, is European identity linked to a religion, even if you choose not to practice it, right? The famed response, the church I don't go to. Right. But that church that I don't go to is the one that matters. And the mosque that you don't go to is not the church that I don't go to. Therefore, we really belong to different worlds. is, you talked about Charlemagne. Remember, for years, the Charlemagne Prize,
Yes.
which Churchill received in 1956. By the way, in his famous address in 1956, he has that wonderful line. He says, "In a true unity of Europe, Russia must play her role." And he actually was confident that the Khrushchev's reforms and the secret speech was going to pave the way for Russian integration. But that invocation of Charlemagne, right? That the idea that the early pioneers of the European community consciously said Charlemagne's empire more or less approximates the European.
It looked just
community.
like NATO in the 1960s, say.
You look
Because
like
Spain
NATO,
was excluded, et cetera, et cetera.
But you could say, look, northern Spain was part of Charlemagne. Everybody could have that, and then you kind of said, look, and then of course the admission of Greece to the European community, not to NATO, but to Greece to the European Union, begins to raise the question of, well, what happens then? How is Europe beyond this kind of Western, right? This tension
Right,
of is
right.
Europe, the relationship between Western and European. Can you be European and not Western? And obviously you can be Western and not European, because North Americans, even to some extent Latin Americans, can say we are part of the West as well.
Though there's one really interesting moment in modern European history when Russia was indelibly a part of the concert of powers, and that was after 1815. And it was because it was embraced by Austria and Prussia. And of course, that excluded to an extent or made uncomfortable Britain and France. But the fact is that not something of an analog to the relationship that, say, Angela Merkel had with Putin, and the idea that there was a path ahead there through a pipeline in the North Sea, but that created the kind of alternative pathway that you described, with the Russian raw materials strengthening Europe, and Europe and Russia essentially part of an emerging autonomous order. And the main thrust of the U.S., arguably, in this war is not about simply reducing Russia, but breaking up the prospect of a Europe that is no longer, joined at the hip with the U.S.
Well, I mean, it's quite dynamic. What's been happening over the last year and a half, the extent to which decoupling is happening, and the economic costs it potential is imposing on Europe. And then, of course, how much of that is done openly, and how much of decoupling, and then how much of it is still happening through the back door, right? So one of my favorite anecdotes is, I don't think Armenians suddenly started consuming European-produced cell phones that suddenly their consumption, quintupled over the last year, because suddenly a lot of Armenians said, you know what I need? I need a couple more cell phones. It's clear that there are pathways back and forth, and the same thing with, with oil being sold to Turkey or the UAE or India that then finds its way to Europe. But no, this is a profound shift. And in some ways, again, it gets at this question of strategic autonomy, but also what is it that the U.S. wants? Because in a way, realigning security and economic relationships makes sense, right? That you should, it was, President Trump maybe put it in less dignified language, but essentially his remark was, why should we be a part of a military alliance with you to give you protection while you are, buying your energy from Russia, and what you should be buying it from us? Yeah. And that creates this basis across the Atlantic. But that means Europeans and Americans both have to really decide what the parameters of the security community are. And just, sorry, I know this is going away from the identity question, but I want to throw this point out as well. Strategic autonomy in reverse. The United States, and we've seen this with the Inflation Reduction Act, is very keen on strategic autonomy when it means for the United States. And to the chagrin not only of our European, but of some of our Asian allies, who say, well, wait a minute, we're supposed to be in partnership, and yet you are going to basically, you want strategic autonomy in all of these economic sectors, and you're going to exclude us. And then that raises the question, all right, well, should we be able to, and this is, India has answered this question very clearly. We're going to hedge with, therefore we're going to hedge with Russia. You hedge against us, we hedge against you. Now the question is, will Europeans at some point decide that they will more openly hedge, or is this a permanent, more or less permanent divorce?
Well, it seems as though Europe has been caught within the web of the most primal word in American identity and the American sacred narrative, which is order. And if one of you were to take out a dollar bill and turn it over, it would say Novus Ordo Seclorum, a new order for the ages. And then the first president who used order publicly and officially to mean an order that was dominated by the US was, of course, Woodrow Wilson. Then George Bush talked about a new world order after the fall of the Soviet Union. And somehow that's migrated from new world order to, what was the term of art you used? Before rules-based order, there's an intermediary. Liberal world order.
Yeah.
And it has many permutations, but ever since Woodrow Wilson, it has implied US control, and that became not only the de facto state of affairs, the power dynamic all through the Cold War and the failed era after the Cold War, but it's been normalized. It's become so customary that it's embedded in everyone. And so I think that the recent trip that Macron made to China, where he talked about not wanting to be a vassal state of the US, is really important, because autonomy, as it was originally used by ancient Greeks, isn't the autonomy that we talk about today. And this goes back to the British Empire, where you have or autonomous regions in the Soviet Union or anywhere. They're autonomous, but they're under your control. They're just titularly self-governing, perhaps only locally even. So the reality is that we have created, very much in the ancient Greek Athenian mode, an empire. And a city-state can be punished by the US regularly. The Athenians would do that. If you look at, well, we won't go into that. But the fact is, the US operates in much the same way that the Athenian Empire did, 2,500 years ago. And this is an issue that Europe seems to be wrestling with now. And I was curious whether you think that a US failure in Ukraine, or an outright defeat even, which is a possibility, might lead to Macron's initial seed sprouting and taking root in Europe, and thus changing the relationship.
Well, you raised a good question, Mike, and let me get back to this question of perceived victory, defeat, and we have to recognize that just as this happened in Iraq, it happened in Afghanistan, it's happening in Ukraine, where we have begun over the past year to move the goalposts. Right, so the initial goalposts, which we have achieved, by the way, which were we did not want to see President Zelensky forcibly removed. We did not want to see the Russian military occupy Kiev and create some sort of government of national salvation. We said that our thing was to prevent that from happening. We have done that. We have done that quite effectively. But when you start to then say, well, now victory means what? Returning to the February 2022 lines, returning to 2014, detaching parts of Russia either to join to Ukraine, which historically, southern Russia and eastern Ukraine were part of a continuum where you say, well, the ethnic republics of Russia, like starting with Tatarstan, should become independent countries. If you keep raising that and you don't reach it, right? And sorry for this, maybe a bit of a detour, but this is, you talked about national interest and when I was there, and one of the things we began to really grapple with was how the narrative of U.S. success in Iraq has been transformed into defeat. Even though by all standards we occupied, we eliminated the enemy leadership, we precluded that leadership in the person of the sons of Saddam Hussein from ever returning. In a way, by the way, that the son of Gaddafi may end up sooner or later back in charge, or as we've seen, Marcos in the Philippines, and it's amazing, speaking of the Cold War, that, the time warp, that if you went into the time freeze in 1985 and you come out today and you find out that Ortega is still in Nicaragua. But for Iraq, we precluded that. at the time. And yet the narrative is that America failed in Iraq because we changed the conditions. And I think that is the seed, because again, now we get back to the temporal question. The ability to sustain the amount of assistance that Ukraine needs at some point is going to run up against other priorities. I know that there are, and this is a debate, I know that there are those who are saying we can do both. Priorities for Ukraine do not necessarily contradict priorities elsewhere. But sooner or later, resources are finite. Let me give you one other point just to ponder. We keep talking about, green transitions, new 21st century economy, fourth industrial revolution. At some point, the West will need to do serious investment, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, to make the, if it wants to be in the driver's seat for this. How much of that investment is not available because it's going to be earmarked for Ukraine, then raises the question of, as we've already seen in Congo, as we've seen now in Bolivia, of a China that's more than happy to invest to create the supply chains of the mid-21st century. So this thing about, what are your, we can have kind of our best case scenario, but what are, for Ukraine, in order to avoid triggering the hedging thing, well, what's the acceptable set of outcomes that the United States could live with? And by the way, and I know some people will say, well, anything short of, and yet we've seen, whether it's in the Middle East or Cyprus or elsewhere, that people can, you can have outcomes that are not optimal, but that can still lead to longer term, better positions, even if you have not.
Before we go to some questions from all of you, I had one, I wanted to turn that suboptimal thought around. Would the collapse of Ukraine under Russian pressure strengthen or start the unraveling of our relationship with Europe? Because the Europeans might be so frightened, depending on the modalities of the end game, that they cling tighter to NATO and to the US, or they could see US failure and having used Ukraine and bled it out, basically, reduced to the size of the Netherlands in terms of population, 22 million, then that would be a shock to the European system. So I was curious which way it might go, or neither.
It will depend on what, so we have one outcome, which is right, Ukraine prevails, completely recovers everything from 2014. This other one, well, Ukraine collapses. That raises a question of what exactly is a collapse. Is it that Ukraine's ability to regain the territories that are currently not under its control is now precluded forever? Is it that there is a change of regime and government? I mean, I think that those are differing sets of outcomes, because, I think no matter what, I think one of the things that we are grappling with as we move out of this post-Cold War period into whatever we're going to call the mid-21st century period, it is that, and maybe it won't be as, negative or as fortified the way that the DMZ between North and South Korea is, but that there is going to be a new line in Europe, or assuming we say that, or Europe ends, right? We will say that the line ends, that will be where Europe ends, and everything beyond is Eurasia, and that is going to then orient itself more towards these. And so going back to history, let me call your attention, if you've seen it over the last number of years, this renewed interest in Alexander Nevsky, and the idea that Nevsky's choice in the 13th century was, do I basically give in to the Crusaders and accept being subordinated into a Roman order, or do I accept the suzerainty of the Khan? And his decision was, the Khan will take tribute from me, but isn't going to interfere with my political systems or my culture. The Teutonic Knights, they're going to interfere, even if they bring a better material standard of living, they're going to interfere with obviously they're going to depose me. And if you think of Putin saying, and Putin's successors, and I want to stress that it's not, I really want, in my own opinion, I don't buy into this Putin goes and then it all becomes sweetness and light. I think that they have made the calculation that they can learn to live with a degree of junior status to a Beijing, which ultimately has much bigger fish to fry in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, and needs a Russia that is reliable and that can ensure that Western and particularly American influence doesn't come into China's backyard, including places like Xinjiang.
Yeah.
And therefore, you need a Russia to be strong enough to do that. And I think that the Russian elite is beginning to calculate. Now, the oligarchs are an interesting question, but I think over time, even oligarchs are going to learn that they can learn to love the golf courses on Hainan Island,
sure,
as opposed
there'll
to
be
being
plenty
able
of
to go to the south
good
of
gambling
France.
in Macau. But what's so powerful about your Alexander Nevsky thing? It got me kind of excited because in the 14th century, that was a calculation the late Byzantines made, that it would be better to be under Turkish rule than to have to bend the knee and lose everything to Rome and the Pope. So that's wonderful, and that's embedded in Russian consciousness, I think.
And I know I want to get to questions,
Yeah, we should.
But just as this point, right? And again, these things don't happen overnight. In 2008, there was a major miniseries on Russian state TV, Death of an Empire. It was the lessons of the business, right? And it was all these themes. And this is 15 years ago. And the themes were the West corrupts, the West comes in, they're trying to change our way of life, and learn. And these are powerful themes. Just as we've seen in the last panel mentioned, there's new narratives now in Ukraine. And as Ukrainians now begin to reestablish or rethink their relationship to their two larger Slavic neighbors, the rise of pro-Polish sentiment in Ukraine is quite fascinating, given, historically the antagonism, because now both Poland and Ukraine see in Russia a much bigger problem.
Yeah, the memory of Bogdan Khmelnytsky is gone in the negative sense. So let's hear from all of you. If you have any thoughts or questions you might want to ask. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Rachel Ziemba, Center for New American Security, and various other things, as well as a frequent, occasional attender at Nick's great podcast. Thank you. It's interesting. You've taken us on a wide swath. It's interesting for me, coming from an economic statecraft side. We're in a world where, of course, the definitions of security are much broader. But the whole debate on the economic side about economic strategic autonomy, which, if anything, was a lot about Europe not being able to conduct its own foreign policy from sanctions and other sort of side of things, very much sort of framed by things going on in the Trump administration, maximum security, sanctions, things that I know that sort of in this institute has spent a lot of time thinking about. And so to think about, we're sort of back to a point where, if anything, the combinations of use of U.S. industrial policy, not moving on trade, and on sort of this question mark about also, are there weaknesses in the sanctions regime and the export control regime that the U.S. is creating, even vis-a-vis Ukraine, that come down in this sort of element? So I guess I recognize some of this as a comment more than a question, but to sort of think about, I mean, in this context on the economic side, there's also starting to be discussion about open strategic autonomy, which some of the Central Bank of Spain, the ECB, are actually writing papers on. So I'm just sort of interested, kind of if you have any thoughts on, in pushing forward sort of this element of how the kind of economic and sort of more sort of military security elements sort of come together in this. Maybe we are now at a point where we're using all the tools in sort of thinking about this vis-a-vis Russia. But I think some of the resurgence, as you mentioned in your talk, about talking about strategic autonomy, is very much about what's going on vis-a-vis Chinese sort of policies. And so just interested in any of your thoughts integrating that. And thanks for giving us a lot of food for thought.
No, thanks, Rachel. Appreciate it. And Rachel Ziemba, wonderful key commentator to follow on sanctions, economic policy, currencies, what's happening. I've really learned a lot by following you and drawing on your expertise. Yeah, I think that this really gets at this fundamental question that kind of economic security and your domestic economic interests are connected to the security choices that you're able to make and that you're willing to make. And I think that the U.S. is looking at domestically, the Biden administration simply does not have the authority to kind of realize what was a very, what I consider to be a very bold strategic vision that the Obama administration had created, which was to have these two essentially major free trade zones across the Atlantic, across the Pacific, that would then buttress the security relationships, and you kind of create this, with the U.S. as the keystone center of it. And we just simply, for a variety of reasons, I just don't see the political appetite to get this through. And so that's a starting point. The second starting point is that everyone talks about partnership and cooperation, and then when the bottom line starts to be affected, that talk goes out the window. Everybody talks about shared sacrifice until it's, well, wait a minute, what are my consumers going to pay? What are my voters going to have to pay for? And then all of a sudden that disappears. And I think it's a reality we have to recognize, but it has implications. Rachel, I mean, one of the things that I was benefiting from tracking you and then people like Stephen Stepshinsky and others was, why are we surprised that India won't join these harsh sanctions against Russia? Because for India, the point was not February 2022 when Russia crosses the line of control further into Ukraine. Their starting point was watching in November of 2021, watching a bunch of oil and LNG tankers headed India turning around and going to Europe. And then saying, and I believe it was, I can't remember the Indian figure, but he said, look, it was a 40 rupee increase at the pumps is, political suicide for any, for Indian politicians or whatever the phrase was. But that gets
India like a second-class citizen.
well, but that gets at this, right, that the economic side of what are you willing to bring together? And I think that the real question, and this ties it back to the military side, is at what point is the United States and NATO countries and major non-NATO allies, particularly in Asia, going to create rules for their defense consortia to all work together and to bid for projects? We're all big on partnership and burden sharing until it strikes some of the near monopolies that we have on U.S. defense procurement. Then all of a sudden, Swedish firms are right up there with Russian ones in terms of our willingness to bring them in. But that's going to be, these get back to these questions of, what degree of dependence across, and do you want to create, and we've seen already the flurry. I mean, first we had the AUKUS deal. I know I'm now leaving Europe, sorry. But we had, the Australia, Europe, I guess, because of the UK. But now we're already having, what about other European firms? Can they be part of it? And then also the realization continental, geographically it is. Well, that gets back to the first question, right? What is Europe? Because because they weren't part of they weren't part of Carolingian Europe. And then again, when you're in a world of this type of hedging, that means you're going to be looking to preserve your options. And I think even with some of the not to impugn the honor of some of our European colleagues, but I kind of get tired at their Clean Hands Act. When someone says, well, we're not importing energy from Russia. Why? Because you relabeled it as Turkish energy, Latvian blend. natural gas that got pumped into a reserve in Turkey and then gets repumped out to Europe. And then you say, but then you come up and you say, our hands are clean, but India's hands aren't. Well, we saw, what was it, the statistics? Europe is still, of the 8 largest LNG purchasers from Russia, 6 are still European. So sort of shows the limits, and again, gets back to these questions about sanctions and
Any
other things.
thoughts to chime in? If not, I have one more, and you opened the door.
Yeah, of
so,
course. I
mean,
know. I always run
you
that
talked
risk.
about Poland, Ukraine, that all the Zaporizhian angst is gone, long gone. And I've seen Polish news programs where they put up a map in which the 4 westernmost oblasts of Ukraine are now part of Poland or under Polish protection. Poland has announced a mobilization of an extra 300,000 soldiers. There is a lot of talk now about creating, and again, this gets to this nightmare scenario, nightmare for some, of a collapse of the Kiev regime, and that Poland would go in to create a kind of a sanctuary, a kind of no-fly zone on the ground. And also, I've heard discussions in the last several days of Polish-Ukrainian unification, much like when Churchill broached that with the French at the very end of the Battle of France. And it just seems to me that the kind of partitioning that's already occurred in Ukraine could end up being tripartite like the Polish partitions of the 18th century, in the sense that if you had a Novorossiya, and then on the other hand, you had a kind of NATO protectorate, or at least Polish under NATO protectorate. And in the middle, you had a Belarusian-sized neutral zone, kind of intermediary, demilitarized state. It seems to me that there are many outcomes and possibilities, given the current dynamics in the war, that we're either too anxious or perhaps even too afraid to think about.
Well, I think, again, this speaks to a willingness to be creative and a willingness to, I don't want to say bend things, but, for example, do you, reconceive of kind of, right, the historic, the Commonwealth, right? So Lithuania, Poland, the Ruslands that are, Ukraine. You talk about a potential reunification or unification of Moldova with Romania, and does this extend guarantees and protections? Obviously the question is, and this gets back to questions of security order, which is still ostensibly grounded in Helsinki, which says no changes of borders that are not agreed upon by all parties. Or do you say that was, look, that was, we now need to really be thinking at least about border adjustments, right? The Hungarian question comes in because the Hungarians have been raising the question about the land, but also the position of ethnic Hungarians, and then of course that raises then it raises questions too about Romania and Transylvania and Vojvodina and other things. So you can sort of see where you don't want to open this can of worms, but can you create new structures that help get around it? So for example, would you, and this is something, by the way, and I'm going to be very interested at the Vilnius summit when people talk about, is there a path for Ukrainian membership in NATO? Are we going to hold to a standard that says we don't talk about, Ukraine, all of Ukraine must be, under Ukrainian control as the precursor to NATO? Do we say Ukraine and NATO, and then that obligates the rest of NATO to help Ukraine liberate? Or do we say Ukraine and NATO, but only those areas that are, the treaty is suspended for all the areas of Ukraine that Ukraine does not control? And then you kind of have this it's a non-recognition, but you say, well, but we're not going to contest by force, right? This is actually one of the things as a subtext of the Chinese proposal, which I was fascinated by, is the Chinese essentially were, I think, trolling us by saying, well, you want us to sort of live with Taiwan as a province that is not under Beijing's control. So should Ukraine we don't recognize that Crimea and Kherson and Donetsk and Luhansk are part of the Russian Federation, but they're not under Ukrainian control, right? That there's a Taiwan paradigm that is applied. And again, is that something that you could, that as a way to, would that be a way forward, particularly if what I think personally, and I could be wrong, I think we're all headed towards a certain degree of stalemate and exhaustion. The Russians didn't, all this talk about Russian winter offensives, when you look at what the Russians put in, it was pretty minor. What the Ukrainians have been doing, these are spoiling attacks. They're deadly, yes, there's casualties, but we're not talking about 500, 1 million people across the steppes fighting. These are, unit level engagements.
But you know that everything's stalemated until it's not.
Until it's not. Well,
And the Russian winter offensive was not unleashed because the ground was too soft.
Well, because that's climate change, right? I mean, two cheers for climate change, both for the winter offensive, but also for blunting the Russian gas weapon for Europe. If it was a normal winter, Europe would have been in much greater difficulties. But climate change actually helped to to change the dynamic. So, not saying go out and run your gas engines and continue to raise the temperature of the planet, but that is an odd. Not odd. It's an interesting, ironic thing that.
History's wrinkles are still with us.
Yeah, well.
So, Nick, I want to really thank you for the wonderful insights you've given us.
I said I was going to throw out a lot more questions and muddy the waters more at the end than when I started.
Well, you know what they say, as long as the questions are interesting, you don't have to answer them.
You don't have to answer them. Thank you. Thank you. What's next?
Afterwards. Um, The last panel is about U.S. grand strategy towards Europe and at the place of Europe in U.S. grand strategy. I'm delighted to have amazing speakers here with us, each of whom will have a very different perspectives in terms of the background that they bring to the question, and I think there will be an interesting discussion. I will have them give a presentation very quickly in terms of opening remarks, and then we'll proceed to rounds of questioning, and it should be, and I asked them to also raise the two fingers, and hopefully we can make it into a conversation rather than an interview style. So to my right, we have Benjamin Friedman. Benjamin Friedman is a policy director at Defense Priorities. He's also an adjunct lecturer at George Washington's Eliot School of International Affairs. He is a graduate of Dartmouth College and did graduate study at MIT. He was previously a defense analyst at Cato and a researcher at the Center for Defense Information. He has edited many books, at least 3 that I know of, on defense policy and strategy, and you can see a lot of his essays in different publications. Jennifer Kavanaugh is a senior fellow in the American Statecraft Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, as well as a term member of the Council for Foreign Relations. She has an AB in government from Harvard and a PhD in political science from the University of Michigan. Before Carnegie, she was a senior political scientist at the Rand Corporation. And then after that, we have Dan Caldwell. Dan is the vice president at the Center for Renewing America. He was formerly the vice president of foreign policy at Stand Together. Stand Together initiated a lot of the efforts to prevent the escalation of Russo-Ukrainian conflict and war at the time. Let's put it that way. He was a member of the U.S. He was a member of the U.S. Marine Corps, as well as a staff member of Representative David Schweikert of Arizona, and he graduated cum laude from Arizona State University. And then finally, we have Justin Logan, and Justin is the Director of Defense and Foreign Policy Studies at Cato. He's an expert on U.S. grand strategy, international relations theory, and American foreign policy. He holds a master's in international relations from University of Chicago, as well as a bachelor's in international relations from American University. He was also previously with Center for Study of Statesmanship here at Catholic University. Thank you for all of you for being here. I'm going to start with Jennifer, and then we can move. I'm going to have each of you speak for 7 minutes, and then we'll go back. So please.
Okay, so working? Yes, okay. All right, so I think that the need for a new approach to Europe and really a reorientation of U.S. grand strategy is something that far predates the start of the Ukraine war, but it's even clearer now, a year into the Ukraine war. So the grand strategy that's been in place and that's basically guided U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II was based on an assessment of U.S. interests in 1946 and the realities of the Cold War, neither of which really apply today. The major threats that the U.S. faces are not coming from Russia. As we've seen in the Ukraine war, Russia's military is actually much weaker than even we assessed. They're really coming from the Pacific. Europe is no longer too poor or too weak to pay for its own defense. And the United States no longer has the resources or the military dominance to really occupy a position of primacy in all theaters at all the time. So this reorientation is really badly needed. And I think that necessarily means, and I don't think most people, at least on this panel, aren't going to disagree, it requires a smaller role for the United States in Europe, a reduced U.S. military presence, and some kind of strategic autonomy where Europe is able to take control of its own defense as well as its own position in geopolitics. But none of these ideas are new. They've been around for some time. And yet they still seem out of reach, even when we have presidents and policymakers in place who are favorable towards these ideas to one extent or another. The debate still seems to be in the same place as it was 10 or 15 years ago. So the question I want to focus my remarks on is like, why? What does it take to get from the debate that we're having now, which is basically like more US in Europe or less US in Europe, to something that is actually more tangible, where maybe we're able to shift the discourse and make some progress towards this goal? And so I want to point to three factors. The first has to do with clarity. I don't think that there's a clear vision of what this reduced role for the US and Europe looks like. That's true on the European side as well, as we just heard in the previous keynote and Arda's great paper. This concept of strategic autonomy is still very ambiguous, but on the US side, similarly, there's a lack of definition. The military piece gets a lot of attention, and I think most people agree that there needs to be a smaller US military presence, but the military is only one piece of grand strategy. So what is the economic role? The US still has economic interests in Europe. We still need to cooperate with Europe on things like critical minerals. If we want to decouple from China, we're going to be having to work much more closely with Europe, with friendshoring networks and other types of things. We still have some security interests in Europe. So it's much more complicated than just thinking about a reduced military presence. A change in the military role is certainly going to have effects on these other aspects of grand strategy, but without this clear vision, I think it's really hard to articulate what we're working towards and to have serious, meaningful conversations with European allies about what they can expect from us and what we can expect from them. The second piece has to do with sort of the opposite problem. We lack this broad overarching vision, but we also lack the details of what actually has to happen on the ground to make progress towards this goal. We think about the shift as being a shift away from Europe towards the Pacific, and that sounds pretty easy. And certainly there's some low-hanging fruit, like withdrawing the extra 20,000 troops that we deployed at the start of the Ukraine war, or committing to no more security guarantees. But beyond that, it gets a lot harder. If we want to reduce military presence further, how many troops? Where do they come from? What is the timing? Any change in posture is destabilizing. There's lots of empirical research that shows this. So how do you manage the spillover effects? I'm not suggesting that by changing US presence in Europe, we're going to encourage China to invade Taiwan, but the world is connected. These things can have unintended spillover consequences. So these questions, and also the nuclear umbrella, what happens to that? If we're having a reduced US presence in Europe, does the nuclear umbrella still hold? And if we say it does, but withdraw lots of troops from Europe, do our European allies believe us? Or does that lead to proliferation? Finally, on this piece of complexity, or dealing with the details, is this trade between Europe and Asia is not one-to-one. It's not like we take troops out of Europe and put them in Asia. You need different troops, you need different capabilities. So what you're really saying is you want to rebalance the US military. And that is necessary, but it's also going to run into serious political headwinds and take a long time. So just recognizing the difficulty and trying to be really specific can help us, I think, as a community interested in moving towards this goal, gain traction instead of just talking in generalities. And then the final piece is credibility. We've said that we want to reduce the US role, but we consistently rush to help the Europeans. Since the Ukraine war started, our integration with Europe has gotten bigger. We've sent more troops, we're selling more military equipment, NATO, we're becoming more integrated, we've made ourselves more the center. So how does any sort of pullback, how are we credible there? Certainly taking troops out and saying no more security guarantees is one piece, but I think there are other steps that we can take. Being clear about what Europe can expect from us on the issue of Ukraine is one. Making continued involvement and more security assistance or participation in exercises conditional on Europe making actual progress on defense spending and defense integration is another piece. We don't like to talk about imposing conditionality on allies, but I think it's necessary in a lot of cases. Trying to get out of the way. Like, the US is often the biggest impediment to Europe actually making progress towards integration. So, when Europe says they want to put aside money to jointly procure arms, and that money won't go to US defense contractors, we can't get upset about that. Like, that there are trade-offs that have to be made if we want to have this shift. And the final thing is increasing and demanding European leadership of things like exercises and joint commands. And Justin's written about having the next head of NATO be the Secretary of NATO be European, and I would agree with that as well. So these are some tangible steps that we could take. So I think if we can focus the debate less on more US and Europe and less US and Europe and focus more narrowly on some of these specific issues, we could potentially put forward a much more compelling argument that helps us to make progress, at least in the debate, and hopefully eventually towards some kind of policy change as well.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ben, you want to go next?
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks everybody for sticking around. I think since we're pretty much like-minded up here, I want to try to be interesting by expressing a position designed to be at least mildly antagonistic towards my allies up here. First off, I'm going to say I'm not really for burden sharing or even burden shifting, except as a gateway drug to what we should really be doing, which is burden dumping. Excuse the mixed metaphor. I'm all for strategic autonomy, or whatever we're calling a European de-infantilization project, but as a means to exit, not a goal of exit. However, this is going to be the thrust of my remarks. I don't think things are likely to change much at all, even if the United States starts, removing some forces from Europe, because Russia, as Jennifer alluded to, just isn't a big enough threat. So I don't think it will move the needle very much. I don't think U.S. forces will leave Europe in my lifetime, even though we could and should. My view is that we should have a far less militarily engaged position in Europe for basically the same reason that we won't, which is because our safety from European troubles is so profound that we can continue to limp along with wasteful and pointless Cold War-light position in Europe designed to keep our allies dependent and pretend Russia is a great threat. So moving on to this more substance, it's now clear that in an echo of the Cold War, that official and semi-official experts have long misled us, innocently or not, about Russian military capability. It was the threat was massively inflated in recent years. We were told that they had done a great job reformulating their military since they invaded Georgia. That turned out to be wrong, happily for Ukraine. And Russia may or may not manage to take Bakhmut, but they're no longer a credible threat to Kyiv, except with missiles, let alone Warsaw or Berlin. There are a lot of reasons for that, which I won't belabor too much, but it's lack of combined arms capability, lack of quality officers, the best troops now being killed off or gravely wounded, terrible morale, which would surely remain an issue in another invasion if Russia should try it again somewhere else. And we're now seeing how modern warfare makes defense advantageous for both political and technological reasons. Fewer troops can now defend more territory thanks to surveillance and accuracy in fires. So the ratio, famously, you said that an attacker wants a 3-to-1 advantage. I think the ratio has shifted. I'm not sure how much, but the ratio has shifted to favor the defender. And all things being equal, defenders are more motivated and get more outside support from, as we see with Ukraine, versus opprobrium, which in countries offensively invading other countries tend to collect. So Russia's experience in Ukraine is a cautionary tale for all observers, certainly including China, but also the Russians themselves on the difficulties inherent in invasions. And that is very good news for international politics. It's good news for Europe, and it's good news potentially for the United States. But these facts, which serious people insist we don't take seriously in our defense planning, are reasons, surely, why last spring's declarations of heavier European military spending and heightened cooperation, especially from Germany, have not come to pass. That, along with the fact that we, sent 20,000 extra troops on top of the 80,000 we already had and moved them further east. Given all that, it's odd how many people refuse to credit Germany with common sense when it comes to stalling out on its rearmament efforts. I mean, the Germans declared that they would do a lot more in defense, and then it turned out the United States was going to continue to cover them, and that the Russian threat was much smaller than it seemed. So it seems quite commonsensical to me for them to not follow through on the promises they made a year or so ago. It's incidentally, it's funny that sort of the people who, the 3 or 4 of us in Washington who say this are sort of way bigger defenders of Germany than their transatlanticist friends who are always flying across the ocean for conferences and stuff, who are always criticizing them. I think Germany's doing fine. It's odd how many people sort of insist angrily that Belgium, Holland, or whatever should spend 2% of GDP on defense. I can't see why on earth they should do that, given the sort of 10 layers of protection they have from a fairly, it seems, weak threat from Russia, not to mention the United States. It's amazing, I think, that those countries in that geographic position spend any money on their defense at all, other than the fact that they're sort of harangued into promising that they'll do so. On the intent side, there's a lot to argue about, I guess, but the Russian threat to states beyond Ukraine and Georgia, I think, is badly overstated in Washington. There are sort of, it was unsurprising from a broad perspective that Russia attacked Ukraine, and there's not really any indication that Russia is interested in conquering a Baltic state, let alone Poland. And if they were tempted to do so, I think their experience in Ukraine would be sobering. So the magic 3 words here are balance of power. Europe, for all its disunity and martial weakness, can surely provide a balance of power against Russia. And that is why, following the same logic that got us into the Cold War, sensibly, got us into NATO in the late 40s, now suggests that we could, from a military perspective, head for the exits. So what we should do for the United States is leave politely and perhaps gradually, and we can grease the skids with talk about burden shifting, eternal friendship, and new security orders. But I think the best way to do it is a kind of I don't know if you can still say this, but I will, a kind of Irish goodbye. If you where we don't stand up and denounce NATO and say we're not going to protect our friends anymore. We just kind of leave. I think that seriously, the future of NATO from a U.S. perspective should be like South America and the Rio Treaty. We're still committed to defending pretty much all of South America, but it sort of ceased to be very meaningful politically. And then if the Europeans want to do more, even extend nuclear deterrence from the UK or France, that's great. But if they don't, due to preferring to spend their money elsewhere and not be locked into enmity with Russia for a few more generations, that too should be fine from the U.S. perspective, because we'll be fine regardless. Okay, so that's what I think should happen, and now I'll explain why it won't. Just because there's basically nothing bad enough that's going to happen to the United States that can displace the cult of NATO that enraptures U.S. and European elites. I mean a cult in the truly religious sense of worshiping it rather than evaluating it, of reifying the means to security, which is what an alliance is, as an end in itself, and conflating extended deterrence with friendship, as if you can't be pro-European or pro-Finnish or pro-Ukrainian without threatening to nuke Russians on their behalf. So in the costs to the United States of the status quo are low. They're, whether it's 50 or 100 billion a year, it's not enough to much trouble U.S. leaders. And there's a terrible but remote risk, of course, of Armageddon. But that obviously hasn't been enough to really worry us very much. It's sort of an off-balance sheet liability, we like to call it, and that doesn't really seem to matter a great deal politically. It matters in terms of how we support Ukraine, but it's not something that changes the U.S. Stance in Europe. So, we're rich and we're sort of used to doing this. Even the Trump administration did basically nothing concrete to change the U.S. setup in Europe. And that was, is probably likely to be the high water mark in terms of sentiment, at least, and that would move us back across the Atlantic. No one was ever more wrong than, I think it was Richard Lugar, who said NATO will either go out of area or out of business. No, NATO doesn't have to do anything. to stay in business other than maybe just they don't have to do anything. NATO doesn't have to do anything to stay in business. They don't have to protect Europe. It's because what would put it out of business is us needing the troops or the money for something else, and we simply don't. Like most of our foreign policy, it's harmful to the U.S. interest, but totally sustainable. So I don't think China is enough to turn the tide, despite the increasingly kind of intense warnings from the China First crowd. Good news is China's boxed in by geography and capable Asian states. It doesn't seem very eager to attack Taiwan. It seems to me it's looking for reasons not to, let alone Japan or sort of bid for regional hegemony through conquest. So if that was wrong, okay, then I think that maybe that China might pose a big enough threat that we really needed to shift our forces out of Europe and the money and put it in Asia. But I don't think that's going to happen. And while there's no denying there are trade-offs between Europe and Asia, the fact that there's a bunch of water between China and most of its potential adversaries means it's mainly a naval problem, and so the trade-offs are in air, and so the trade-offs are much less with Europe because of that being a land theater. So I think we will go on doing what we're doing in Europe because we can, and those of us who oppose it should find relevance mostly by opposing really bonkers things like extending security guarantees to Ukraine and trying to promote other moves to get U.S. posture in Europe on a more sensible trajectory. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. I just want to start off by saying that it's an honor to be up on this stage with people that I've learned a lot from over the past few years. I got to be honest, in some ways I feel a little bit out of place. I'm kind of reminded of that joke from the Johnny Carson show where this comic, George Gabel, accidentally winds up on stage with Dean Martin and Bob Hope. He says, "You ever feel like the world is tuxedo and you're a pair of brown shoes?" I kind of feel like that right now with this group. I really mean it. I've learned a lot from these folks over the years. And so, again, thank you for having me. I want to kind of focus my remarks mainly on what are the domestic barriers to the United States pursuing a different security relationship with Europe. I want to primarily focus domestically because I've spent a grand total of 12 hours in Europe, in and out of Germany, 6 hours, both ends on my way to Iraq. Unfortunately, they didn't let us go and drink some good German beer, but that is what it is. General order number one. Primarily that's kind of the world that I operate in is kind of the domestic political realm. And I am somebody like pretty much everybody else up here on stage who does believe that the United States really needs to and doesn't have a choice but to readjust our posture primarily militarily in Europe. And that's because I believe the United States faces significant constraints on its power. It's been run through numerous times during this conference. We're a $31 trillion national debt. We have record inflation. We have a real competitor now in the form of China. And our military has been degraded by 20 years of war in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and Africa. And we've built capabilities mainly to fight those types of wars and worn down strategic assets that still have not been repaired or upgraded. But shifting to, and I think it kind of builds a bit on what Ben was getting at, is what the barriers I think domestically are for changing is I think there's a couple of things. And first, I kind of want to start off with talking about some of the people we currently have in charge of our foreign policy and what their formative professional experiences were. So let's look at, starting with the military, Secretary Austin and General Milley. These are what I would call, or what some of my, peers in military called fold-a-gapped lieutenants and captains, meaning that their formative military experiences were preparing to fight the Russians coming across the Fulda Gap or participating in a reforger operation flying into Germany. Secretary Austin, for example, was an Army officer, Army armor officer. And I just got to be honest, just like a lot of junior Marines think they're going to storm Iwo Jima, that he read Red Storm Rising and was thinking about blowing up, dozens and dozens of Soviet T-80 tanks. So just like, a lot of people, I think that a lot of his framework and how he looks at things starts there. I think the same you could say with General Milley. Now, that's not to say you can't overcome those things. It's not to say that those things can't ultimately be transcended, but I think that's important to keep in mind. And then when you shift over to the State Department, you look at Secretary Blinken, you look at Victoria Nuland, if you go over the CIA, look at William Burns, is that a lot of their professional careers have been focused on Europe. In the case of Secretary Blinken, I mean, he spent part of his youth in Europe. I believe he had two uncles, and his father were Western European ambassadors. So that, again, has occupied a large portion of their professional career. And inherently, I think that there is a tendency to bias that continent as a result in terms of focus and resourcing and things like that. Again, this is not things that can't be overcome. But then that kind of leads into the second issue, and that is the incentives within the foreign policy debate, which I think are very perverse. And there's a couple of them. First, let's be honest, is that there is a lot of European money flowing into the DC think tank community at the moment, and into DC lobbying firms, DC communications firms, and of course, there's a lot of, as Jennifer referenced, a lot of weapons orders being placed with American defense contractors. I think that when institutions take European money, it is viewed, fairly or not, as a little less dirty than money, say, coming from the Gulf or countries like Turkey or Azerbaijan, although, of course, most institutions will gladly take that money. But, a $1 million check coming from, say, Poland is, in some people's mind, different than, say, $1 million check coming from the Emirates. And since the beginning of the Ukraine war, although a lot of these donations don't have to be disclosed and we can't truly track it, although there's institutions like the Quincy Institute and others that do try to track it, it is safe to say is that financial support has significantly increased. And that also, you could say, probably from defense contractors as well, too. So there's a financial incentive not to ultimately adjust things or to better prioritize American defense resources. And I think the third thing is, and this is, may sound controversial, but I think we need to be honest about it, is that there's also more of a cultural affinity among our foreign policy making elite for a more, socially liberal Europe, a more progressive Europe. I don't think it was a coincidence that, however you feel about the Dobbs decision, I personally thought it was the right decision, but you don't have to agree with it. I don't think it was surprising you had a lot of NATO governments or governments of countries looking to join NATO that went out of the way to criticize it in the forms of official statements from their ministries or from their embassies. They knew who their audience was. I don't think it's a coincidence that Zelensky and his media strategies emphasized more left of center media outlets or outlets that have an audience that, when I say left of center, I'm not talking like The Nation or Jacobin or things like that. I'm talking more, you could say, neoliberal, more moderate progressive outlets, that they did a big photo shoot in Vogue, for example. They kind of knew who they were speaking to. So I think that all of these things have come together to create a strong set of disincentives for our policymakers to ultimately shift our focus or deprioritize Europe, whatever term you want to use. Ben, I'm going to steal that term, burden dumping, going forward. And that I think is going to make any type of new policy extremely difficult, not to mention the emotion that has sprung from the war in Ukraine. That's not to say there is not some shifts occurring in public opinion and in certain parts of the political spectrum. I think more and more on the right, you are seeing more elected officials willing to challenge the status quo and the prevailing narrative around the value of NATO, for example. Even though, last year you had only one Republican senator vote against NATO expansion to Finland and Sweden, you do see more people in both the right of center media sphere. With this new class of Congress, you have more members like J.D. Vance, for example, that are willing to step up and challenge their own party's leadership on this issue. And I think more and more the right of center foreign policy community is starting to recognize that, hey, we need to deprioritize NATO. Now, that is primarily to shift to Asia, which has, you know, a whole host of other things that need to be addressed. I thought Jennifer did a good job talking about how really when we're talking about shifting to Asia, we're really kind of restructuring, rebalancing the American military. But you are starting to see that shift. And finally, I just point out that the two leading presidential candidates for the Republican nomination both have gone out of their way, however imperfectly, to say that the United States needs to do less in Europe, and it is not the primary theater. So there are some shifts occurring, and I don't think those can be ignored. But I am, you know, right now not as pessimistic as Ben, but fairly pessimistic that we'd be able to, as least painfully as possible, pursue a new security relationship with Europe. So with that, kick it over to Justin.
Thanks very much to those of you, who stuck it through to the last speaker on the last panel. Ben and I agreed if there was no fighting on this panel, we would fight with each other. And I thought that his really #problematic ethnic language about the Irish would be a perfect jumping off point. But then I just reminded we could take it up over 5 or 6 glasses of Jameson's at happy hour. So that'll be fine. I want to start with the good news uncharacteristically. I think that the traditional U.S. project in Europe, or at least the story that we told ourselves about the U.S. project in Europe, has been achieved. That is the counter-hegemonic project. World War I, World War II, the Cold War, 2 big wars and 1 big multi-trillion-dollar expenditure of money over a period of several decades in pursuit of preventing one country from dominating Europe. That's done. It's off the table. For more than a generation, there is no prospective Eurasian hegemon on or indeed over the horizon. That's the good news. In my view, it's news good enough to take the W, to take the win, to recognize that this is as good as it's going to get for U.S. security interests in Europe. So much for the good news. Let's move to the bad news. NATO expansion, the accumulation of allies over the past several decades, 31 going on 32 allies, has created 2 different groupings, at least 2 groupings within the alliance. I mean, you can sort of have this theoretical discussion about how big can an alliance get while still being about one discrete thing. And I think we've gone well past that question when it comes to NATO. There is the sort of traditional core of Europe that the United States entered into NATO to prevent from coming under the reach of a Eurasian hegemon. And that group of large, wealthy, politically salient states in the core of Western Europe are largely satisfied. And I think Ben's quite right to say that, 1,000 Atlantic Council conferences on Whither the Zeitenwende are sort of whistling past the group. We know Whither the Zeitenwende, right? The Germans feel satisfied with the level of security that they have. And they're willing to incur some costs to help Ukraine to push the frontier further afield. But by and large, in terms of the political survival, autonomy, and sovereignty of those states, they're pretty happy. Then, over a period of several decades, as I mentioned, we have accumulated a number of Central and East European states that are, to put it indelicately, militarily indefensible, right? And we have this Janus face when it comes to NATO, where there's a lot of glad-handing and well-dressed people at well-appointed conferences, shaking hands and chuckling when we talk about admitting small, indefensible countries to the alliance. And it's all about liberalism and the future and prosperity and democracy. And then when things get kind of hairy in Europe, it becomes a serious Article 5 military alliance about containing Russia. These states, for understandable historical and geographic reasons, are not satisfied in terms of their security. And yet, they have an Article 5 commitment from, in particular, the United States. So these 2 factions within the alliance, I think, could be called, and it was Nick brought this up in his keynote just on the last panel, right? The alliance itself is called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And if you look at a map, it's quite alarming how many of these countries have very little to do, geographically or otherwise, with the North Atlantic. So if we're talking about the sort of core of NATO, the political, economic, and military core of the alliance, let's call that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And then if we talk about the latter caucus or constituency inside of NATO, we could call it AEER, the Alliance for Escalation and Expansion Against Russia. And I think, again, these countries have understandable security concerns that by and large were obscured from the publics in NATO countries when they were admitted to the alliance. And I think, again, you can draw interesting distinctions where sometimes the UK, to get back to my Irish background, has a sort of dual mind of all its own. It thinks it's in the Alliance for Escalation and Expansion Against Russia. And then you have Hungary, which was, of course, admitted after the Cold War, which looks more like a satisfied traditional NATO power. But I want to talk a little bit about the extent to which this expansion and escalation caucus is creating work for the United States to do in Europe. This caucus, as has been mentioned, is led primarily by Poland and the Baltic states. And we heard some quite striking remarks from the Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki last week at a conference with Vice President Kamala Harris, where notably she didn't quarrel with any of these characterizations. Morawiecki announced that Warsaw and Washington are two poles of Western civilization. We heard announced that there was a domino theory at work in Ukraine. Morawiecki announced that it was certain that Putin would not stop with Ukraine, but could indeed, if he won, precipitate a global struggle whose limits are hard to predict. And then we heard, strikingly, I think, of all, the resuscitation of the 2003 Rumsfeld aphorism of old Europe versus new Europe. Old Europe was wrapped on the knuckles by Morawiecki for thinking that Russia was not a threat, and Poland announced that it leads New Europe. And you've even heard kind of self-flagellation from Chancellor Scholz and others that the center of gravity in Europe has moved to the east. I'm a little unclear on what that means, but it's quite clear that there is dissension between the Eastern later added allies and the traditional NATO allies in the West. There's an article in the New York Times today that I will commend to you that is garbled and somewhat incoherent about the desire to move to a deterrence by denial posture in the Baltic states. Now, I can understand quite well why the Baltic states would want to move to a deterrence to denial posture in those countries. And we heard the Estonian Prime Minister Kaja Kallas talk about this last June when she said, quote, "tripwires don't work." But if we're looking seriously at moving to a deterrence by denial posture in the Baltic states, number one, someone needs to explain to me how the American expenditure is worth it for the security benefits that would accrue to the United States. And number two, someone also needs to explain why, when those countries were admitted to the alliance in 2004, there was no plan for their defense until 2010, after the Eastern allies pleaded with the traditional NATO allies for some kind of defense plan after Russia invaded Georgia. So I really think that the wages of NATO expansion are really sort of coming back to the fore here, where they have not heretofore, and we're really left with a number of allies that are terrifically difficult to defend. And I think in some sense the war in Ukraine has helped because of the diversion of Russian assets to the Ukrainian theater and the attrition that Russian assets have suffered in the Ukrainian theater. But I think over the medium term, these countries are understandably going to amplify the intentions side of the threat calculation, which is, of course, intentions times capability, and are going to downplay the rather dismal capabilities that Russia has demonstrated in Ukraine. So it's these two caucuses within NATO that I think are going to be creating work for each other to do, which will wind up, as is normally the case, leaving the work on the doorstep of the Americans. Thank you very much.
Ben, thank you. All of the panel, even though you all sort of, on the question of lesser role for Europe in US grand strategy, had agreement, I actually saw very different sort of genealogies and explanations, and even prospects as to whether or not that could be realized. I'm going to try to say a few things following what Justin said. And I think one of the issues that Justin brings up, which is very important, and I've called it in the past the two Kleins in the East and the West, and use the word caucus. And I think that is emerging as a theme, going back to what Nick and Mike brought up in terms of the small Europe, big Europe, old Europe now, new Europe, all of these different understandings and definitions of Europe. But what's questionable is this new kind of Europe, this bigger Europe that includes this new Europe, seems to have very real geopolitical, geostrategic interests, which it wants to safeguard, which is, I think, from a realist point of view, understandable. I think what makes it interesting is why the US sort of responds to it, correct? And I think that is when we should, I think Ben's more pessimistic analysis of the cult of NATO, or more the role of the ideology, or maybe what my own research was on the phenomenology of all this. The identity question of America and the sort of the heritage of this might come into it. So the question is, how much of, I mean, first of all, in terms of like the comments that Emmanuel Macron brought up about the strategic autonomy of Europe, the question of the difference between German, as some of you brought up, Germany being content with its sort of place, and France not being content, as two sort of core middle powers in Europe, Western European powers, there seems to be a difference as to what to do against this kind of development with the enlargement of Europe to the big or new Europe. So first of all, why is there, and the question is for everyone, but I'll ask Justin to weigh in first, because it was directly related to his presentation. But why is there that difference between the German version of just maybe resigning to the shift to the east, and the French version of trying to push back in some ways? France has been the least involved in some ways of all these countries about Ukrainian defense question, and as well being sort of very, at least more open to negotiations and talks with Vladimir Putin. So there's that question, and then there's a question of sort of why and how we can maybe think about the phenomenological, genealogical, or path-dependent question of what is it that we can do when it is not about resources that Jennifer brightly brought up. It's not about shifting. It's not about even the personnel. It seems to be a religion. So if it's an ideological position, if it's a religion, how do you move beyond that to something that that we are not giving up our agency, as George Buber would say, to these kinds of intermarium countries in the Eastern Central Europe? A lot of things, but
yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to even overstate France's ability to sustain even the phrase strategic autonomy. We had some interaction with the French embassy in Washington about doing a talk at Cato, and at some point in the back and forth process, the phrase strategic autonomy was removed for what I take to be sort of diplomatic reasons, right? An autonomous grouping suggests self-sufficiency, and that has been anathema to U.S. policymakers for decades, right? In 2003, just to give you one example about how dogged American opposition to European strategic autonomy has been, In 2003, I forget which acronym the Europeans were going through, whether it was CFSP or ESDP or PESCO, the beginning of PESCO or what it was. They dispatched the U.S. ambassador to NATO, who was Nicholas Burns at the time, to announce that non-NATO European security cooperation constituted, quote, the greatest threat to the transatlantic relationship. Not the greatest threat to NATO as an institution, but the greatest threat to the transatlantic relationship. And I think even the efforts that the Europeans have undertaken without US opposition have a lot of centrifugal reasons for doubting them, the sort of cultural reasons that you've suggested, sort of traditional realist reasons that other people have suggested. But the United States has gone out of its way at almost every juncture to step on what could constitute meaningful non-US security cooperation. And I think that suggests strongly that in the trade-off between outsized influence over European security policy on the one hand, and a more equitable distribution of the burdens of defending Europe on the other hand, we're willing to fritter away money to keep 2 seats at the table for ourselves in Europe. So I think it's possible to overstate even what Macron has done. And Macron to me on Europe is like Joe Biden on Taiwan, where it's like, no, he didn't change policy. 6 months later, we will defend. No, he didn't change policy. So I think Macron has been trying fruitlessly to this point to find his rhythm on this issue. And I think that the basic construct about the distinction between France and Germany is in part socialization, right? France in the 1960s, we can all recall some idiosyncratic troubles with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that they went through, that Germany, for understandable reasons, did not. And I think, it's really important to point out the extraordinarily powerful socialization that takes place within the vaunted transatlantic community. There just aren't people at the top of the institutions that handle the transatlantic relationship who are very serious about getting the United States out of Europe. It is a barrier to entry to becoming a prominent, outspoken scholar at one of these institutions. And I think it's not particularly surprising or even controversial that this would take place, but I think it's hard to overstate the impact of 4 generations of socialization in the context of these institutions, and it really would take a kind of profound exogenous shock to cause that to reshuffle.
Yeah, okay. Speaking of the exogenous shocks, as the alliance has expanded, and we have this sort of position where we are thinking about whether or not to admit Ukraine into NATO, and now Finland is a part of NATO, and NATO has become, as was put, I don't know who, but I think it was George Beebe or it was Larry Wilkerson in the morning panel, a sort of a NATO-centric view of the European security architecture, which then includes all of Europe. But staying on that theme, the more sort of smaller countries that could be in military trouble and can't add much to the alliance or added to the alliance itself. Ben, how much does that create a kind of exogenous shock, in the sense that if and the time that a country, imagine Ukraine was already part of NATO, and if and when the question of defending that country and giving it a security guarantee comes up, like for example in Finland with something or other in the next few years, is there a moment when the US will decide, or countries then will decide not to actually engage? Because, I mean, the reality on the ground, the geopolitical reality doesn't shift, right? So, I mean, if the countries that are part, I mean, just because there's a treaty and you have obligations to that treaty, the treaty is supposedly premised on your interests. So if this alliance has expanded so large that you have countries whose defense is only guaranteed de jure, is it going to put us in a position of actually going there and defending these countries, or would that be the exogenous shock to actually basically push for a different kind of a security arrangement, or actually move beyond NATO? Because you suggested that NATO will stay forever. So is there anything that could create, other than resource constraints for, let's say, a conflict with China, that could actually create a different kind of bottlenecks for NATO and cause for concern for its and its institutional leaders?
So if a country that has NATO membership and has a security guarantee from the United States were attacked by Russia, and the United States said, we're going to go by the letter of Article 5. So if you read it, it doesn't actually say we're fighting, right? It just says, that we'll be consider that and take, I don't remember the exact language, but it doesn't necessarily commit us to war. But if we didn't fight, I think, yes, that would be a pretty big exogenous shock for members of the alliance, and they would probably, be reminded that, international politics is a self-help system, and that they have to rely on themselves primarily for their security, and that would be probably a kind of sea change in the circumstances in Europe. Whether or not it would actually lead to, people pulling out of NATO and all kinds of dominoes falling. I mean, there's actually a great article, or a very good article, that Mark Trachtenberg wrote that I cannot remember the name of, where he found various indications in the diplomatic past of the United States with people like Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon in candid moments saying, basically, we're bluffing, right? Like, we're not actually going to trade New York for Berlin if it really comes down to it. So there's always been that question, right? And, the bluff's never been called. But should we extend security guarantees to Ukraine, I think that would be, whether or not it's in NATO or in some other form, real security guarantees, that would be, an invitation for us to prove that a lot of these things are bluffs. Because I don't think that we can meaningfully extend security guarantees to Ukraine because of the asymmetry of interests and the fact that the United States is demonstrating that we're quite interested in helping Ukraine, but not in fighting for them. And if people think that that would fundamentally change if we risk nuclear war because they're in NATO, it's a valid opinion, but I don't think there's a lot of basis for it based on all the history we have of the alliance. So basically, we'd be putting somebody in NATO or guaranteeing the security of somebody that we clearly have no intention of acting on. So I'm rambling a little bit, that would be unhelpful. I wanted to speak to your other question, which you sent to Justin. I think there was a historical evolution where you go from like the Eisenhower administration, which was in favor of a European army, and this idea at the beginning of the Cold War that we wanted to temporarily prop up the balance of power in Europe and eventually leave, to at some point later in the Cold War, where I think that we had shifted, or certainly after, where the goal became not preserving a balance of power, but sort of overbalancing and being numero uno in Europe and using NATO to call the shots. And in some ways, as the 1992 defense planning guidance admitted, not just keep our enemies out, but our allies down, right? Not just Germany, but a lot of them. And I think there's always been this ambivalence. It came up just now about, arms sales, but there's always been this ambivalence where the United States, would like there to be, more burden sharing. We used to write a report every year to sort of shame our allies into doing more, the Allied Burden Sharing Report, and which Rumsfeld got rid of for whatever reason. And but on the other hand, we always wanted to keep our little brothers like little brothers who do what we say and go along with us on our projects and don't speak up for themselves and have independent powers. So I think we've never really resolved that, but certainly in the course of the Cold War, we moved towards the idea that we're just, we're trying to dominate, not just keep Russia down. And you could tell a whole long story about how that happened, but I'll just leave it there.
So one of the things that I feel like there is a little bit of a disagreement on the panel is on the question of whether or not maybe we all know what the right thing to do theoretically is, but there are all these factors, exogenous or endogenous, that prevent us from making that shift. Jennifer, you in your presentation started with the general sort of what we should do, and it was sort of like how to get there. So my question is to challenge the premise a little bit. If what the fellow panelists are saying is true, and if you can obviously push back and say that it's not true, but if you believe that those other factors exist, and also we saw it with the outrage over Macron's comments by many. So if that's the dominant sort of attitude here in Washington, how do we get to the place where we even talk about clarity and complexity, let alone credibility? Because it seems that a lot of the, at least since Eisenhower, the overall posture has been to keep Europe in some ways down, and keeping it in a status of junior partner for myriad of reasons. But I'll leave it there and let you sort of.
Yeah, so it's a very good question, and I agree that there are many obstacles to making policy progress on this issue. But right now, it seems to me that there are a group of voices that raise the potential for a change in the role of Europe in U.S. grand strategy or U.S. foreign policy, and though those voices are quickly batted down by the voices that Justin and Ben and Dan have brought up from various camps, whether it's NATO indoctrination or coming from some other angle as to why that is just an unworkable idea. But I think part of the reason why it's so easy for those voices to be crushed, in addition to the pressure of the status quo and the fact that there are just more of them, is that the voices that are raising the potential for a change lack specificity. So it's easy to bat something down if it's just kind of like a straw man or just an idea of let's do less in Europe. That's an easy idea to bat down. And so we never actually have a serious debate because that idea is cast away. And then we're quickly back to the original debate, which is just, how do we do more in Europe? Or how do we do better in Europe? Which I think is kind of the wrong discussion. And so my suggestion is that by teasing out through analysis, through research, by actually working through the details of what it would take to conduct some of these shifts. Where would the troops come from? How long would it take? How would that then factor into a rebalancing of the U.S. military? What would you do with the economic relationship? You could put forward a set of specific proposals or options that would range from, whether it's a full withdrawal from NATO, or something in the middle where the U.S. stays in NATO but shifts a lot of the military burden, keeps economic ties. So there's a range of options, and that option space is collapsed into this idea of do less, and that is an unproductive debate. So even to get to a place where we can have hope of having policy change, we have to have specific proposals to work towards. And so I think that's where I see, because I see myself as like, I'm a researcher, I want to do analysis. What can I contribute? Yeah. I'm not going to be changing the policy. I don't aspire to be a senator, but I can inform the debate. Right. And so that's kind of where I would position myself.
So to have a quick follow-up on something that you brought up, even in terms of the military question, the strategic question, even the alliance question, one is, how do you turn, what is your suggestion or your proposal for turning European sort of economic prowess into an alternate sort of militarily integrated regime which can defend Europe, and also what should be the contours of that military force? Is it going to be part of the EU? Is it best if it's part of the EU? Is that going to, or should it remain part of NATO and give NATO something to do, or does it have to parallel itself to NATO, or is NATO hampering itself on any sort of parallel institutions, parallel military orders, parallel security orders coming to existence?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I was actually thinking about it in the other answers, which is a lot of things get conflated. So when it's hard to talk about the transatlantic relationship without also talking about NATO, and those are actually two separate things. We can have a transatlantic relationship apart from NATO, just like you can have an EU security force apart from the NATO security force. You don't want to have too much redundancy. That's a waste of money. But there should be a concept for EU security that exists outside of NATO, and that is coordinated with NATO, which is why I don't necessarily think, you wake up in the morning and the U.S. is gone, sort of like, I wouldn't call it an Irish goodbye. It makes me think of like the Bagram airfield, right? Like the Afghans wake up and the U.S. is left. So, I don't think that approach works here, because I think the U.S. does have an interest in making sure it's an organized handoff, and that there is a defined relationship between what exists now as NATO and what exists as sort of a reformed or revised or upgraded EU security force. Now, the question of what that EU security concept looks like is really challenging. And I guess I would argue that the way we talk about it now, it's sort of like the Europeans are going to build parallel capabilities. Like, they also need the same capabilities that the US has had in place, for 70 years, like lots of tanks and heavy artillery and air defense. Some of that's true, but maybe they need to rethink actually the whole defense concept. Russia isn't the threat that the Soviet Union was. Do you really need that? Tripwires don't work, as Justin said. Maybe a totally different strategy, something more asymmetric, like we're arguing that Taiwan should use for China would be the right approach, right? So there's a whole range of military options. While I think Europe building like a strong conventional heavy military force in the near term is like infinitesimal, I think the fact that you could leverage Europe's economic capabilities and their growing defense industry to build some sort of asymmetric force that could serve as a defense, I think that's a possibility and something that could be worked towards. So I guess that would be my proposal.
That's great. And also that would be, in general, part of the sort of the European, EU, pan-European sort of approach, right? Because the alternative and I think Justin had his hand raised, and it will go to Justin. But it's sort of, instead of one Europe, you can also think about more localized understanding, more regional understanding of Europe, which has different military alliances, different military integration capability based on the different interests that these states have. So the interests of intermarium countries would be different. They will have a different military force than Western Europeans. Exactly, yeah.
I wanted to take up this question of that it's the focus on just sort of doing less and not the detail. So, as Jennifer kindly mentioned, I have this idea that I stole from Barry Posen about a European SACEUR, and a whole bunch of other, sort of middle of the road ideas for getting from here to there. And I've talked to people about these ideas, and boy, you talk to the Europeans about a European SACEUR and they freak out. They really freak out. I mean, a lot, and many different states, they freak out. So I think the reason it is so difficult is because the Europeans are too smart and the Americans are too stupid. Those are, I think, the interlocking pieces of why it's so difficult. They're not going to do it unless we force them to do it, and we won't force them to do it. So that's why there's an equilibrium that we ostensibly are unhappy with. Well, even if they look like they might do it, we squash those initiatives. So I think it's failure is overdetermined. Let's leave it at that.
There we go. I just wanted to add, real quick on the issue of, rebalancing the United States military, and kind of going back to what I said earlier about how army-centric our military still is. And one thing I want to point out is I think that Jennifer has gotten at this a bit, is that I think there is an acknowledgement that we need to build a new United States military, that we need to focus on building certain types of capabilities, primarily oriented to Pacific or asymmetric warfare, but that simply is not happening. And I was sent some stuff by a friend who's still in the Army about what is going on with the 1st Armored Division out of Texas. And they are becoming heavier. They are actually at one point, and some of you are going to laugh, actually wanting to call themselves a penetration division. I think that they chose not to do that because their young soldiers would have too much fun with that. But they're going to become significantly heavier. And the first thing that I thought is, how are you going to move that thing And it's very easy to see ultimately what they were building was a unit to fight in Europe. And they are investing significant amounts of money, I would say probably billions of dollars, enhancing capabilities within that unit and other heavy units, money that should be going elsewhere, probably not even spent at all. And so it's that real disconnect between what there is, at least on the surface, this consensus that needs to be done within the military. But because you have so many of those old fold a gap lieutenants and captains still dominating the military, is that they don't want to do it. And that, until you're able to break that in terms of actually building the capability and then actually pulling back and eliminating a lot of those capabilities, it's not going to change. And ultimately, even getting them into the fight, like getting that unit into the fight, I don't even know how you get it to Europe.
I mean, first of all, I would say that Colonel Douglas McGregor, who is one of the sharpest minds on sort of land warfare and tank warfare, I mean, he would agree with you on that. He has been making the case for since the 90s that after the war, the first Iraq war that he commanded, that effectively the understanding of the army and the land warfare that we have, it's very sort of heavy, and we need to completely reimagine that. But it's the question of imagination, I think, exists on the operational level, but also, as we were talking about, on the architecture.
One branch that is doing this, and that completely the Marine Corps. I mean, I'm biased, but I mean,
that's what I've heard.
General Berger is slaughtering sacred cows, but look at what's happening to him. Every commandant before him, with the exception of Neller, who kind of got the ball rolling, has come out and criticized him. Famous, well-respected Marines like General Al Gray, James Webb have just essentially smeared him in my mind. And he is doing what every other branch should be doing. And again, it goes back to the incentives. When you actually try to implement some of these things, look what happens. And that's the message they're trying to send with General Berger.
Let me ask one follow-up question, and then we'll go to Ben. But just in terms of you're the person to ask this question, which is about sort of the domestic priorities of, let's say, the electorate in America. It seems that people have this sort of like war fatigue when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to Europe. And the question I have for you is sort of, is there, let's say there is a Republican nominee, whether it's DeSantis or Trump or whoever, how do you see that sort of shaping up? Like, do you actually think that a Republican president could do anything different than what Biden has done, like in practice, not on the campaign trail? But do you think with the I guess the inertia that exists around a lot of the sort of policymakers in the Republican Party, who are somehow the same people that end up in Democratic parties as well when they're in the administration, is there much change that will be that will occur onto U.S. policy if there was a shift in the administration? As we saw with Biden's coming in, we didn't see much shift in U.S. grand strategy thinking, whether it was move towards China, whether it was pulling back a little bit from the Middle East, whether it was even in terms of the economic populism of Trump, which Biden has adopted wholesale, CHIPS Act, other measures. So yeah, what do you think about that? And what do you think about sort of the dynamic sort of the political environment in the United States for these wars?
Well, I mean, let's also be honest, is President Trump campaigned on, at least rhetorically, on changing our, basically getting Europe to do more. And ultimately, the first 2 years, 2.5 years, there really wasn't much change in that. And really only towards the tail end, when you did have some change in administration personnel, did you see a discussion, for example, withdrawing 10,000 troops from Germany? But as Ben pointed out, there wasn't a real follow through on that. I think that it comes down to really one thing. If you get a Republican president, whether it's another President Trump or somebody like President DeSantis, who has indicated he's more open-minded to reevaluating this thing, it really is going to come down to, are they going to be able to build an administration that can execute on this? Are they going to be able to put the right people in the right positions with the right mindset who understand how to push this through the bureaucracy and overcome some of the inertia and perverse incentives. And that is, it's easy to say right here, but that's going to be an extraordinarily difficult task. And you could apply that to a whole host of other issues outside the foreign policy realm. And there are efforts that are ongoing to help create the conditions for this, a lot more talent building, a lot of more planning going into a transition. But, even with another President Trump, there's also the risk too is that you could have a rerun of his first 2 years. But again, I think that this often gets overlooked because it's not viewed as sexy or even fun. But that work that is done in transition leading up to it is critical.
As they say, personnel is policy. Ben, did you have something to add?
Wait, just 3 quick points. One, I don't disagree with what Dan just said, but I will say that you mentioned war fatigue on Ukraine. I don't see that in American politics. I've heard a lot of people predict it's coming, including people who tend to agree with me about policy in Europe, but it doesn't seem to have arrived. And I think if you look at the Biden administration, ask yourself, do you think they feel pressure?
I wasn't talking about the elites. I was talking about the sort of the public at large.
And I don't think that's come either. I don't, at a minimum, it's not salient. I mean, ask yourself, does the Biden administration feel pressure politically from the United States public to reduce support for Ukraine? I don't think I think
Generally don't care about foreign
generally don't, and to the extent they feel pressure, it's probably to keep it up, right? They're worried about doing peace negotiation or pushing for peace negotiations because they're worried about getting attacked for that. That's my read, right? So
also the Republican base.
Republican base is more complicated and different, but so you do see this ebbing up. But I'm just saying, like, there doesn't seem to be some growing political constituency that's big in favor of wrapping up the war in Ukraine. There's some Republican congressmen and stuff and presidential candidates who give some indication that's where the politics are. But I'm just, in terms of broad U.S. politics, I see a lot of essentially like, let's just go along with what we're doing. But okay, so that we can talk a lot about that. But my next point is that I think just to put a bow on some of the stuff we were saying before, and I'll be a little more hopeful than I was at the beginning. Let me state it as a hypothesis. To have European strategic autonomy, you need a European military-industrial complex. So a lot of the problems that we associate with having these lobby groups and all these lines of production that create jobs and incentive for congressmen, if you had those dynamics going in Europe, you might see them sort of shoving the United States out of there and saying, we want to deal with the European threat. But there's a chicken and egg problem in that, as discussed, we're blocking them. And then third, I want to say that at Defense Priorities, we just published a paper by Mike Sweeney about the specifics of what Europe would do or could do to sort of step up in the event the United States left, and what would be the sort of short-term and longer-term needs that they would have to fill in that event. So we published that, I think, last week. I'm skeptical that just operationalizing all this stuff really makes a ton of difference politically, but I sure agree that it's that it's helpful. I think it's helpful, even if it's not going to make a huge difference.
Thank you, Ben.
Yes.
Okay, so the first is on the public opinion issue. I think it's important to recognize that to a large extent, public opinion on foreign policy follows the lead opinion rather than like driving it. So the fact that we see disagreement on the Republican side, to me, is a function of the fact that we see disagreement among Republican politicians, whether it's DeSantis and Trump or Marjorie Taylor Greene or other people that are raising these alternative views. So there's a great book for people who are interested, Adam Bergrinsky's book. I can't remember the title right now. Time of War, yeah, which gets into the details here. So, and people don't care about foreign policy, so policymakers have a lot more leeway than.
And donors don't think about foreign policy as much as well. Very little.
And then my second point is just building off Dan's point about the extent to which the Army drives, or is so central to the military. There was like a tiny glimmer of hope of change, sort of like 6 months before like we had any indication or real indication that Russia was going to go into Ukraine, where the Army, I think, really was grappling with this question because we expected defense budgets to be flat, and they thought they actually would have to make choices. But then when Ukraine happened, now they have all this extra, Ukraine security assured assistance initiative money, as well as a bigger budget. Now they're away from that, having to make choices again, which is why you see, again, this doubling down on the heavy infrastructure. So there was like a tiny glimmer, but what's happened in Europe has like pushed it back in the other direction like hard, and I think it's a bad direction.
All right. Well, I want to take a couple questions from the audience before we're closing for the day and going to have wine and drinks and happy hour and everything else. So question over there, Andrew. Can you wait 1 second? The mic is coming.
Hey there, Andy Baker, State Department. So to expand a little on the social drivers of our foreign policy, I mean, I would just add, in the true spirit of social media, we have also effectively completely unfriended Russia over the last year and a half. And we've had progressive waves of expulsions, not only in the United States, but also in Europe. We actually seem to be at a position now where our communication with Russia is roughly where it might have been about after the Bolshevik Revolution, right? 1919, 1920. Very, very narrow channels of communication, when there's communication at all. So my question is, how do we get back to a place, we've talked a lot about Europe, how do we get back to a place where we can actually engage with our putative enemies? How do we get to a place where we can engage with the Russians? How do we get to a place where we can have that conversation? And how do we actually overcome our own domestic opposition to having that conversation? In other words, how do we even have the conversation about having the conversation?
And one more question too, and then we'll answer them.
Stanley Kober. During the Vietnam War, people chanted, "What if they gave a war and nobody came?" The American armed forces have recruitment problems, the Army especially. American presidents go to war with other people's children. Is that sustainable in a democracy?
Thank you. And I'll add to Andrew's point that also answer whether or not you think Russia is part of Europe or not part of Europe or could be part of Europe. So I think there was a couple more questions, but I think we will wrap up there. And
Yeah, just real quick on the recruiting issue, it is likely there's just a tremendous number of issues actually come out that we might have rejected tens of thousands of actual qualified recruits because of a software error with the military's new military healthcare record system, which is just insane. But that is actually a constraint on power too, is that the military is having issues filling its roles. Effectively, the Army is right now, I would say, probably about 30,000 soldiers under strength from where they're supposed to be because of recruiting issues. So yeah, that is another constraint I think you need to grapple with. And when you're thinking about prioritizing the Navy in terms of funding and equipment, and Air Force as well too, a lot of these recruiters are fishing out of the same pools of individuals. There's a lot of stereotypes and things like about who they're recruiting and stuff that I won't get into. But yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Just one real quick I want to say in regards to Andrew and kind of looking at Russia and how we talk about Russians is I think that it's become totally unhinged about how we view Russia and particularly individual Russians. And one thing that just absolutely blew my mind and actually got me angry is that when you had this wave of mobilization last fall where you had a lot of Russians fleeing the draft and things like that, we should have been applauding that. Going back to this gentleman's point about like, what if somebody threw a war and nobody showed up? Great. Europe should have opened their borders as Russian draft dodgers. Instead, you had some absolutely supposed credible voices here in D.C. just say, no, you need to keep them, let them stay in Russia, let them start a revolution. Just absolutely insane stuff. You had European governments like the Estonian prime minister, I believe even the Finnish prime minister who was just defeated. And ultimately it came back to they were relying on what I would call racist stereotypes about Russians. And it was completely counterproductive to the war effort. Open the borders, let these people flee, and there's nobody left to fight. There wouldn't be nobody left to fight because there are a lot of Russian nationalists, but that would have crimped their manpower. And yet the anti-Russian racism that emerged ultimately hindered that effort.
I mean, I think on the military recruiting and such, of course it's sustainable, and we sustained a volunteer military since 1972, right? But what's not sustainable is having wars where a lot of people are getting killed for no compelling reason indefinitely with that volunteer military. You can do it for a few years, and then the evidence shows that you're going to get in a lot of trouble in public opinion, as happened with Vietnam and Iraq eventually. So, but I mean, I don't think that the volunteer military, which is how presidents go to war with other people's kids, has some inherent flaw that is unsustainable. On the question about engaging with Russians, I think that's an interesting example where of what we were just talking about. I think that this is not a deep-seated public opinion that it would be very costly for Biden to say, we're going to engage in more talks with the Russians and resume normal diplomatic contacts. I mean, he could wake up tomorrow and say, I declare a summit, and we need to be talking to the Russians as much as we think what they're doing is brutal and horrible. And I think arguably it would be good for him politically. I don't think it would be bad. So I think this is sort of like a policy choice that we're making at elite levels, not something that's very hard to undo from a political standpoint.
Any last comments, Jennifer? Or
I'll just say that I think it's a growing trend on this idea that when we disagree with someone, we should cut ties with them or reduce our ties with them, right? You see it with the trend towards decoupling from China as well, right? We have tension with this country, therefore the answer is to disentangle ourselves from them.
And put a whole bunch of sanctions on them just because we can't.
Yeah, sanctions is another great example. I mean, I guess there was, there's always arguments that we should add sanctions to Georgia. We should add more sanctions. I read somewhere that we don't even have enough officers in the Treasury to manage the sanctions regimes that we have. And I don't think that's because we have too few officers in the Treasury. It's because we have too many sanctions regimes. So this idea that every time someone does something we don't like, we have to punish them or cut ties with them. And you see it in tons of places, right? Let's kick Russia out of the UN. And that doesn't make any sense. The UN was set up, the Security Council was set up to be a place where the leading powers in the world could talk, right? And so that's countered the whole idea. So I think there should be, eventually when there's some kind of stalemate or more stable situation, Russia's going to have to be reintegrated into the world order. It's too big to have a North Korea model for it. So I think that's something we have to grapple with. And on the issue of recruiting, I mean, we still do have selective service. So but I think this point about recruiting is important because I think it underscores the extent to which we need to be really cautious about how provocative and how aggressive we are in dealing with countries like China. And think about the escalatory implications of extending more security guarantees to more countries, whether it's Ukraine or Vietnam or some other set of countries. It's because when we do this, we're putting these lives on the line. And I think that's lost, especially, I know this panel is not about the Pacific, but it's especially lost in the China debate. We talk about war with China like it's just another thing.
Right.
And I think that's flippant and careless and needs to be.
I mean, these are conversations that we can probably carry out for hours. I know that we want to wrap up, but I myself am so interested in this, we can keep going it for hours. But I would just say this sort of Manichaean ideological model of everything being an existential threat and an existential war, which then makes you just do everything and divide the world into sort of dark forces and light forces and democracies versus authoritarians, is very unhelpful. And on the sanctions, I'll also say that Chris Mott and I have a piece that we have written actually long before, 6 months or so before maybe a year before, 1 year before the war, in the resumption of the war in February 22, which talks about the sanctions regimes and the de-dollarization, I think in anticipation of all of these things that have happened. So I like to say that we were prescient on that. But please, I hope that you guys also check that out on our website. I'll thank the panelists. Thank you so much for being here. Thank everybody else. I'll have Zach, he's going to have the closing remarks, and then we will have a happy hour.
Well, thanks very much, Arta. Thank you to all of you for joining us today. My name is Zach Paikin. For those of you who are just joining us, I'm a non-resident research fellow with IPD. I have the unenviable position of being the person who's standing between you and happy hour, as Arta just mentioned, but I've been given the task of summarizing some of today's discussions in about 5 minutes or so. So allow me to do so. And I'm very pleased that our second keynote session with Nick Vozdiev focused so much on the meta-historical longue durée sets of patterns and consistencies that we've seen throughout European history. Alexander Clarkson has a pet theory that, the big question, of course, is when did the Roman Empire finally collapse? And the traditional answer is 1453, the collapse of the Byzantine Empire. However, his pet theory is that basically the Ottoman Empire replaced effectively and governed from Constantinople. And of course, the Western Roman Empire was succeeded by the Habsburg Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, the Habsburg Empire, which lasted became the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So in both cases, the Roman Empire only collapsed with the end of World War I. And so there's some truth in this, because what happens at the end of World War I is you have the emergence of a world, or at least a Europe, of nation states, as opposed to the Europe of empires that existed before. You have the collapse of the German Empire, the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, collapse of the Ottoman Empire, but not the collapse of the Russian Empire. Yes, technically the collapse of the Russian Empire, but it does reconstitute itself. So not only does it remain an exceptional empire in an era of national self-determination, Wilsonianism and the like, but it's communist on top of that, it's Bolshevik, and so it's even more alienated from the rest of Europe. And as was discussed during Michael and Nick's session, yes, of course, this idea of Russia as an alien power certainly predated the Bolshevik Revolution vis-a-vis Europe, but this is very much reinforced with the events of World War I and what comes after. But it's also important to remember that with 1453, with the collapse of the Byzantine Empire, and with the resulting situation of Russia remaining the only independent, sovereign, orthodox power in Europe, this idea of Russian exceptionalism takes root even before Russia develops as a European empire in total. And so this is quite an interesting thing, right? The collapse of the USSR, the development of Russia, into something resembling a nation state doesn't mean that Russia fully integrates into this European model of nation statehood as well. That exceptionalism remains. Even without a European empire, the Russian mission of exceptionalism, the Russian self-conception of exceptionalism remains. And so one key question that we highlighted throughout the first half of today, and I think that the sort of meta-historical angle sort of shows this a little bit, is how do you manage this question of a seemingly alien Russia that many Europeans these days are saying is no longer European? I've heard Bruno Tertrais, for example, say from the Foundation for Strategic Research in France that Russia is leaving Europe. Russia is ceasing to be European. It looks to me that Russia is invading a European country right now. That doesn't look to me like as if Russia is leaving Europe. And indeed, if Russia is embracing chauvinism and imperialism and nationalism, there's no shortage of that throughout European history, right? This is very much, a return to a romantic era of Europeanism. So this question of Russia in Europe is very much with us. Elements of similarity, but elements of alienness. How do you manage that? At the same time, the second question concerns the role of the United States, which also takes root at the same time in 1918, right? In which, yes, of course, it is sort of a liberal internationalism, only 0.5, as John Eikenberry would say, but nonetheless, it does mark the beginning of a period. And you could say, of course, that World War I and World War II were more or less a single 30 years war with the same belligerents. It's a process in which effectively the traditional European empire system is replaced by a role of the United States filling that imperial gap, along with the fledgling European Union, which takes on this sort of quasi-modern Holy Roman Empire type role. So the overall question from these two things is, which one of these two things is the more durable trend? Is it the exclusion of Russia from Europe, or is it the U.S. role in managing and filling the void of European imperialism? And this is the narrative that you really hear playing out on both sides, the teleological narrative of, is time on our side or not? right? Very much the liberal belief on the Western side that history is fundamentally, and the arc of history is going to be bending in our direction, versus the Russian notion that basically liberal internationalism is something that is somewhat alien to European history, that Russia represents the true Europe, and that it ultimately will prevail, and the time is on its side as well. And I think that, as has really been highlighted throughout all of the discussions that we've had so far today, is that there really is inertia on both sides, that both sides really seem committed to staying the course, maintaining the status quo, irrespective of whether or not it actually makes sense or not. We're seeing in the case of the United States that its management of alliances is something that is very much going to continue. I mean, people like to say that, for example, Joe Biden is going to be the last truly transatlanticist president. Now, the next president of the United States may be less inclined towards traditional liberal internationalism, but that doesn't mean that he won't necessarily instrumentalize existing U.S. alliances for certain interest-based needs, for example, vis-a-vis NATO. And as Ben just said on our session just now, Russia comes across as weak. There's policy drift within the United States. Europe is more dependent now than ever before, despite a few steps forward that you've seen in, for example, joint ammunition procurement, the European Peace Facility, things like this. And so all of this leads to drift on the American side in terms of the U.S. role in Europe. And you see drift on the Russian side as well. Right, that as we highlighted throughout the first half of the day, that even if Putin decides to cut his losses and to sell a win of sorts at home, basically he can do that if he wants to. In the meantime, he's continuing to fight because he thinks the time is on his side. But even if he does cut his losses, the issue of the European security order and what comes after is still there, and without resolution on that issue, the issue of Russia's exclusion remains on the table. And of course, as Marlene was mentioning during my own panel, a big, significant advance on the Ukrainian side, even if it brings about the end of Vladimir Putin's time as president of Russia, does not necessarily bring about the end of Russian nationalism and chauvinism. Indeed, it may even reinforce it in some ways. So this dynamic of exclusion is still very much there. So drift on both sides, but the key difference is that, unlike the eyeball-to-eyeball standoff during the Cold War, when we had these massively high levels of defense spending on all sides, when the Red Army had 1 million large men, and Western democracies were spending upwards of 4, 5, 6% on defense. Today, we don't have anything like that. And if we end up blowing ourselves up today, as opposed to the fact that we survived during the Cold War, I think it does give a lot of credence to Marx's very famous, saying about the fact that, the first time it's a tragedy, the second time it's a farce. And it's quite possible that we're heading in the wrong direction, given that, as we've outlined today, there's no real clear answer to the question of how do you get out of this Ukrainian dilemma right now. Security assurances, not enough to restore a peace dividend. Security guarantees, perhaps too much. And causes a degree of escalation. So across the board, sorry to end on a pessimistic note to a certain extent, but it does lead me nonetheless to conclude that the work that so many of the people here today are doing to challenge some status quo thinking and to inject a dose of realism and restraint into Western strategic thinking is very much an important mission. And we look forward at the Institute to continue to do those things and to work with you over the months and years ahead. Thank you for joining me. Have a good drink and l'chaim.